What's going on, everybody? How y'all feeling on this wonderful New Year's Eve?
Fantastic.
Thanos' sentiment there is quite felt right now. It's like, just coming back from a weekend. I've already worked 2 days, and it's like, oh man, I could definitely use some more time off. Fortunately, got tomorrow off, so that's not too bad. Nice another break in the middle of the week. Then I'm going to work for 2 days. And then I'm off. I'm on vacation after that. So, and by vacation, I mean I'm just gonna stay home and do a bunch of stuff.
Thanos is tired because he's been sleeping on the floor of that cat's lair.
Right. And he's got a nice plunderling here, lighting the menorah for everybody as we have entered Hanukkah.
I made him a yarmulke. It's a little bit sloppy, but
it looks cool, man. I dig
it.
It
Looks good.
It was a candle.
I didn't know that was a candle.
Where'd you get that little...
I know. I was like,
I found these candles that are they're like silver, blue, white, but they're like action figure size. Like the action figures hold them really well. So,
well, there we go. And True Star Screamer saying Night 7 had my latkes.
Still doing the no carb thing, so no latkes this year. Have a bummer.
Respect your discipline, sir.
Right. Gotta say, better man than I, because I love my freaking carbs. Probably part of the reason I'm still so fat. Gotta have my potatoes, gotta have my pasta, gotta have my rice. Rice is my downfall, though. Freaking love
rice.
Huh? Put it on everything. I put rice in my chili. I put, rice in all my Asian food. I put rice in all my Cajun food. Always eating rice.
I'm too lazy to eat any of that shit. I'm just too
lazy.
No
tortillas is rough because I love wrapping anything in a tortilla.
Oh yeah, definitely. Hold on a sec, put that back up.
And then Thanos, check out the keto tortillas.
Yeah,
they're great. But yes, this is KB from Skeleton Crew, and that is I was just tripping out on how very little there is on this tray.
But, right? I'm used to especially with
Star Wars.
Lately, yeah. Like all the Mandalorians come with that one pistol or that one rifle, and that's it. Well, the backpack.
Plus she's a kid too, so it's like
right.
She's tiny.
Give her some hydro spanners or something.
She's got a flashlight and a backpack.
I dig it though. I dig it, and thank God they didn't just bog it down with more and more lightsabers like they seem to have been doing lately. Everybody's got to have a lightsaber.
Oh.
I don't mind the Jedi thing, but one of the things that I liked about the original trilogy was the fact that we had a lot. There's that Mean Gene Okerlund. There were very few Jedi, and then there's just so many other people within it. So you got a lot of variation and stuff. Mind you, I wasn't mad when the Clone Wars happened, and we got a ton of new Jedi with different lightsabers and everything else, but it got a little bit much at a certain point. It was I kind of missed the fewer Jedi and then just this larger universe. What the fuck is that?
That's Alan Dremeling.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, I can mute myself. Sorry about that.
No, it's all good. I just wanted to know what it was.
You sounded like Chewbacca for a second.
Yeah, I thought it was droids.
It did sound like one of those droids, yeah.
For the big Dremel, I muted myself, but I thought I could sneak an adjustment by you.
No. It's all right. See, and it's funny because Ed was able to tell exactly what it was, which is why he didn't do what the fuck was that noise? Which, mind you, tonight, we're going into a new year, and we're doing the usual tradition that we have come to do here, where we celebrate New Year's going into each and every time zone across the U.S. It was never meant to be that in the beginning, but it was what? Well, let's just go for another hour and see how it goes. And we ended up going through all the time zones that first New Year's Eve party. And we've just kept it going ever since. So, I mean, mind you, that's only really been 2 New Year's Eve parties. So that's not a whole lot, but it's a tradition and we're keeping it up. So
is this, wait, sorry, did you say Is this the second one or is it the third?
Third. This is the third one now.
Which
We've
was
done
the one where Mega J.
that was the first one.
Okay, so then did I miss last year? Or was I here last year? I forget.
No, you were here last year. I'm pretty sure you were here last year. Yeah, because you didn't go to Japan until later, and that was like, that was the first time in a long time you missed an episode was when you went to Japan.
Oh, gotcha.
I was here, but I don't remember nothing ever. So.
I'll be honest, yeah,
Was that good?
I was here.
I know I was here, but I don't remember a damn thing about it. So
right, and it's funny because none of us were drinking or anything.
No.
But I got to tell you, yeah, last year was not nearly as memorable as the first year because I remember Mega J ending right before midnight, and then I remember we all had like a Zor or Screech, and Ken had like the
Big Jim.
He had that Big Jim Eagle, and we all flipped the bird at 2023 when we brought in the new year. Like I remember that, but last year I don't remember. It just wasn't as memorable. Other than the fact that I messed up on the thumbnail and said it was the last stream of 2024, and technically it was the first. So I don't know. It got a lot of views because I called it the last stream of 2024, and it happened, going into 2024. So I think a lot of people just thought I wasn't going to do the channel anymore. But who knows? Who cares? Here we are a year later, and we're still going strong, stronger than we have been ever before. With the show has remained consistent with a huge host of regular co-stars and guests throughout the year, a lot of repeating faces, a lot of new faces over the course of this past year, and even some new channels that took over the clubhouse for a couple of episodes. Payne's Toy Samples has hosted a couple this year. Ed, you've hosted a couple on your channel, not just here. And Punk's taken over a couple times. We've had Allison do a whole takeover as well, where she basically was commanding the ship vicariously through me and, following her lead through night. Had a My Buddy's Customs takeover. It's just been a big year, a lot of milestones. And that's kind of what we wanted to do tonight. We're going to do the usual working on projects, opening up toys, but we're going to talk about the highlights of 2024. What have been some of the best moments, and we want to hear from you guys in the chat as well. So one thing I will say though before we get underway here, if you guys have not checked out Legend Series, he has been doing a 24-hour stream, started this morning, going all the way until later tomorrow morning. I think at around 8:30 or so. I can't remember when he started this morning, but he's been going. He's doing a whole 24-hour stream. He said it was much inspired by the 24-hour San Diego Comic-Con stream, as well as Punk's 36-hour Punkathon that he did earlier this year for Toys for Tots. And he wanted to try his hand on it because now he's going to be doing later in the new year some more. He's going to do one for charity as well.
You got muffly real quick, Oz. I'm not sure why.
Yeah.
Hopefully it doesn't go too bad. We've had some thunderstorms here tonight, so rocky. Hopefully everything will be good, but we'll try our best. Yeah, it's crazy. We don't get thunderstorms in January. But yeah, so he's going to be doing a charity stream later this year. It's going to be like 48 hours. So he's been learning from us, and he's trying this out for himself, and he's been going far. If you guys can, hop over into his chat real quick and say, hey, Oz sent me. And, just tell him the clubhouse sent you. And say hi, slap that like button. If you're not already subscribed to Legend Series, subscribe. Tony's a great guy. Really, really funny. I love watching his skits. And, he is the man. He's surrounded by wrestling. Is probably one of the reasons I get along with him. Working in that business for quite a bit and covering sports entertainment as an actual profession as well. So
is that his focus, is sports?
No, he is definitely like toys, games, all that kind of stuff. But he also has, done that. That's like his actual job. So All right. I think we should start getting into the chat here and see who all has joined us. And then we're going to go a bit over some more things that we're going to talk about for tonight's agenda because we got a lot to talk about. A lot. All right. All the way from earlier this afternoon from podcasters from the pit. We've got Hillbilly Harper saying Happy New Year. What's going on, brother? I don't know if you're still awake and saying hi, but it is good to see you, sir. Thank you for jumping in. On Ryu with the howdy. We've got Wholesome Warlock from the Purple Gang here, giving out them purple hearts of love for everybody. They are streaming right now as well, and we're going to get to some talk about Purple Gang here in just a moment. We've got Jim pulling the double duty in the chat and hanging out with us live. Mr. 10K himself, Toy Connections in the chat going, whoop. What's going on, Ken? He just had a live stream where we all joined him earlier in a bit of a celebration for hitting the 10K milestone. That's one of the things we're going to be getting into. JMax77 saying, Happy New Year's, guys. Hope it's the best ever. You know what? There's always a chance it's got to be better than last year's, right? We got D. Griff in the house saying, Evening, gents. Tasty cake. What's up, Tom? Good to see you here, brother. We've got Stanley's Toy Channel. If the clicker wants to work here. Clicker. Oh, my God. Now I sound like my grandparents.
Clicker.
Now you became Brick Mom.
Use the Rindle roller upper.
Right. Stanley's Toy Channel. Good to see you back in the chat, brother. I know you've been MIA for a while, but it's good to see you again, brother. Thank you for being here, saying Happy New Year to everybody. We've got the man Collect saying Happy New Year's, everyone. Speaking moistly, still one of the cringiest names in ToyTube. What's going on, brother? Happy New Year, dudes. And we have Kenneth, just simply put, Kenneth saying evening from Atlanta, Georgia, and Happy New Year's. Well, Kenneth, thank you for joining us.
Great name. Great
From
name.
Atlanta, Georgia?
Right? From Atlanta, Georgia.
That's my shirt today. I'm at Netherworld Haunted House in Atlanta, Georgia.
There we go. Very nice.
Represent.
Well, there was some news. There was some news earlier this week. PowerCon going to be hosted with Toy Atlanta in Atlanta.
And nobody's happy about
it. We could talk about that a little bit more. We got hours to go tonight, so we definitely will have time to talk about that. And again, already pulled him up once, but True Star Screamer is saying 2025, I want to be one of the cool kids on a Saturday. Hey, man. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, dude.
Hit one of us up. Like, we'll throw you an invite, brother, for sure.
But warning, it's not that cool. But
I'm not
sure.
cool at all.
I was just going to say, I mean, I wouldn't, I'd call us awesome. I don't know if I'd call us cool, but we're definitely awesome.
Living in constant fear of talking too much or too little. That's what
Right.
Yeah.
We just got to make sure we cover so that there's not a lot of dead air time. Other than that, we're all right.
There you go.
We've got Happy New Year's, everyone, from Ray Black. And with Nolan being here as well, that makes us fully official ToyTube. Now, we've got, figuratively speaking, John in the house saying, hello, everyone. Happy New Year to y'all. Stay safe out there. You too, brother. And Penny Lee joining us from the UK. She is already in 2025. She is coming to us from the future. Happy New Year's, Penny. It is good to see you. I hope your night's getting better.
What's it like out there? In the future.
Selecting the future.
I was going to say, Ray Ken earlier was talking to me, and he basically is just the same shit, different toilet.
Dang it. We're still here.
Henri's mentioning thunderstorms in January sounds like Kentucky weather. If you don't like, wait till tomorrow. It will be different. Hey, man, that's exactly it. It's going to be different like within the next 20 minutes, and then the thunderstorms will be back. And by the end of the night, we might be having a blizzard. Who knows? Skyfall here saying Happy New Year, everyone. And then last, certainly not least, we've got Todd C saying, hey, all, Happy New Year. Well, thank you, everybody, for being here tonight and joining us. I know a lot of people tend to celebrate, spend time with their families, but the fact that we get this many people here joining us, hanging out on a holiday night like this, I cannot be mad about it. Thank you all. All right, guys. So one of the first big things that I'm going to say about in talking about a year in review and highlights of 2024, we've had a lot of people hit a lot of different milestones this year. A lot. Brick, I know you yourself, you hit that milestone of getting monetized this year. It was a pretty big step.
I'm just making faces because I honestly don't remember when it all happened. But sure, was that this year? Okay.
Yeah, it was this year. It was shortly after. I don't know. I'd have to go to your. I'd have to go do my free super chat to see.
I think I was one of your first to something, weren't I, Brick? Didn't I do your first super chat or something?
You're the first in my heart.
Number one in the heart. I know I was his first channel member because he didn't.
I think I did his first super chat though.
You guys are awesome. I only asked because I feel like I've been in this place. I
know it was Allison's first,
but sure. Sorry, there's now explosions outside.
Yeah, because you were just
yeah. It's gonna be happening.
I think it was probably the AWOC hot tub that put you over the edge.
Oh,
that's when
that
was definitely
it.
AWOC.
That was when the magic happened.
But right alongside you, our good friend, highly articulated Adam, also hit that milestone. Cobb hit that milestone this year. Allison hit that milestone. You know, just so many of us hit those monetization goals that we all kind of strive for. Not necessarily because we're really looking to make money off of this. Because, I mean, seriously, if you're looking to make money, like, this should not be what you're focusing on for your day job. Really should
not be collecting toys.
I was gonna say,
I was going to say, no matter how much money we make off of YouTube or anything else, we spend way more than we will ever
when I leave Ross, I know I'm not making anything on anything.
Right? It's just not going to work.
And for the record, I hit 500 on September 15th, 2023. And then I think I might have.
I think you launched it going into January.
Something like that.
I kind of.
I'm not trying to contradict you. I just honestly, man.
Hey, you know the
years are blending, friend. The years are blending.
They are because they're going by faster. They're going by faster. And that's probably why I felt like it was this year. I could have sworn it was this year.
But it's been a fun milestone.
Fully monetized this year, right? Yeah.
I think for you,
threshold now for monetization.
No, for Brick, you got the
500 is where you can get channel memberships and super chats. 1,000 is where you get ad revenue,
and that is definitely a 2024 thing.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah,
and I feel like I've just been plateaued.
But yeah, I mean, Brick were pretty close at the same time. That's why I was like, yeah, I know he did that this year.
I think I had to have 4,000, but that was years ago.
Right.
So
watch hours.
Oh no, he's talking about subscribers.
Yeah.
Oh.
Those thresholds have changed quite a lot over the years.
Really?
Penny is asking, "Are we old now or something?" No.
I am.
I think don't let them lie to you. We are.
We're vintage, but she's got a long way to go before she reaches our venerable state.
Right.
Yeah, she doesn't know old yet.
And shout outs to a couple others in the chat. We got Endless Fables Brian here with us. What's going on, brother? Good to see you. And Ted Darkclaw saying, I'm off drinking in a hole, but wanted to pop in and show my love. Happy New Year to everyone. Happy New Year to you and the Mrs. Darkclaw. Ted, it is great to see you. Thank you for just jumping in to say hi. And amazing work on the new layouts, by the way. The show was looking minty fresh. So
I hope you make it out of that hole at some point.
He'll just make it further into the hole and somehow end up where he needs to be, because that's the gloriness of Ted. And Penny's saying she's probably older than most of you. I don't think so. All right. And we've got Ian Sweeney here saying, morning all, happy New Year. What's going on, Ian? Good to see you, brother. Thank you for making it. Well, with many of us hitting different milestones this year, our good friend Ken blew this year out of the water with milestones. It seemed like just like 2 months ago, we were talking about him breaking the threshold of like 5K to 6K. And just within the last 24 hours, he broke the 10K milestone, which again, You know, that's huge. That's
Hell yeah.
absolutely huge. And part of what we're going to be doing tonight is, since he hit that milestone, he offered to host a giveaway here on my channel, which I am honored to be able to do it. What it really boils down to is Ken's never used the giveaway tool before, and it's just easier if that if I did it for him. But he felt, hey, you know what? I can drive some traffic over to Oz's channel. We can do some giveaways, and it'll be fun. And I thought, you know what? I'm not going to say no to that. I appreciate it. Penny, you're going to have to. Yeah, I'm sorry. I looked down at Kenny just as I was looking at her chat and said, Kenny, Penny, you're going to have to win just like everybody else. That's how it goes. And we've got Chris Shiny Plastic People. As a matter of fact, I'm pretty sure Chris was hanging out with us last New Year.
Chris was here last New Year.
You know what? So was Andrew Gatey's Toys, because I remember he was a little drunk while he was joining us last year, and that was hilarious.
Yeah, I think I remember that.
I do remember that now. See, it's all coming back. We just gotta recharge the juices. And our good friend Sonny Sundries, I'm actually pretty sure he's already in the new year as well right now. What's going on, Sonny? Good to have you here. And he's calling everybody a bunch of Ozholes, because you know that's what you are.
Mm-hmm. Indeed.
All right. Oh, we can't not say hey to Sister Carol. K-Roll in the house. It is good to see you here. Thank you for joining us. Part of what I'm going to be opening up whenever I can shut my mouth and just start playing with toys tonight is the Legion's Con exclusive 2-pack. Even though I was at Legion's Con,
oh cool,
and I picked one of these up for our good friend Travis, Mr. Wonderful. Still got to get it shipped up to him. That's going to be happening this weekend. In any case, though, I didn't pick one of these up for myself, and my sister went ahead and ordered one of the ones from that Big Bad toy place, but she got that delivered over to me. This is my Christmas/birthday present. I'm going to be having some fun pop and swaps to play with tonight. Can't wait to do it, because the amount of parts in this pack is insane. Absolutely insane. I can't wait. And not to mention that, we've also got, if you can even see inside this packaging, because it's so dark, I'm going to be opening up my first Monster Force.
Oh, cool.
Got that
very nice
Primal Kilowog.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yep, got the Primal Kilowog. And, I've been wanting the sculpt on this figure since I very, very saw that very first Veteran Williams. And this, although not quite as big as those, Penny, thank you for being with us tonight, even for a little bit.
I'm picking up bad habits from the Purple Gang. I have a question.
Oh, yep. By all means, Brick, you have your hand raised?
Nerd question for that. I didn't catch the primal part. Is that not a named character? Is Kilowog like a species?
This is Kilowog the Night Hunter, which is an actual named character.
Okay.
That's Kilowog, who doesn't come with any clothes or anything, and he is just one of the. He's an army builder.
Yeah.
Didn't know they did. I didn't realize they made that. Okay, and what color is it? Is it a different color?
It's a dark gray black.
Yeah, dark.
Ooh.
And this guy's like
$20.
$15. Yeah,
something
60. He's 60.
Yeah.
As opposed to 75. So you get $15
you
off.
said $20.
$20 less.
Oh man, if he was $20, I would have ordered like 3 of them.
Just looking through the box, it reminds me of that
cool.
That black wolf, what was it on Neverending Story? Like the one that was telling about the nothing coming.
It's that Veteran Williams sculpt, and that is a beautiful figure. Really well done.
Yeah.
Okay, so Primal Kilowog, and you said Ed, the other guy you have is named Kilowog?
He's Kilowog the Night Hunter.
So is Kilowog a name?
Kilowog is the name of the werewolves.
Got it.
Species.
So he is the Night Hunter, and those are just like the legions of werewolves.
But is he named Kilowog for the Night Hunter?
That's what he says on the box.
Would I be like Filipino the YouTuber?
Yes, you're Filipino.
Okay, got it. Okay, I was trying to
make sense of that.
See, I thought it was like Primal is Bob, and The other is Bob in a vest.
Yes, pretty much. That's pretty much it.
I found that
they're all Killerworks. All the werewolves are Killerworks, so he's really called Night Hunter. But
I started a wolf collection between like the D20 gray wolf, the gray loose collector wolf that's sitting in my pile of loot, and the white, not Killerwork, but Veteran Williams. And now, like I went to my brother's, and he has the all black loose collector one. That thing is gorgeous.
The loose collector ones are the ones they call the north, south, and east.
Yeah.
And west, right?
Or they're like he's Dilim of the east is the all black one. I think the gray one's north. But anyway,
either way, though, I really want to get my hands on one of those guys. Like those are the ones that I really want. But I know, Brick, you've shown me some videos and all like that. Like I'm a little nervous.
Because of the joints. And but I did get to play and handle. I got to play with one and handle one, and I mean, I can see how they get stiff. I know how to, heat them up. I'm not too worried about them, actually. But
the only reason I've stayed away for the Night Hunter or the loose collector ones is because they're so big.
Yeah, on BBTS, when it was pre-ordered, they put like a notice out that like there was going to be a long delay for QC issues. So I'm wondering if the ones coming from them are going to be a little bit improved on the ones that originally came out.
They might be, because now they're all in pre-order status again.
I mean, I know a lot of people were getting them, and like I got the notice saying that this has been delayed due to QC, and then mine just came in not that long ago. So
wait, you have one?
It's in my pile of loot.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say you haven't shown that. Okay, what color?
Not delivered yet.
The gray.
Nice.
Well,
like I would have loved to wait for you guys, but I've been waiting.
Oh,
go ahead, Jim.
My year was chock full of suck. A lot of problems with tariffs and taxes and trying to get things shipped to where I am in the jungle. But I did get a nice surprise. My wife picked up a box that's been waiting for me for actually a couple of months between transit. And so I was pleasantly surprised to get a Swarm Tracer for Christmas. It's been waiting in a friend's garage for a while. So I'm looking forward to doing some glow-in-the-dark fun.
Nice.
And then my other awesome, this was one I was really waiting for, is the Crusader Batman, the classic gray and blue, kind of the awesome Neil Adams vibe. Oh, yeah. He's awesome. So I'm going to try to figure out.
Probably my favorite Batman on the market.
I've got a Bratz car that I found. I'm thinking I might do a older, 70s style, Batman convertible kind of deal.
Oh, yeah.
So oh, man. That would
probably actually easily turn that into sort of looking like a 66 style Batmobile.
Right?
Yeah. But I want to do, the classic blue with the big yellow bat on there. And, the Neil Adams style. That's my favorite.
It's going to look fantastic. I can't wait to see it when you get that done. And what a way to end out 2024, right? Like best way. All right. So I want to run through some chat here. I've had Gaz's comment up. Welcome to the clubhouse, Gaz. Good to see you here. He said, now I don't know that G's silent, but I'm going to pronounce it. Mork was the name of the wolf in the Never Ending Story. We lost Alan.
Go.
So thank you for that.
I love the wolf in that. He freaked me out as a kid watching that movie.
And Chris saying, I just got my first Saurozoic warriors, and they are so cool. I've got some hang-ups about those guys for personal reasons, but they do look like fun, and they look like they would fit in with like your classic Ninja Turtle collection, which is awesome.
Motu stuff too. Will fit pretty well with Origins.
Yeah, about that size for sure. And Allison Troy joining us saying, Happy New Year's, popping in before dinner and champagne. Hope everyone has an amazing night. We'll try to pop in after I'm not too bubbly or busy. Crank calling dudes named Carl. If you're named Carl and you get a call tonight, that's our girl Allison.
If my brother calls me and says, hey, I got this weird call from this Allison lady, Do you know an Allison? I'll be like, yeah, I know an Allison. I said, your name's Carl, right? He's like, yeah.
I took Alan out real quick because he wasn't there. I don't want him to,
He's backstage again. Let's see.
Right. No, I popped him in, but he's not there. Is he there? Okay.
He's just off camera.
Okay. I didn't want him to be surprised. I was like, oh, I didn't know that.
Just off camera. We could see part of that beautiful beard and face. And Kenny holding up a Fugler.
These are the cutest ones they've made.
Patrick.
I got them for my kid, but they're so cool.
I love the fact that we've got a toy called a Fugler.
Well, they got a license with SpongeBob. Like, I have the turtle
and the Ninja Turtles. Well, I mean, Ninja Turtles is just basic standard thoroughfare. You get a Turtles license whenever you get your PhD in plastic. So
I'm so new to that. Today was the first time I saw that when you threw that in the chat.
Like, they have a whole end cap or a bin in the middle at Walmart where they're just standard colors and different the ugly faces like that. But then they had the 4 turtles, and then this is the first time I went to Target today, and this was the first time I'd ever seen these, so I had to grab them.
See, I'd only ever seen like the licensed ones. I had not noticed the unlicensed ones, so I have to keep an eye out for those. But a toy strictly based off the playability of being fugly.
That's awesome.
What a world we live in.
I did, Ian. I got it for my kid. I swear.
All right.
I did let my kid open them. They are his. They're going back in his room. All the other shit's mine.
There we go. So the man collects says, I ordered the Primal Kilowog, but they packaged the Night Hunter version in the box. So kind of a score because you got the more expensive one for the price of the cheaper one. I don't think I could complain about that. That's pretty sweet.
You can still strip them down, right?
Yep. Yeah, you can
can strip them down. He comes with all the parts. But this was just the cheaper option. I was like, you know what? Yeah, I'm going to do it. Ooh.
The only thing I wish is that the Night Hunter actually came with the shotgun that Veteran Williams comes with, because he doesn't. He only he comes with the
like a chain gun or something.
Yeah.
So I got my second CT toy. This is I got the brown vest, and now I got the blue.
He comes with this one. Hold on, hold on, guys. I'm going to bring you up.
No, you're good. You're good. That was cool. I got that today in the mail. It was all wrapped up in, stuff from AliExpress, like a big bag.
I'm tempted to get the Agent Venom from the CT. It looks pretty good.
Yes, just make sure you get the CT one.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You have to look for it to say there are other ones that aren't.
I think one of their shops got shut down recently, though, right? I'm sure they popped another one back up, but
yeah, that's how it goes. Like those jersey sites where if you want to order a fake jersey from, sports stuff. Sorry, Brick, sports stuff. Sorry.
Bootleg people.
I thought you were talking about New Jersey, so.
Yeah. Bronco jerseys, baby. Bronco jerseys. No.
I'm going to run down here as we got a couple more people just jumping in it from the chat. We got Paul Morales here. What's going on, brother? Thank you for hanging out with us. KJ Smith in the house. Sup, peeps? What's going on, KJ? And Tasty Cake says, oh, yeah, I know something you're getting for your birthday, Oz, but I've got to travel to another timeline now. Oh, okay.
I think he's going to bed.
Don't spoil it for me. I like surprises. Ish. As long as I don't have a knife in my hand, you'll probably like giving me a surprise. I'll put it that way.
Yay.
Allison's mentioning, speaking of wolves and never-ending stories, my ex's mom wears a T-shirt with an airbrushed wolf howling at the moon. I asked her if it was a self-portrait. She said it was not.
She was lying.
I can totally hear her voice.
Right? Yeah, totally do. Frankie Rivera is here with us. What's going on, Frankie? Thank you for jumping on here, hanging out with us tonight. Hylian Dread in the chat. What's up, brother? It is always good to see you, my friend. Thank you for being here.
Hello.
And we have, here we go. Chris is mentioning, I would love a 1/12 to 1/10 Superpowers-esque Batmobile, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Come on, McFarlane. You're making every other Batmobile under the sun. Get to it.
Tad.
The Bratz car is kind of 112-ish, and it's an older one that's kind of based on a Maserati convertible design, so it's kind of got the look. I'm trying to figure out how to do the bat wings off the back, but I'm tinkering. I'll figure something out.
You can do it.
Allison mentions Ed. Tell your brother it wasn't me. It was the other kids.
Alexa, stop.
Just
And
use a piece of plastic from a tub or something, Jim. Make the wings.
There you go.
Glue them on.
There you go. And John from the Collecting Brothers, as we all know, Josh is just AI, says, "Hey dudes, have a fun show." That indeed we will do, and I hope you have a fun night as well. And again, if you want to join us a little later, I know I sent you the link. All right, so we're going to be doing a bit of a giveaway tonight. Ken has a gaggle. We're going to call it a gaggle. I don't know if that's the correct term for it. A gaggle of prizes for us to give away. And he said we're allowed to give 2 out before he shows here. And he even told me which ones we're allowed to give out. So we are permitted to give away Star Wars Wrecker from the Bad Batch, as well as RC.
Nice.
So
RC.
we are going to be giving away some cool stuff here.
Oh, gotcha. ARCE.
RC. Yep. Then we also have over here Lady J and Flint. And if I remember correctly, this is to be a 2-pack, according to Ken. You also see the Red Okami Ninja here, as well as the Delta 17 comic book. And then we also have the Elite Series. I'm pretty sure this is Elite. It's kind of covered up by the 10K giveaway top portion there. But yeah, Elite Series Ultimate Warrior. And that's pretty cool. This is exactly how he looked right before he passed away. So, yeah, lots of fun stuff. Let's get things kicked off here since there are 2 that we're allowed to give away, either RC or Wrecker. Who should we be giving away first? We want to go Transformers or Star Wars?
Star Wars.
You want to do Star Wars? All right. So if that's the case, let me get things set up here.
Yes.
I'm going to remember how to do this. Present. I'm going to share screen. See if I can remember how to do this. Here we go. Giveaway tool. That's the one we want. All right, guys. We are going to do hashtag Wrecker.
Wrecker.
Are we allowed to enter?
Yes. Straight. We are. Happy New Year. Thanks, Ken.
Allowed to
Yeah,
enter.
for my son, I should probably do this one.
You know, I'm sharing screen. I hope everybody can see it. Hashtag Wrecker. Okay, I look on my YouTube page over here. There we go. So go ahead, drop that hashtag into the chat, folks. We're going to start seeing them come in here in a moment. Oh, the numbers are climbing. I see 7 entries already.
Wrecker.
Hashtag Wrecker. Let's go. Let's go.
Hold on, Oz. I got to jump in onto mine.
Yep. That's why I always have YouTube up in a separate window here. I could totally hit hashtag Wrecker. I'm excluding myself, however. There you go. Alan's telling you. And guys, also make sure you hit that like button too. It's been talking shit all week. All week. It's only Tuesday.
Yeah, we heard you.
We were just here like 3 nights ago. Now we're back. It's the fun part about the
I am
holidays.
hopefully optimistic that we will thrive in 2025, but the fact that it starts on Wednesday, which means we get WTF for the beginning of the year, I don't know.
Starts on a hump day.
That's
Hey,
true.
yeah, right? Starts on a hump day. You know, Thanos always gives us the good hump day love. Just saying.
That's right.
Screw hump day. Not
This was a wrong.
that meme I sent you earlier.
I'm never getting humped on a hump day, so you know.
That's what it was.
Yeah, me and Cobb were just talking about that.
That's so funny.
I actually have that one, Alan.
Kotal Khan.
It's pretty cool.
Freaking
raw
love Kotal
find.
Khan.
It was like $5.
Yeah, I
Where
think
was
that's
that?
about.
It's a sweet figure.
It was a
I'm
Ross
gonna-
find. You
I'm
think?
gonna
I think Boba Fett
feels
Gaming
more
might have
involved.
been drinking.
Alan, is yours all bloody?
No, mine has no blood.
Oh, that one's a great one. I got a bloody one. but
And
I'm gonna.
Yeah, I
I'm just
haven't
gonna
seen
feel
that
his
at
roar
Ross.
off the monkey.
Oh, there he is.
Definitely
Check.
gives off a little of the Aztec vibe there, which is
Yeah,
my neck of the
I've been
woods
wanting
here.
to repaint him.
all right, Boba Fett Gaming did finally get it in there. Hashtag wrecker. Finally got it in there.
Third or fourth attempt, he got it in there.
And Sean Tate saying wrecked him, damn near killed him. Yeah,
Boom.
classic.
Wrecker, I just met her.
Whoa.
Heyo.
Gotta buy her dinner first.
Typically.
Depends on the girl.
If I'm sprinkling too much, y'all let me know.
Oh, you're good. You're good. Trust me, if it's bad, I'll mute you. But I muted Greg a couple times this weekend. It's a constant plastic wrinkle. And TJC, who, speaking of milestones, this guy right here finally hit that 200 sub count tonight.
Nice.
Well deserved. He deserves so much more. TJC saying, Happy New Year's, legends. Appreciate the shout out earlier. Well, you just got one more, brother. And you know what, guys? If you're not already subscribed to TJC, get over there. Head to his channel and subscribe.
I must say, Oz, you have collected a consortium of miscreants that is par excelente.
You know what? I'm just, I draw them in. I love them. and that's how it goes. That's just how it goes. I can't.
With emphasis on the loves us.
I do. I do. I love every one of these guys. All of them. And we got Bees Battlegrounds saying it brings everyone together. And you know what? It does. It does. We're all outcasts from just about everywhere. And you know what? This is where you belong.
The island of misfit toys. It's beautiful.
For sure. Thank you, John. Thank you. I like having a place where we can all hang out, have a good time, and just be ourselves and enjoy the toys, enjoy the plastic. Oh, we've got Dylan. Hello. Happy almost New Year, everyone. Dylan, it's good to have you here, brother.
Dylan.
I do. Every time. Dylan, you son of a bitch. What's the matter? CIA got you pushing too many pencils?
He didn't make it to the chopper.
No, he did not. He lost both of his arms. Surprised he didn't get cast as Jax. We out here enabling each other. Ain't that the truth? Like, we were talking about that a little earlier while we were live with Ken. It's like you go watch a deep dive history video with Ken and you're like, damn it, I totally remember that toy. And now I want to go buy one.
I watched.
Oh, he totally. Yeah, he sent me in a rabbit hole. I started getting into the bigger adventure team Joes, and then he's like, well, there's those Japanese guys, the Micro Man, and it's like,
Oh, nice.
It gets bad. It gets pretty expensive.
So you got the cyborg. What was he called?
Cyborg Henshin. I have
Henshin Cyborg. Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, that's what's under his loincloth.
Whoa.
Oh man, you're not supposed to show that. That's private, man. You just took all his power away.
That feels naughty.
Poor dude.
Well, it is New Year's Eve, so it's okay.
Oh yes, love the Henshin cyborgs, man.
Right?
They're very cool.
I would love to have that in.
Tip of the hat to Ken for showing me the history and how the Joes connect with the Japan toys and all the cool stuff.
Oh, dude, there's a lineage of like G.I. Joe, Micronauts, right?
Yep.
Transformers. Yeah. It's beautiful.
Yeah, his toy history stuff is excellent.
He did a walkthrough of his collection that I just watched today. And he's got some packed shelves. And it went by pretty fast. But he's got a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
Ken's got grail pieces that would make most collectors drool in his collection. Like he's got quite a few, but what can
Ken's
we say?
Lucky. He just gets drunk on the wrong car, bus, train thing, and then finds some vintage piece.
Find something awesome.
Yeah,
and I love the fact that he doesn't just go for the vintage toy, but he goes for the packaging,
the actual original
different
package,
variants.
The original styrofoam Ken and I
Right.
had at least a 20-minute conversation on the Diaclone convoy because he had the foam that was made like as a repurpose, and yet he still was like went and sought after the original packaging that had the correct spots for the pilots and everything else. And just, but again, I mean, that's Ken curates a collection for a museum.
Mm-hmm.
Without a doubt. Like, he doesn't want just repros and stuff like that. He wants fully original, the best he can.
He's
And
the
he
Bruce
tries.
Wayne of toy collecting.
Yeah,
Indeed.
a little bit. Now, speaking again
would that make Ralph his Alfred?
Oh, definitely.
It does suck that his parents were killed, but sorry, Bruce.
Yeah.
That's what you do.
I have had the pleasure.
As soon as
I've
the
had
little kid says, "I want to be Batman," first thing you do is kill their parents and get them on their way.
Totally. I've had the pleasure of being at his house a couple of Thanksgivings ago, and it's totally true, man. He's got so much. I'm not going to say much more, but it was kind of amazing and a little bit overwhelming to see how he rolls. So I'll leave it at that. But he's got some good stuff, man.
Yeah, it is. All right, guys. # Wrecker. If you're into the Star Wars goodness, make sure you get that in. We've got 20 entries, but we've got 40 people watching right now. That's only 50%, guys. Come on.
Well, to be fair, the other 50% are those who believe Star Wars ended at Jedi. I'm just saying.
That's true. Probably.
Sucks for you.
I'm not a hater. I'm just saying.
Oh no, we know you're not, Jim. No, by all means. Like, I was just gonna say, I kind of agree with Brick, because it kind of sucks to be you. There's a lot of fun, great Star Wars post Jedi.
Yeah, dude.
Clone Wars were fun.
See, now Ken mentioned that he's got a rocket firing Boba Fett. Well, I've got a vintage collection Boba Fett that looks like that Boba Fett. Just saying.
That
It's
is
one of my
cool.
favorite figures. Absolutely love this. Oh, there you go. Leave a like for a Largo, or leave a like or a Largo. I mean, you can leave them. I'll take them. We'll take Jim any day. We love it. And there we go, guys. Make sure you get that # Wrecker in for sure. Ken says I'd be dead in Quebec, Allison, as I can't speak French. I just go in and go oui to everybody. I can't even call Quebec. I can't. I'm not allowed to call them anymore. Too many prank calls with only knowing to tell people how you love them and you dream of them in French. And then the Mounties call you up and tell you if you ever call back again that they're going to come get you. All right, guys. Well, I tell you what. We've got 21 entries. I'm going to leave it up for just about another minute here. Damn, I kind of want to get into some of this plastic, though, in the meantime. So, a highlight of 2024, though, is definitely the story of Ken getting blitzed, supposed to be meeting with a friend, gets in an Uber that was supposed to be a bus, going in the wrong direction, somehow ends up getting home with a mint in box, or not quite mint, but mint enough for Ken's collection. He's got standards, folks. He doesn't slum it out in the sewers of that sewer playset. And yeah, came home with a near mint condition in box Ninja Turtle sewer playset. Who does that? Only Ken. Only Ken would do such a thing. And one of those amazing co-stars, the highly articulated, saying aloha nerds. Now, I will say this, guys, if we're still feeling up for it tonight, we're going to try to possibly do something we have never done for a Clubhouse New Year's, which is take this to the furthest time zone within the U.S., which is Hawaii time.
Oh, nice.
We're going to see if we can make it all the way there for Adam, just so he can join us for a bit. And the only reason I'm really saying that we're going to try that is mostly due to the fact that last weekend we ended up talking to like Cobb. What time was it, Kenny? Cobb, was it like? It was like 7:30 in the morning my time. We were just talking backstage. That
man.
Yeah, I think
I bounced
I was
to like
almost
5.
I was almost
you guys
off,
are still
so-
going strong.
Yeah, my
Yeah.
shift was almost over because I was like, "Oh, only got a half hour left." Yep.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, I thought
Yeah.
I stayed up late that night. Jesus
Yeah,
Christ.
it was pretty damn late.
Basically, I could have just hit the go live button again, and then we could have just had Clubhouse Cafe. Oh, look, he says, "Good luck. I'll probably be asleep." Well, if you're going to be asleep, there's no point to stay up that late. You tell me how you're feeling, and we'll see if we can make it. And it just hit New Year's in Puerto Rico because that is what, Atlantic time. That is the first time zone. So
Give us some
happy New
fireworks,
Year's to
Penzo.
Puerto Rico. I already heard them.
Wait,
Yeah, give us some fireworks. You're the only one with the magical eye product.
Woohoo!
There
Yeah, I
it
forgot how to
is.
turn those on. How do you turn those on?
Right? I know you got them, Brick, but you're not on your phone, are you?
It's not my phone. I'm on a different one. Let's see. Anyways,
Gotcha.
as long as your software is updated, it should be on there.
Yeah.
We got Robert Streben joining us tonight saying, "Good evening to you all. I just got on here." Well, thank you for joining us tonight, and thank you for jumping into the giveaway. Folks who are just joining and haven't had a chance to yet, hashtag Wrecker gets you in for a chance to win Wrecker of the Bad Batch, easily one of the coolest of the Bad Batch. Anybody named Wreck, Wrecker from Transformers, all of them. Freaking
Does anybody
amazing.
here have Wrecker?
What, from Bad Batch? I don't.
Yeah.
I kind of didn't want to go down that rabbit hole, and then I started collecting Mandalorians. So
I did get that little 4-pack at Ross of the Bad Batch with the 3 3/4.
Oh, that's
that
a
one.
good, for the vintage collection.
Yeah,
Up at Ross?
love Ross, man.
I have the nacelle.
I wish my Ross carried shit like
RoboForce
that.
Hey, now you
wrecker.
went there.
That's as close as I get.
Right?
Looking
Yeah, the only
forward to
wrecker
some
I
more
had was
RoboForce love next year. Hopefully, put out some other guys.
I got a wrecker from Rescue Squad or Rescue Here
Nice.
Rescue Bots.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was one of Connor's, and honestly, I don't get the point. Like, he's a bulldozer and he's called Wrecker, but he fixes stuff. I don't know.
You should have a wrecking
Well,
ball.
a tow truck is called a Wrecker, so maybe that's where it comes from.
That could be it. And we've got 1-6-shooter Trevor saying, "Happy New Year, boys." Trevor, Happy New Year's to you, man. Let me know if you want to jump on. We'll throw you the link real quick. You can join us for a little bit if you got time. No, you could be busy, but why not? Let's go ahead and shoot Trevor that link real quick.
quick question:
Try to multitask.
Is this
Yes.
shoulder too much for monkeying?
That looks good.
That looks good.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Yeah.
that's a King Grayskull piece.
Splinter.
Oh, okay.
Splinter. Oh, sure.
Yeah, Splinter
So
had.
kind
What's the body?
Scar King from the King Kong toys.
Oh, that's right. That's the one you're holding up earlier.
Yeah,
Did he not have some red on him earlier still?
I
Or did
painted
you?
it.
While we've been hanging out?
Yeah,
Sorry.
Okay, gotcha.
yeah. I have very low standards, so I can work quickly.
You're also not as lazy as I am. Good job.
I'm
He is
digging the
Long
Black
enough for
Lion.
you, that's all that matters.
Very cool. Do they come with like little mini pilots, or is it just the lions?
Just the Lions. Yeah, they're
Oh, that's still cool.
it's like the 40th anniversary ones. I have the big boxed one. Like I have this one,
Nice.
but I didn't want to open it because it's really cool as display.
Yeah.
And I found the other colors at Target. Like I had gotten the black lion when it first came out, but then I never found the colored lions. And then when I went today, I found the Fugglers and I found every other lion I needed.
yeah.
So I said, now I could keep that one in box and still make Voltron. Yay.
Bonus.
So I turned my light on to show you guys I'm cleaning out all of my shoe hanger toys.
Moving out
All
to the
these
garage.
ones have migrated into the other room.
Ooh.
Oh, wow.
So, I mean, I still got a lot to do. But then all like that closet behind it is all my comic books, and all those are going to come out and move into a different area. And then,
So do those shoe hangers stay up from future figures, or are you moving the shoe hangers to the other room?
I'm going to move them to the other room because right now I have like one whole wall lined with shoe hangers. I'm going to line the whole, like the other opposite wall. So.
Such a great idea. Like, it really is.
I like them because I can look, and it's like, you know, instead of putting them in a bin where you don't even know what's in the bin after a while. Like,
How are you putting them on the wall?
If you need access, that's the good way to do it.
Right? So, I wanted to...
What you got there, Oz?
Well, that's the killer work here, but I did want to pull up Adam's chat. He was like, wait, how do I win Ken's collection? And... hashtag Ken's Super 7 Thundercats Ultimates. There we go. Adam's just going to try to win the whole thing.
Yes, you did that right, Adam. You got it.
Oops.
My AWOCs have had more playtime in the Cat Slayer than my Thundercats.
That's
right.
As
But
it should be.
Great.
The Cat Sanctuary.
All right, guys, we got 24 entries. We got 45 people watching. Guys, seriously, like 30 more seconds. Hashtag Wrecker. If you want a chance to win Wrecker from the Bad Batch, you better drop that hashtag in the chat. That's just the first of many giveaways. And I'm trying not to have too much. I'm just going to mute myself here. Y'all can see me.
Oh, and we're dead. What's going on? I step away for... All right, no, sorry, man. Now that you gave me the power. Shiny Plastic People Chris also got that Netflix. That's Voltron.
Cool. Nice. And
he also has a Netflix Voltron. I don't remember. Was that Netflix Voltron as big as the one that you've got, Kenny? You're going like that. You're like, a little bit.
Slightly smaller from my knowledge.
Gotcha.
The Netflix one.
Very cool.
They look good, though. Damn,
I enjoyed that Netflix, Netflix Voltron.
Does anybody remember Transor Z?
Majinga Z. Yes, I do.
I was fascinated by that when I was a kid because there was a lady robot every now and then who had rocket boobs.
Aphrodite A.
See, you know.
She still has those boobs, but sure.
I'm like, that's so weird. But
it's very Japanese. I was more of a Big O fan, but Mazinga's
got
cool.
Fists that fly off. Why not? You know.
Sure. All extremities are
justice.
Machine gun Ghiblies.
Gunbots.
I hear. What's that? What are other folks opening up right now? This figure has been rad and fun. She looks like a little Ripley.
Yeah,
she does. Cosmic Legion's gun.
Yeah, because you know.
I was like, damn, that thing's big.
Because holding a gun as tall as you are is kind of neat.
Yeah, it is. I'm digging it. All right, so Big M joining us here tonight, saying, "What's good, everyone? What's going on, Big M? If you want a chance to win Wrecker from the Bad Batch, make sure you put in that hashtag Wrecker." And Dylan does mention, speaking of, my Primal Kilowog shipped, should be here Saturday. I'm hoping the Primal series means a Sasquatch and Yeti. We'll have Primal releases as well. I'll army build the hell out of those.
I can't wait to make a Beast Man out of that Sasquatch.
Did anybody else get a shipping notice from Savage Crucible?
You know what? You mentioned that it might be the feet, right?
I don't know because I didn't get any that. Well, no, I did get the. That's probably what it is. Como's feet because it said Como, and I was like, I didn't order a second.
Travis just got a shipment of feet in today of like the 80 Savage Crucible that he bought from the thing. But when he got the shipment notice, it said Como and then all the other names of the characters that he bought. So they listed the feet individually as a shipping notice.
Yeah. Yes, they posted an update about that. So
get that, but.
I was hoping it was the wave 2 of the Kickstarter.
Can I ask how you got it? Was it an email? Was it a Kickstarter?
It was email, but I didn't get Como through the Kickstarter. I ordered it from their website. afterwards because I just wanted something from the first wave because everything I got was from wave 2 and 3.
Mm-hmm.
Which I kind of wish I got some of the Blizzard slates, but I didn't because I'm a sucker.
I got mine off the table, so I ain't getting no damn replacement feet.
If you contact him, you probably could.
Yeah.
I really didn't have too many issues with Como though, but I didn't really try to stand him other than when I was taking pictures of him either. So
Right. Yeah, no, I'm just excited for the ball and chain warrior. Gonna have my Conan representation. And actually I was just talking with David today, Motu Origins Cork, and I was mentioning how Origins wise I haven't been able to find Casey Jones over here. And he's over in Ireland, but he's got contacts all the way through Germany, and they got Smites. So he's got some contacts going to go get 2 Casey Jones. One, just to have a straight up Casey Jones in my collection because he's the most badass Ninja Turtle character ever. And the second one, because I want to use that dark gray hair head sculpt for a Conan. So, all right, guys, I guess we're gonna run the thing here with only.
Ken's getting impatient.
He is. He's shaky. Now, guys, you got to reach out to Ken. You can hit him up through IG. You can hit him up through Facebook if you got it, but you got to hit up Ken for this giveaway. Yeah. Otherwise, you don't give me your contact info. I'm not going to be able to get it to you because I don't have it. Ken does. All right, guys. Am I sharing screen yet? Is it showing?
Yep, you're good.
You are.
Okay. It takes up the full screen and I can't see. So we're going to do draw. It's draw.
Who gets Rekka?
Hey! Yeah! All right.
Holding
Good
hands.
job, Chris. You did a thing.
That's right. That's right. And definitely reach out to Ken. You got his contact info. Reach out to him, and he will hook you up with Wrecker.
Now Chris can make a record, drink some blue milk.
And go Broncos.
That's right.
I got this guy coming in too. I got the second payment.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Who is that from?
The Medi Toys or Memory Toys or Hero Toys or.
Sorry.
Oh, it's the Voltron. Okay.
That's what's making the noise. I thought me undoing some plastic over here was actually starting to sound like actual freaking words.
I saw that
When you put it together,
for,
I guess.
for pre-order too.
Oh,
Not
that
at
goblin
5K,
looks good.
But decent toys, I want to say. Yeah, those goblins look really good. There's like 3 different versions of them. One's like a cook, one's like a warrior, the other one's like a hunter.
Mm-hmm.
Which is funny though, because the ones in Warcraft to me were always inventors. None of those job classes are an inventor.
They have like some little gadgets and stuff.
They do.
But yeah.
Oh man.
It's actually one thing I'd really like to see is them do like the heritage armor pieces. It's like the goblin had like little like rocket launcher off the shoulder, like the goblin and stuff.
He is a gorgeous looking wolf.
How many heads did he come with? Did he come with the one with the cigar?
Hold him up too.
Hold on here. So one of the head sculpts drop, but that's the standard closed mouth, no cigar. Then of course you got the open one.
Oops. Very nice.
And then I got to reach down here and go grab the other one that rolled out of the package as I was opening them up.
Hate when that happens.
So what you're saying is close, but no cigar?
No, he's definitely got a cigar, but it's a little bent.
Okay.
Yeah, all my cigar's bent too.
A little bent, but he definitely has a cigar.
I think it's supposed to be a little.
It's got to be, yeah, probably part of a skull, or at least
Wood from Trigun. His cigarettes were always crooked.
Yeah, carrying them in the soft pack. So, just pulling them out here. Initial impressions. I'm digging the joints. Like it's got that good ratchet feel when it pops, like, into place as you move it. I got to get down to some of these leg joints.
The only issue I have with mine Oz is the 1 foot. I don't know if it's the left or the right foot, right at the ankle. It got loose. It got loose a little bit. So,
well, no, both of mine are feeling pretty tight.
Good.
And they got the good rocker too. Ooh, nice. I didn't realize that. Wow. I didn't realize it was going to rock that good.
Yeah, it's a heavy figure, so it's good that they have the joints that can handle the weight.
Right. And, that's what, because Tony was talking about his Kilowog now. He's got the actual Night Hunter. Is that what you called him, Ed?
Yeah.
He's got that one. He didn't have the primal one here, but he said his, like, the legs got real loose.
At the hip.
And he's having trouble standing because of how heavy he is, like how top heavy. And I could totally see that being an issue because he is very top heavy.
My White Tiger Blade Master Wang has the same issue from that company because the top is so heavy.
But with the digitigrade joint, like you could make some really decent kind of.
I definitely ended up putting mine on a stand because that definitely helps with the weight.
Oh yeah.
You got
Keeps
the
him from
waist stand. Yep.
Yeah. Otherwise, he's so heavy up. He wants to topple over.
Yeah, I'm going to have to get myself one of those too.
helps.
Plus, it keeps the weight off the joints.
Yeah.
I might actually just go for one of the. Damn. Got him standing on his own perfectly fine right in front of the laptop.
Yeah, I haven't had any problems having him stand. I mean, I put him on the turntable and everything, but
nice.
Can you see him right there? No, he's just kind of out of focus from the camera. Yeah.
Yeah, mine stands just fine. It's just that one ankle joint got loose, but
Oh, mine's doing pretty good.
if I don't balance them just right, over time they'll just slowly rock over.
And again, just a little size comparison here. Now, I have his legs kind of bent, so this is not even like fully standing up straight.
Hold on, Oz, let me blow you up.
Yeah. That's next to Fisher Rice, and you see their feet are at the same level. And again, I bent his legs into that kind of like walking pose.
Yeah.
So he's like a good 1.5 almost 2 inches over this.
Yeah.
And I like the extra added articulation in the tail here. Now I almost want to see a foxtail like this because I think that might be kind of cool.
Yeah.
But
that's what I was saying. Like the loose collector wolves are like an inch taller than that one. So
than this guy.
Huge.
Wow.
on camera he's reading like closer to black. Is that true?
Yeah. He is looking quite a bit like I thought in the photos he was really dark. If I hold him up here in the light, he definitely has that gray look. So that must have just been like the photo lighting. But like sitting down here in that, it's almost like charcoal, like a charcoal gray.
They
really
painted them a little
gray.
darker than the actual Night Hunter.
But I'm not bad about that though. I actually don't mind that at all.
No.
And
Did we
honestly,
say hi to? Sorry.
Well, I've been waiting to get a good killer werewolf figure for quite some time, and ever since I've seen Sebadom sculpts, it's like, ooh, I'd love to have that. So the fact that I've got one in my collection now checks a big box for me.
Highly in Dread agrees with you. Anything werewolf is a double thumbs up. Music Van is here. Says hello to Oz and chat. The rest of us can, piss off. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah. Everyone have a great New Year's, he says.
You too, Jeff. Whoop, he did fall over just now, but I did shake the table a little bit. I might put one of these purple gang bandanas around his arm.
There you go.
Legends Collector is asking again, and just to clarify for him, is the paint different on the Primal compared to the Hunter?
I can't answer as I don't have one of those here in front of me.
It seems like it when Ed comes back. If you could both hold them up, but it looked like the case.
Can you do we have a layout for just two of us side by side?
Well, there is, but I don't know which two will pop up. Let's see. Oh, look at that.
Okay, so that's just going to do us. And then move Ed and I right next to one another if you can, Brett.
Yours looks darker.
Yeah.
Yeah, mine's definitely darker.
The primals are darker.
Yeah. He's a real, like I said, charcoal, almost black.
Yeah.
I like it. I think it's
I
beautiful.
love it.
And if anybody's wondering what
Wait,
the
that layout
scale
was
is
kinda
for the
rad.
rest of the Monster Force.
Yeah, I don't mind this layout. I kind of
That
like
layout's all right.
Except, wait, people are missing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, that's all of us.
it. Yeah,
This
this is
is-
all of us.
This
We're
is
not
how
a
they scale to
full-
the rest of the Monster
Optical
Force.
illusion.
It's like a card back or a yearbook.
The cross
dig it.
sale.
Now we got the cross cell going now. Cross cell layout. That's what we're calling it.
We got to do our poses like we just took our senior pictures.
Oh wait, what you got there, buddy? What you got there? Thanos?
The McFarlane dragons that were at Ross.
Ooh, the
Ooh,
two
we
head.
never got those.
Those posed dragons.
Yes.
But they're still pretty.
Dragons
They're
Now-
100% pretty.
Oftentimes, we're going to talk about a highlight of 2024, and then we're also going to talk about something that or at least I'm really looking forward to in 2025. The announcement of the dragon and
What
looking
dragon?
forward to the dragon.
Is
Have
it
you
dragon?
not heard, Ed?
I haven't heard about a dragon.
Oh, man. Let me tell
is
you
it big?
a little bit. Oh, it's big. It's big.
Is
It's
Bonita
bigger than
fish big?
Lawrence.
Who's making the dragon?
Bonita Applebaum.
That would be our good friends over at the Four Horsemen Studios.
those guys.
They're always up to something, and man, I got to tell you, they made this dragon. Alan's seen it in person, Brick's seen it in person, myself, and
Mhm.
I got to tell you that friggin' dragon. Even if you're not collecting anything else, Mythic Legions, you know, if you just like dragons, period, this thing,
And you have to have
It's-
space. Space.
Have a dragon
Who
plant.
cares about space? You know what? You solve your space danger by selling your house. You don't have to worry about confining your toy collection if it's not within four
Just take
walls.
over another room.
And
I'm laughing because I'm looking at you and I know you've got an Eternia. I'm looking at Thanos. He's got an
Cat Slayer's
Eternia.
coming.
He's got a cat. I know. So I'm like, okay.
well, that's they
You
got
got
those so
those.
that they can put the dragon on top of them.
Yeah.
There you
Yeah.
go.
I feel like that dragon is going to crush one of those play sets. Just like,
Oh, it looks, yeah, it does look super
It-
heavy. Hey, let's
They've
say hi
s-
to our friend. What's up?
Eldor.
Eldor.
In a
He's
minute,
coming to
Eldor.
us.
Happy New Year on
Future
Eternia,
of
sir.
Yeah, man.
Oh,
Gentlemen,
and you know,
I hate to say this, but I have to go, man,
Okay.
because I got to go to the hospital. I got to find parking in the parking garage and all that fun stuff. So,
Kenny,
you guys have a happy New Year. If I can't get back on, because I'll be in the hospital room. But
real quick,
yeah,
biggest highlight of 2024.
I'd say purchasing and getting Eternia for me. Like as
Yeah.
far as just toys and stuff, that's like the
It's
anticipation
grilled
of getting it and being able to put it together, get the stickers on like I was a little kid again, and getting it all set up. That was pretty cool, as far as that goes.
Yeah.
And of course, every Saturday being on with you, cool sons of bitches. That's another highlight. I tell you.
We
I
love you,
was
Kenny.
just figured my-
Another highlight of mine is for sure Kenny coming back to the fold here and joining us on the clubhouse.
I appreciate you guys, and hope you guys. I'll be watching at the hospital, but if I have some kind of weird spot I could get on, I will. But if not, you guys have a good one and Happy New Year. Wait,
Watch
Happy
out
New
for
Year's
those
this one.
weird spots in the hospitals at nighttime.
Ooh, I know. I'm gonna go find me a good nurse.
Uh-oh.
Oh, it's not blowing up. What the hell?
It's not giving us the blow.
There we go. There we go.
There
Happy
it
New
is.
Year. All right.
Happy New Year. See ya.
Karen.
All right, guys.
See
See
you,
ya.
brother.
See ya.
You know, Adam's just really rubbing it in as he says he fondled the dragon. He did. He fondled it. He had hands on that dragon.
I was
We've got-
respectful, so you know.
Did you?
I hope
did
it
you
was
get consent?
consensual.
I mean, you know, it's just like, I understand personal space. I don't know about those Canadians, but
Right.
going fondling strange dragons.
We've got Tony's Figs here saying Happy New Year to all these legends. Happy New Year to you, Tony. Let me know if you're able to jump on. We'll shoot you that link real quick, brother. And Allison saying, if you like dragons, old men with beards, the smell of kombucha in the summer sun, Canadians getting lost on a bus or an Uber, werewolves, and jokes about dudes named Carl, you're going to love the clubhouse. Somebody write this down. We need to record it for next year. We're going to start doing
I was going to say, and if you add doing this, you could just add at the end there. You'll love Legion's Gone.
Yeah,
She pretty much she hit the nail on the head.
she definitely did. Definitely did. And we've got Alexander here, Drunk Gizmo Customs. If you guys like all those sweet fountains that you see in all those awesome pictures from Trevor and all those Mythic Legions stuff, this is the guy you need to talk to, Drunk Gizmo Customs. He makes amazing fountains. Saying howdy, Alexander crew, and Happy New Year. Alexander, hey, if you want the link, hit me up, brother. We'll shoot it to you. You can jump on and have fun with us. Oh, Adam says, I didn't ask. It was making eyes at me. It knew.
See what it was wearing?
It knew it wanted some. I mean, it was just asking for it. It was sitting there looking all buttery good.
I love the anatomy on that thing. That's really cool.
That is rad.
It's got like a elongated torso. It's almost like it's anthropomorphic. It's cool.
Yeah. Right. And then you got like the different versions too. So yeah, I like these dragons. I wish they moved.
So that one's a wyvern?
No, it looks like it has little arms. Didn't the
the
dark
one
one have little
does
tiny
the black
arms?
one have arms?
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
It's just they're really tiny.
Big
It's got little T-Rex arms.
So it's like a proto wyvern.
Right?
Yeah, I think it's a proto drake. Let me see what it says on here. So yeah, this is the red Highland drake, and the other one is black proto drake.
Nice.
Did we establish how manly Chris is? I just, he won a toy. He wants to let everyone know that he took his manly bath and now is having a manly hard cider.
I'm just going to say, you know what? There are a lot of dudes that watch this stream from the shower and from the bath. I am flattered. I appreciate you all. Thank you.
If I had a bathtub, I'd watch it in the bath. But
I'm just
I
saying.
have often listened in the
Nothing
shower.
wrong with a good hard cider, though. Especially
Oh,
in the shower.
man.
We're looking forward to the needless ephemera from the hot tub.
There we go.
Bathtub.
That's right.
I'm going to have to roll, guys. My neurotic puppy is getting freaked out by the fireworks.
Aw.
But
Oh man!
Happy New Year! I got to go cuddle with
That
the
ain't
pup.
neurotic. That's natural.
Hey,
Look,
Jim,
great
real
to meet
quick.
you,
Jim, before you go, real quick, what'd you think about the Doc Savage from Mezco?
I like it. Their shadow was really good, so I've got high hopes for Doc Savage. Anything from the pulp era, I'm digging.
Yep.
So they're doing some good stuff, and
These
those
guys will
particular
tell you.
figures work with cloth goods really well.
Mm-hmm.
These guys will tell you when they showed that off, I was blowing up. I was like, "Oh my god, they're doing Doc Savage." Oh,
The
shit.
man of bronze.
That's
Good
right.
stuff.
And before you go, same question that Oz asked earlier. Highlight 2024.
Highlight 2024. Wow. Oh boy. There's been a lot of interesting stuff. I would have to say, honestly, and not just because I'm a huge fan of Ken, the Delta 17 comic was excellent. I love the toys. I'm loving the O-ring. Really, they did a great job on the comic. I'm looking forward to more of the story. Yeah.
Nice.
Nice.
Right on, man.
That's
Good seeing you.
I will say overall, Jim, it's been a pleasure to have you each and every, clubhouse that you've been able to jump on. Thank you for being here, brother. And I hope you have an amazing new year. And we'll
Thanks
speak
for
to
the
you
invite.
in 2025.
Yeah.
Right.
Love you guys and enjoy.
Yeah.
We'll
Yep.
see you in
Love
the
you
year.
too, Jim. Have a good New Year.
Later, Lord.
Great to meet you, Jim.
So Ken is like the overachiever of 2024, by the way. Because again, not only did he hit 10K subs, he hit 6K subs. He did all those kind of minuscule milestones. Dude launched a toy line this year. Delta 17 is available. And for a couple more days, you should still be able to get 20% off your Delta 17 toys. So, guys, make sure you're going and placing your orders now.
And also with Delta 17, they were probably the smash hit of Joe Fest this year. Everybody was talking about Delta 17.
Can't wait till we get another one next
Sorry.
year. Another Joe Fest.
I'm a little late on the draw there, Thanos. Could you get that up again? I'm still getting used to the controls. Got it.
Yeah, all the Warcraft stuff comes with like stickers, like decent amount of them. Same with the Diablo stuff.
They're like apologies for not having any
Not
articulation.
We need to talk to Todd about quit doing this to your box art, because like this would be a great backdrop. But we got to rip the plastic off.
We need
Why
to
is
talk
my alarm
about a lot of things.
Yeah, there's a couple of things. Like unarticulated action figures are just fucking statues, dude.
Yeah.
Don't there's no need to change that.
I know it's not his fault.
But like that's his license. He said it was the only way he was able to get the license, which I don't get. Like what Blizzard, Activision, Microsoft, whoever the hell owns them now, like other people are killing it with their product. It's like you might want to get a cut of that. But
that was my alarm to wake up to say Happy New Year's by in time for most of you guys.
All right.
I didn't think I'd be up.
I am.
Was that your alarm? Because I was just looking at my phone, going, "Why am I?"
All right. So that just goes to show you, all three of us use the same old man alarm, apparently.
Yeah.
Guys, real quick, I gotta go make some coffee, and I think I might pop outside real quick. But before I do that, I just want to play this really quick ad for our good friends, Purple Gang Gang.
Friends and toy collectors, heed our call. We need your help. The Purple Gang Gang have set a goal to hit 1,000 subscribers by our 1-year anniversary. That's this Saturday, January the 4th at 9 p.m.
For every 25 subscribers we gain, we will unlock another giveaway.
That's 12 giveaways in a 2-hour period. That's a giveaway every 10 minutes. And we're not giving away shelf warmers either. You have the chance to win Mythic Legions, Cosmic Legions, Valaverse, and even Mesco. And of course, the top prize is a HasLab Hiss Tank. Will you heed our call and help us hit our goal of 1,000 subscribers by this Saturday for your chance at greatness and one of these amazing prizes? If so, thank you.
Oh, we lost Brick.
Uh-oh.
We lost Brick.
Did he remove himself?
He probably pushed the wrong button. He says he'll be back in 2025 East Coast time. So,
all right, it's not too long.
No,
I got really high off these paint fumes. I think, like they hit me hard when I opened that box.
From the dragons?
Yeah.
Damn.
All right. I think I'm gonna hop off pretty soon. I made a little thing I was gonna present.
Go for it, dude. I'll bring it up.
Where it was at. It's just some pictures I thought were cool this year.
Yeah. Is this your highlight reel?
Kind of
dragon based weighted.
I wouldn't say it's weighted, but it's big enough that it they're sturdy.
It almost looks like he's pole dancing.
Yeah. I mean, I can use these for stripper poles for my slutty figs. So,
there you go.
I mean, it's like a double score with the dragons.
Right.
For whatever reason, my folder is not responding over here. So, you're live. Nothing wants to work.
Nope.
So, yeah, cool.
You got a highlight of the year?
Being on Punk Show and being on Brick Show, like that was cool to be on both those shows, and like, because honestly, I don't even know why you guys have me here. Like half the time, I can just kind of sit here, like
that's
because we love your face.
Yeah,
Thanos, I've been watching a lot of backlogs of the news from Brick, and you are man on the spot with those links, dude. And I bet every one of those I watch, I end up following 20 new people on Instagram.
Yeah, me too. So like, it's funny because I was when Brick made me a mod, I started doing that, and I was just like going to what he was. But then he gave me the list, so it makes it a lot easier now. But I was just like, every time I'd watch his show, I would like follow a bunch of people. So it's like, oh, I might as well share these, and kind of became a thing. He definitely shows off a lot of cool stuff, not just like toys, but like creators and stuff too. So it's a great show.
Yeah, a lot of photographers and things.
Yeah, and customizers and just like all kinds of stuff. So
Yeah,
I don't know what happened over here. I'm going to see if I can get this to load back up. But
while you're doing that, we'll say hi to Terrence real quick. What's up, Terrence?
Hey guys.
How's everyone doing? Uh-oh, he went back to the dark.
Is my sound okay?
Yeah, you sound fine.
Hear ya.
Did it work? I can't see. Nope. Yep, fireworks starting to go off again.
I'm surprised we haven't got them yet. I know they're going to start.
I just heard one right over here, right when you said that.
Yeah.
We were quieter than I was expecting. We went nuts about 6 p.m. as soon as it got dark here.
That's what happened here.
They might have blown their load. I'm lucky.
It was nuts about 6:30, and then it's died off until just now. I heard a couple more.
Yeah, everything was working fine until I actually wanted to do something. I don't understand.
Well, that's the way it goes. How's your New Year's Eve treating you, Terrence?
I'm doing all right. I'm dealing with the flu at the moment. I'm on the halfway through it. I mean, I went to a doctor yesterday morning. We've got the fireworks going on here. One of my 2 dogs is like freaked out because does not do well with loud noises, but so she's hiding. But no, I'm all right. I mean, I've been it's a weird thing when you get the flu. It's actually like you actually get downtime you don't normally get. So
I have the real flu or like that micro fog flu, whatever they're calling it now.
I didn't know that. I was diagnosed with having just the flu. So I mean, they gave me Tamiflu, and I'm taking meds, but I'm just very congested, achy. I normally
instead of shots of tequila, you're doing shots of Theraflu. Then
I would definitely do some shots of tequila right now if I had it. But yeah, no, I'm took some days off. I'm a bartender, not working New Year's Eve, which is unusual. But so Gina's happy about it.
Sort of.
I
never get New Year's Eve with him, so I was like, I never get New Year's Eve with you. I did not want either one of us to get the flu, and we both got the flu.
Yeah.
So I got to be careful what I wish for and how I ask for.
Now he's got the day off, and now you got to baby him like he's 5 years old again because he's sick.
Yes.
He's a man.
Did you take your medicine? Did you drink enough juice? Yes. Yep.
Well, I've got the man flu, so
that's right. It's worse than pregnancy and delivery, I'll tell you. The man.
Yeah, women just don't understand.
Yeah. I don't know. Oh, there's Thanos.
It's uploading right now.
Oh, okay.
So this is just like a couple of shots. Well, more than a couple shots, but just stuff I thought was cool that I took this year.
I liked your little reel you put up on, was it IG that you put that reel up with Cat's Lair with all the pictures?
Oh, yeah. I figure I might as well show off some of that stuff. I haven't seen anybody else have any breakage issues. Super 7 did get back to me. I sent him pictures, so like we'll see what we can do about it. So just waiting.
Yeah.
What broke? Tough.
One of the turrets, they were like packed in the top of the box, like directly on top of the box, and then the foam was under them, but there was like no foam over them to protect them. So that one broke, and then one of the clips on the cliff side in the back was busted. Kind of a bummer.
That turret is the way they packed it for how fragile that one little piece is. I can't believe that.
Yeah, I'm surprised they didn't have at least a layer of foam over the top. It's weird.
Well, they probably saved 5 cents per every package for that, so that's probably why.
Yeah, they lost it because they had to replace them.
Yeah.
Well, look what happened with all the attorneys that went out, and the people saying that they weren't boxed up well enough and all that kind of stuff, that there was not enough layer of cardboard or whatnot.
Yeah. So, my attorney was immaculate when it came in. I was shocked. Like, I was like, oh, wow. This is like pristine.
You're up now, Thanos.
Okay, so how do I... Okay.
I got it.
Okay. So yeah, this is just pictures I took. This is a pretty recent one, the Bro Toys variant.
Yeah, that armor is so awesome.
Yeah, the detail on it's really nice. I really like that figure, but the arms, like having almost no articulation between like the soft goods and the armor is kind of a bummer. but it's cool. Can I go through?
You have to scroll through.
Okay. And then this was my Hell Skull, but I thought the picture came out. This was for your guys' Toy Member, actually.
Oh, yeah.
That was fun, too. Like, that was a good time this year.
Yeah, that was fun.
Looking forward to next year.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Did you print that?
No, this is like I carved one of those comb your hair Barbies, and then just kind of like all the bricks are like brick by brick. It's a lot of cardboard, some foam, a lot of paper mache, some clay. The wings are from an old Toy Biz angel. But yeah, I just took a picture of it. And I hadn't actually taken a picture of it for a while, but Toy Member, you guys had the secret hideout or whatever. So I was like, oh, it'll give me a good opportunity to shoot this. It's funny as I set up like a ton of stuff around this and then end up cropping like most of it out anyway. But
that's the way it goes.
It was fun to set up. This was another one for Toy Member. I just was really happy with how that shot came out. It's kind of like a nod to the old mini comic.
That's a great angle for that pic too.
Oh, I love that Spirit of Grayskull in the back.
Yeah, that's a 3D print I bought like quite a while ago. The Castle Grayskull itself is just one of those like the mini containers, but I painted it up to give it like some detail. And then I put the Origins mask on the Battle Cat from Masterverse. You can kind of see its ear like poking up a little bit, but other than that, it worked pretty well.
I do want to apologize if you guys hear fireworks. I'm going to try to mute my mic, but I did come outside for a smoke while I'm waiting for coffee.
Oh, you're fine.
No worries.
Also, wanted to say Happy New Year's, Terrence. I hope you're feeling better. I know you and Gina have caught the bug.
Yeah, we're recovering. We're taking medicine and taking it easy, and but it's just it's one, it's weird when you first get sick and you know you're sick, and then you go take the medicine. It's almost like it has to get worse before it gets better, if that makes sense,
Yeah.
Yep.
So we're kind of in that stage. I think we're feeling things today that we weren't feeling yesterday, but hopefully that's it expelling itself from from the body, I guess.
Yeah, hopefully burn it all out.
Also, Happy New Year's, Thor. Happy New Year's to you. Enjoy Gladiator 2.
Thor.
And we did play the Purple Gang Gang ad for this Saturday for their big, hopefully they will hit that 1,000 goal.
All right. Yeah, we're getting really close to hitting. I looked at it about 15, 20 minutes ago, and we were getting pretty close to hitting the 775 mark, which would open up the Valaverse Swarm Horde from PowerCon exclusive. So we're getting there. I mean, it's a climb, but we've got some time, and I think as we get the word out, I think more people are going to jump on board.
Oh, I definitely think so.
And I think
I'm sorry,
tank is going to be a big, big thing that people are interested in.
Oh, for sure. All right, Thanos, carry on. Sorry for the interruption.
It's all right. And then this is this old movie Gul'dan, and then one of the Star Studios orcs. The goblet is from Elvira, but it's just kind of doing like him drinking the demon blood picture. I just thought it came out pretty good. This me having fun with my Plunderlings. I love this shot. Like I was so happy when I took this shot, even though there's just like the little piece of the hat over his eye, just kind of bugging me. But I don't know. These toys are super fun.
It looks
if you
natural.
don't have Plunderlings, like go get them.
Yeah, they're fun to take pictures of.
Yeah,
my sister is having a blast building a Plunderlings collection.
Is that one of the first ones you got, Thanos?
Yeah,
that one. Because every time I see that one, I always I don't know why I think of you for that one specifically.
Yeah, I've taken a ton of pictures of that guy.
Maybe that's
I don't even remember his name or which one it is, but they're super fun. The hat was like a little dollar store decoration. I put a screw in it because it's magnetized on his head, so you just like plop, little magnet hat. It was pretty fun. This one I was like super happy with. Like I ordered this little heart piece off AliExpress, and then just wanted Alithia ripping somebody's heart out, and I thought it came out pretty good.
Yeah, I liked that one.
That looks great. Nice depth of field. That's good.
Vitality.
Yeah, that was a really cool shot. I was super pleased with it. This was another one, like,
yeah,
it just kind of like came out like perfect. Just the skeleton Legion builder crawling out of the grass. There's a ton of like undead stuff around him, but just the close up on him was really cool.
That skeleton is awesome for photos.
Yeah. Lots of Mythic Legion in these. Just thought it came out cool. Darnog. Really super basic shot, but like I thought like the lighting came out really good on his eyes. I was pleased with it.
It almost looks like his eyes is glowing.
Yeah, there's just a hint of black light tracing across his face to get the eyes to pop like that. And then Cable with Baby Cable, kind of like a nod to him and Hope, but him and himself. I put one of those like cheap cloaks on him, and just like these little like cloaks that you can get for like a couple bucks off like AliExpress, totally worth picking up a bunch of them because they really do help the characters out.
Yeah, it looks freaking cool.
That Cable is one of my most missed opportunities of 2024 that I'm gonna hunt it down in 2025.
How much are those cloaks on AliExpress, Thanos?
Like $2.
Oh Jesus!
Yeah, they're like super cheap.
Do they have a lot of color options on them?
They have like the beige, a gray, and a black, and then they have like a little bit of damage like on the end of them. They're really good. They're cheap, but they're really cool.
Well, they're probably just like the GPS lot ones, right? And those are like $5 or $6 a piece, I think.
Yeah, I don't know. I've never got any of those ones, but
okay.
I might want to pick one or two up for my Mandalorians because, like, that plastic cape that comes with the Mandalorian, I can't fucking stand that thing.
Yeah,
I have a GPS lot one on my
capes, they're not that great. So like stuff like that's really cool. And then Hero and King Grayskull. The focus on Hero is a little off, but it's really good on King Grayskull, and it's more like black light effects made his staff glow pretty well. I just thought it was a cool picture.
Is that Rio Blast thing supposed to go live this week or next week?
January 6th, if I remember correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, they got me in for that one. I mean, I'm kind of unwinding from Motu, but I mean, I want to get all the original vintage characters and origins.
Me too.
Yeah.
And I hope they hurry it the F up.
All right. We got Dave's Dimension jumping in saying, looks great. Dave, if you want to join us live, brother, hit me up. I'll shoot you the link. And Henri says he found the first Cable at a local toy shop. Love the MIS price? Missed price? Are you saying it was missed price or the original price? Either way, it's a fucking fantastic figure.
Yeah. And this is just Bastet with like the cardboard insert that comes with her. Getting her in that low pose was a pain in the ass. Like I don't know how many times she popped apart at the torso, and I was getting like super frustrated with it. But I was very happy with how it ended up coming out. I mean, you can get like the movement out of these figures if you really, really put in the work, but sometimes it can be frustrating. But she's beautiful. I just love that figure so much.
Hey, man, you know, Trevor manages to get prototypes in all kinds of positions. So it's like they got to have that mobility there.
Yeah, but he's like a master artist. So, and then just Dubon kind of like walking away. I like the lighting on this shot quite a bit.
That shot tells a story.
Dubon's fun to photograph if you can get the hood just right, because that hood just clouds his face, and like this one here in your shot here, I was covering like just part of his face. It's such a cool figure to photograph.
Yeah, he's just a great character. I mean, like, you know, he seems to always be telling a story. Because I mean, I remember seeing somebody else had a photograph of him maybe about 3 weeks ago somewhere, and they had filmed it in the snow coming out of what looked like woods, but the way that they had, you know, lined up the figure to get the dimensions of the trees behind him and stuff like that, it looked like it was all in scale.
Yeah.
Just looked awesome. You know what I mean? Because you're trying to wonder what he's walking away from or what he's walking towards. And like you said, it just tells a story.
Yeah, he's got a ton of personality, and like Ed says with the cape, like it almost forces you to get into an angle that's interesting, just so you can kind of see his face and like you think. But this one, I was just like super happy with how the lighting turned out. I just really liked the shot. So yeah, that's it. I just wanted to share like some pictures that I thought turned out good this year. Awesome. I mean, obviously there's more of them, but. Back to my void.
Back to your void. Back to the infinite nothingness.
Yeah, my little lighting thing stopped working, so I don't even have the interesting colors swirling around anymore.
Oh, that's all that is one of those projectors?
Yeah, I just like throw it in the back, and then I just have the one light here.
I have one that does like the stars and the
That's what I was going to say. They just had one for Christmas and the white elephant thing. I was so pissed off because my whole family, they're like, oh, they sent out a group message, I guess, and then put me in it. And I was like, I didn't know we were doing a white elephant shit. And I was like, and I want that freaking star projector. And I was like, I can't even be in it because I don't got nothing put in here, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what happened to it. It just stopped working. So like maybe the bulb burnt out or something. I don't know. Kind of a bummer.
I've used mine for some background lighting. It works good. Like mine's the stars and the cosmos or something. It just has like purple and green kind of both getting stuff.
Yeah, this is like a kind of like clouds of red, green, and blue, and it'll just kind of like alternate. But
I've got one like that. My plan is to put it up behind mountain when it's going.
Yeah, it'll look good. All right, well, I am going to hop off because I'm sure these explosions are going to start pretty soon. My dog's going to start.
All right, we got 9 minutes to New Year's here, so Thanos, have a good night, brother. Have Happy New Year to you.
Happy New Year. I'll be in the chat.
All right.
So I'll still be watching. Later, guys.
Yeah.
See ya, Thanos.
9 minutes, huh?
Steve, how you doing? Thanks for stopping in.
So are we expecting Mega J to come on here and kill it?
I think Oz didn't send him the invite just so he couldn't. No, you're not welcome.
Was it a 2-year ban?
He wasn't on last year at New Year's, but he was the year before that. So
yeah.
What did Mega J do?
He was running the stream and he actually accidentally killed it like 30 seconds before midnight. So
I mean, that's terrible.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I meant. So
that's what that laugh made me think of, just how terrible that was.
Yeah. Terrence, I have a question for you.
Yeah, absolutely.
How are you affiliated with Purple Gang Gang?
So I originally was just a friend of theirs, and I met them at Legion's Con a couple of years ago, at 2023 Legion Con, and didn't know who they were. I just observed them basically helping people, and again, I mean, you went to Legion's Con this year. I'm not sure what your experience was, but I've always had a great experience at Legion's Con. Found it to be very different than a lot of the kind of crowded, pushy, shoving sort of cons I go to elsewhere. And witnessed them just like literally helping people get stuff from where they had bought it to like getting it up to their room if they needed to, giving them information, that kind of stuff. And from there, I started to get to know them a little bit better. I started following them. They kind of created the show about a year ago. They're actually celebrating their 52nd episode this Saturday. And I started going to a lot of the shows they were at, somewhat coincidentally, but then more purposely. And as of about 2 weeks ago, they asked me to start marketing for them. So I am now kind of their PR marketing guy, I guess you would say. But I feel like I was kind of doing that beforehand because I was always like, putting out the word about them, basically trying to let people know that didn't know about them. Now, I will say this. I think that I am a bigger fan of who those guys really are than the characters that they seem to come across on their YouTube channel, if that makes sense.
Well, yeah,
because I do think
they're a little harsh on YouTube.
Yeah, they definitely dial it up, and I when you go to cons, and I'm not trying to say anything wrong about the characters they are. I'm just saying that I get to witness them when they're actually, interacting with the public at cons and interacting with, they basically are often at the cons hours before they start, hours after they go down, and they're often putting on a show directly from the con that night. So, I watch them work tirelessly, and I'm glad to be somebody who's helping them at this point, like more officially. But I know guys like Oz have seen them at shows as well, and are aware of many of the people involved with them. Curtis obviously is kind of like, I think he's kind of the producer on their show, quote unquote. I just think that they have surrounded themselves with a lot of people who are like-minded. I think they put forward a positive vibe and wanting to trying to make sure everyone has a good time. And I think I'm totally down with that. And it's just something where they have not been able to get like the following maybe on YouTube that some others have. And I think what we've seen, I think especially like here on the Clubhouse, I think what's great about it is you have a lot of streamers, YouTube personalities, toy collectors that all get involved with, kind of basically helping each other out, giving each other the support they need. And I've done that with Oz. I've done that with Brick. I've done that with lots of people with AWOC. So, I mean, this is just a continuation of that as far as I'm concerned.
Mega J's ears must have been
you are
Aaron.
a very supportive dude.
Right after that.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
I'll just say you're a very supportive dude. Like there's, every time I see you, you're hyping somebody up. So that's to be commended.
Well, thank you. I know it was funny when it, in the tail end of the Swig event, I think Trevor Williams during a Legion's Lounge episode, they had made a joke about the fact that that I am like a one-man guerrilla marketing team, and that some of them were saying they wish they had me working for them. So it's just, I do come from a marketing and sales background. I mean, I don't really know a heck of a lot about social media, but I like to get the message out, and I like to make sure that it's something that people are going to, see the merit in and see the value in. So, I mean, especially like with this Saturday's giveaway that we're doing, I mean, one of the questions I've gotten from some people is, what does it cost to get involved? There's no cost. The thing is, I think that Van and Jordan have worked so closely with Four Horsemen that I think some people think that's the only product they're involved with. And that's not true. When they're at Joe Fest, it's about G.I. Joe. They're there with Toys R Ish, which is Ishwar. He sells Mezco. He sells Joe. He sells all that stuff. Mondo. Whatever he's selling, they're involved with it. So it's just that, yes, they are members of the cabal, but that's not the only thing they're involved in. So I think that we're just trying to get the word out that, hey, the audience could definitely be bigger.
Yeah.
Agreed. So a couple more shout outs that I want to do here through the chat real quick, because I see we've had some kind of coming through here. I don't know if we had a chance to say hello to Black Phoenix Alex saying hi everyone, happy new year. K-Dog Broadcasting jumping in saying happy new year. I'm out for a Perry, so see you next year. And then again, of course, the infamous Mega J Retro here to shut down the stream right before we hit midnight at 11:58 again. Popping in to say, hey, happy new year, boys. Keeping it safe and crashing the stream, not killing it before midnight. And 3-star draw saying happy new year, toy homies. And Thanos just bringing up that, come on, Jay, crash the stream. It's tradition.
We got 1 minute left. Speaking of that, Oz.
Yes, we do. I was going to say, I saw that coming up down here at the corner of my screen, 11:59. Dre from the Collector Safe Space saying, hey, all, happy new year, Dre. And I think that wraps it up. So, guys, we're counting down with a minute left to go. And I got to tell you, as the last toy that I have officially opened in 2024, here for the East Coast at least, my Kilowog is like, I'm saying I've been waiting for a really good werewolf toy for a long time. This guy, hands down, just beat out like 5 or 6 of my top 10 toys. Actually, could even, if it was one head with an articulated jaw, I think it would be number 1.
Mm-hmm.
But because it's swappable heads.
Does it come with a stand?
No, it does not come with a stand.
Happy New Year on the East Coast.
Happy New Year for us on the East Coast. We have just crossed the threshold into 2025. Woohoo! Yeah, I hear more and more fireworks going off outside. I'm glad I came inside for the new year. All right, guys. Well, with it officially being 2025, you know what? I'd say it's about time we did another giveaway.
Yep.
Yeah. So let me go ahead here and I'm going to do some share screen again. And again, as we were told we could do the RC as the next giveaway before Ken gets here. We're just going to make it simple, folks. Hashtag RC. And I'll get the spelling out because it's not sharing the screen yet. There we go. There we go. I can do this. I know stuff. ARCEE. And is it a... Oh, why does it ask me to choose the live stream again? Okay. There we go. All right, folks. Drop that hashtag in the chat. Hashtag RC.
What is that we're trying to win?
This is the one female Transformer, RC, from the 1986 movie. Okay. She was the one that would turn into a motorcycle.
Is that the one where Optimus died and traumatized all of us kids that age?
That was definitely it, brother. Definitely.
Okay, yeah.
That was the one.
And then Rodimus showed up, and no one liked Rodimus.
And then a season and a half later, we got Optimus back, and it was all gravy again.
Right.
All right. Yeah, I'm seeing them come in, folks. Keep them coming. Keep them coming here. Stop sharing screen for a minute. And it sounded like we had somebody pop backstage. We got that man himself, Dre the Geek Dad. Happy New Year's, Dre.
Happy New Year. Peanut wanted to wish you guys Happy New Year.
Oh, thank you, Peanut. Welcome to the clubhouse.
Peanut, say hi. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. Thank you for joining us. Are you enjoying your New Year's?
Are you enjoying New Year's, Mama?
Not too much money.
Oh, you want to put on the big TV? I'll put on the big TV. Oh, I'm sorry. Someone's upset because she wants to watch Bluey on my computer, but she can watch it on a big TV. Give me a sec.
Okay.
Does not seem to like this.
Yeah, they killed Duke. Just kidding. Just a coma. He was supposed to die. They were going to kill him off, and they were like, oh, no. Let's not do that. And Thanos is right. They pretty much wiped out all the G1 Transformers.
Yeah.
Yeah, Dave's Dimension saying, Happy New Year's, everybody. Happy New Year's, Dave. You know, I got to say, one of those other big highlights for me, again, and for the show in general, is
I have no sensation this
all of the friends that have joined us in the last year. You know, 2024, we've seen a lot of new faces come in. Dre being one of those guys who started joining us this year. Dave's Dimension, also another one who started this year joining us. And I gotta say, you know, I'm really excited that the show just has grown that much over the course of the last year. And we've got Corey from Make Shape Create joining us saying, Happy New Year's, East Coast. Happy New Year's to you, Corey. And we're still going strong. We got another 1 hour countdown until we get to Central Time. And I love the fact that even though they are on vacation in Hawaii, not only was Adam watching us and spending some time with us for New Year, we also have his wife Amanda joining us, jumping in for the giveaway for RC. Amanda, thank you for being here.
Priority.
And, right. On vacation with the kids. We're in Hawaii. Let's watch the Clubhouse for New Year's. I love it. But Amanda, thank you. She's also joined us for the first time this year. Amanda and Victoria both.
Yeah.
I'm new this year.
Yes, Alan, I was going to say, again, just because we got a lot to talk about over the night, and I didn't want to bring it up too soon, but one of the biggest, absolute biggest highlights being meeting so many new people this year. I know Terrence, Ed, I met both of you guys last year at PowerCon, had a great time being able to see and meet both of you. Alan, this year, you came out to me. I didn't even have to go to a con to meet you. You came out here for Monster Camp
training near you.
Yeah. Got to come home to the old stomping grounds here in Maryland, Baltimore, and Aberdeen area. And we tried to hook you up with some good D&D creatures, but they were out of the beholder at that time. You know what else made me mad too? They had a whole nother set of the Kenner's Classics Ghostbusters at that Ollie's that we went to just the week prior. And Ziggy and I were both like, we're going to be coming back next week when we got to meet Alan. We'll just wait until next week. We went back, man. They didn't have any of the beholders anymore. They didn't have those Ghostbusters. I know we shouldn't have, but we did. But they still had some good stuff. They had the Displacer Beast there. They had...
You know what? And I've still got him in the box. I haven't opened him up yet. And I also have the... what was the 10 rings? What's that Marvel movie? The 5-ring guy?
Shang-Chi.
That's the one. I've got the dragon from that I picked up at that Ollie's.
Yeah, that's right. You did pick up the dragon while we were there too.
And I'll he's going to go on to he's going to go on Whiplash's base, Caligar Cave.
Okay. Nice.
And he'll be a dragon like the Harryhausen dragon on the chain from Seventh Voyage of Sinbad.
Very cool. I'm digging that aesthetic.
Awesome.
And Alexander, he's also somebody that I was able to finally meet this year. Drunk Gizmo Customs again. While we all went to Legions Con, got to meet so many people in person that just had not had that chance to meet, before. Brick and Adam both being on that list. And again, getting to see Terrence there in person, meeting Gina in person finally. And even again, getting a chance to hang out with Alan and Stacy, and just, it was a blast, man. We had a really good time there this year. That was a huge, huge thing for me. No, it wasn't the D&D dragon at Ollie's. It was the Shang-Chi dragon that they had at Ollie's. The D&D dragon clearanced out at Walmart itself.
Yep. And I got 2 of those.
I never ended up picking that one up, but I'm kind of glad. I thought it would be kind of cool for the collection, but I wasn't too impressed with it. I will say, though, now that we know what's coming from Four Horsemen, I'm kind of like, I'm kind of glad
I had just gotten Warlock from the Black Star series. I bought a dead one from eBay, and I'm walking into there now. So I just gotten Warlock. Can you see Warlock over there?
Yeah, right in the back up at the top there. Let's pull him up real quick so everybody else can see him too. See him right back there at the top back in front of the Rancor.
And then right there is the D&D dragon.
Yeah. Yep. Well, he's a good size next to him too. Nice.
Yeah, he's a good mount size.
Yeah. All right. And you know what? Again, I can't forget, I met Corey this year too, Make Shape Create. We actually met up and went to the Eternia Dreams in Gettysburg, and then we drove another 45 minutes out and hit up the Uncle Bob's Toys and Collectibles and got to hang out there with Uncle Bob for a while. It was really good. Dave, I recommend hitting them up at least once a week, as frequently as possible. Yeah. Right now, too, because they were those already low prices that they got, they were knocking everything down another 33%. So
Yeah. For anybody,
especially if you like custom fodder.
Yeah. Anybody that missed out, hashtag RC in the chat.
Thank you, Ed. Yeah, hashtag RC. We got 17 entries, but we got 34 people watching.
ARCEE.
Exactly half again.
Right? Exactly half.
That's weird.
Yeah.
It's just like before. Is it only collecting half of the chat? Because before it was exactly half.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. It's weird.
Sorry about that. Had a mini meltdown. She wanted to watch TV on my computer, and I was like, "No, I'll put it on the big TV for you." Then the wife came, so now she's calming down.
Excellent. Always good. So sharing screen again. Hashtag RC, folks. Make sure you drop that in the chat for your chance to win RC Transformer. I'm not sure which grade it is. It's kind of a small picture. I can't tell. If Ken's still sitting in the chat and kind of watching, he can let us know. All right, 18 people now, 18 entries. Come on, folks, let's go.
What's up, Lone Dragon? Happy New Year. On the East Coast, anyway.
Oh, don't want to do that. I just switched up the screen there for a moment. And I tell you what, when you do that, sometimes you get that, not so much a actual audio echo, but a screen echo. Jay Astro joining us, saying, how's the...
Nolan Thanos, Happy New Year. Kenzo, I saw you pop in. Happy New Year as well.
And
sorry, go ahead.
Thanks, Ed. We got Gina in the chat joining us as well. She wants her chance to win an RC.
You got to bring up Amanda's comment. Yes.
I was going to say, I'm starting to wonder if this is Amanda or Adam, because that sounds almost like an Adam comment.
Yeah.
But who knows? Saying, I heard Ken likes to watch. Woo.
Well, that explains all the trips to the girls' bathrooms. That's
right?
all I gotta
Oh,
say.
man. And we've got Mikey Turnian Royalty saying, Happy New Year's, East Coasters. That's right. It is already 2025. We have moved into the future while the rest of you are still stuck in 2024. Sorry, it'll be over soon, guys.
I'm still stuck there for almost 3 more hours.
You know, it's kind of funny how just the way you say something can change it. You tell somebody to have a nice day, it sounds nice, but if you tell somebody to enjoy the next 24 hours, it really sounds threatening. All right, so opened up my Kilowog. Absolutely loving this guy. I'm going to finally move over to that sweet 2-pack that my sister got me. First, I'm going to take a sip of coffee here. Oh, man, I've been waiting to get that 2-pack for a while. Oh, wait a minute. I like this right here. 2025, the year of the collector. I say that every year. You know what, though? It's been true. Like, the last several years have been the year of the collector, and it kind of keeps getting better. So I ain't mad about this.
Every year we say the year of the collector, and then we say a couple months later, we really got to slow down and focus our collection. And that never happens either.
I don't even feel like I'm a collector. Like, that's not what I like. Looking at that video of Ken's collection, like, he has a collection. I get toys to play with, you know?
Yeah.
Ken curates a, like, straight up again museum collection style,
Alan,
where the rest of us, we all play.
Alan, you have like a quarter of a continent of Eternia in your
Yeah.
He ain't lying.
So I was doing some math earlier today. I'm going to have to move it all into another room because this ceiling's only 9 foot tall.
Oh, bummer.
Only 9 feet tall.
Oh, geez. That sucks. You know, it just sucks to have that kind of, thing going on in your garage.
So I can't wait for this. Getting Toy Tuber action figures. Thanos is doing a Ken walking into the ladies' room shot. Don't just stop there. The Misadventures of Drunk Ken would be a great series.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
What
comes
you could
home
get that
with all kinds
detective
of-
that was in the Marvel Legends collection? What the hell is his name? That'd work for Ken.
Oh, yeah. I know who you're talking about. He's been at Ollie's lately, too. I might have to do that.
Jimmy Woo?
Yeah, that's the
Yes,
one. Thank you.
that's it. Jimmy Woo. Thank you. Ken Poole probably saw 25 of them earlier today.
I'm getting real close to having this monkey and done.
I got to tell you, I almost wonder if Kent actually goes, like, The Ollie's people must love him because I'm wondering if when he goes into the Ollie's, he straightens it up for all of his videos. Because when I go into my Ollie's, they are destroyed.
It looks
like
like
you got to
Guam.
dig through everything to find
Chicken
anything.
flying over your head.
Right? Yeah, Alan knows what I'm talking about. Mind you, the one that we went to out in Aberdeen is probably the cleanest, straightest one that I've been to. All the other ones around me are like trashed. And every time Kenpool goes into his, they're all nice and neat and fully stocked. Like, man, they actually look really good. All right. Gina also mentions, it also sounds threatening when you tell someone, I hope you have the day you deserve. That's a straight up Wednesday Addams comment right there, and I love it. All right, guys, let's see what this giveaway is sitting at. 19 entries. All right, I guess people aren't all excited about RC.
I think that's it, so let's run it.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. Hold on. Got to get my share screen up so we can all see I'm not cheating. None of those shenanigans. We don't do that here at the clubhouse. We don't pull that kind of crap. All right, guys, we're going to go ahead and hit that draw button here. Oh, yep. Hashtag RC Turnium Royalty. Drop it in the chat. I'll give you a chance right now. This is RC from Transformers.
It's a girl robot.
It is. Minus the rocket titties.
Yep. No fembot boobies on her.
Nope. It's kind of a shame.
All right, he's in.
All right, there we go. Let's go ahead and hit that draw button.
No, I don't have a phone.
Who's going to win it? Who's going to win it?
It's always exciting.
Oh, really thought Amanda was going to win it there.
Amanda almost had it.
Hey, Griff. Oh, man. Like, did it just, like, linger on her? Like
it did. It lingered on her.
Oh, man.
Classic.
That was like watching the Wheel of Fortune when it's hitting that million and just
right.
That.
Yeah.
Again, I have no control. I couldn't like push it over one more or anything like that if I tried. Like it just does that. But man, ouch. When is Ken giving away Slythe and Tigra? Ken, if you're still here, let us know. And the hashtag for the next giveaway has been decided by Amanda. It's going to be hashtag fixed. I'm going to star that so we can bring it back up when we get to the next one. We're definitely going to drop that. Oh, lingered like Adam's finger on that dragon. Did you have to let it linger? Did you have to? You know what? I think I missed a couple of these in here earlier. Time Scales says, greetings from January 1st in Akita, Japan. He was here quite a bit earlier at 11:08. Tony's Figs saying Happy New Year. I thought I did do Tony.
We did.
I did do Tony, and I did. I know he was hanging out over with our good friend again, Legend Series Tony. He was doing a 24-hour stream. If you guys have not had a chance to drop over to his channel, just drop in the chat, say Oz sent you, hit a like. And, just give the man some love. He's doing a 24-hour stream on New Year's. Pretty badass, really. He also, it was really cool. He had reached out to several people asking for everybody to send him a little clip, like an ad for your channel and your show last weekend. So I sent him one over for the clubhouse. I don't know. Maybe we'll get a couple more people out of it. But either way, though, it was just still really cool that he reached out to do that. And he was super, super thankful for everybody that did. Because he sent out the message to, like, a lot of people. But apparently he didn't get it. Quite a few people didn't respond. But
it's a rough time of year to get anything done, in all honesty.
Yeah, that's no joke. No joke.
I write off any progress between Thanksgiving and New Year's.
Well, yeah. Well, for you, you're also coming off that busy period too.
Oh yeah.
And yeah, like with so much other stuff going on, it's really, really hard to get anything done. as Terrence knows, because he's got a year backlog of figures he's trying to open tonight, and I'm pretty sure it started with a similar situation last year.
Every year, it's the same thing. It takes all year to get all of it, and then it takes like about 3 months to get out of it. You know, like to get it all. And you know, the thing is, I mean, I'm sure everyone here knows. I mean, you get something, and there's still like a gazillion things on pre-order or things coming up in the next few months, and I mean, I don't know. It just feels like it never ends. I mean, there's always more stuff that you want or you want to add, and
I feel like
when stuff comes out from Motu, I normally buy 3 because I want spare parts. So I open one right away, and then I will set back, the other 2. And now I've got so many Mattel Creations like brown boxes, I don't know what's in them. So I went yesterday and I opened up like 15 of those brown boxes to see what they were.
Yeah, I have to go through and usually go like I'll like copy the number, the special number they have on the brown boxes, and then throw it in. It'll usually take me to the listing on Mattel Creations, whether it's the Horde Trooper or Demo Man, whoever. I mean, like Night Stalker. I mean, Night Stalker you can recognize because obviously the size of the box or whatever, but there are some out there that are just tricky. You know what I mean? Like the Horde Trooper is not that much different than I think the Snout Spout as an example. But then like Rock On and a bunch of those guys are all about the same size. I mean, at least we used to get those boxes that had the illustration on the outside, but that doesn't seem to be much anymore.
Yeah, I kind of am inclined to agree with you there.
But with the pre-orders, like an example, it's changing now. If you're Mythics, like yesterday or what's Tuesday, I guess we ended the pre-order on Sunday. I mean, I put my all in for the wave, but I decided to put any extra figures I wanted on other retailers because it's not going to really matter whether it goes through there or at a con. But at the same time, Jeremy's got everyone kind of believing that they're not going to be ordering that much for cons. I don't know if I necessarily completely buy into that, but I think it's just too much a big part of how they do cons. So unless they're going to change that dramatically, I still think they'll have product at cons, but I think they're going to probably order less. And if you want a certain amount, I think you got to kind of, put your orders in somewhere,
Well, they definitely have said that that's really important through the retailers, is not just waiting for them to get them in stock, but to pre-order them.
Right.
Because it really sets those retailer numbers. I know Helidope Toys didn't get a lot of pre-orders for the Retail Appreciation Wave at the start, but they're already, like, if you're going to be a Mythic Legions or a Four Horsemen retailer, you've got to place like so many orders. You got to order the whole wave. You can't just pre-order like certain hot figures, but it kind of gives them a better idea of how much they've got to order. And with that, for sure, one of the things that I know Helidope had, like they were taking pre-orders for the retailer wave right up until the week before it launched. And they already knew exactly what numbers they were getting because they didn't get so many pre-orders early on that they were very limited to how many they could pre-order because they were going to sell out.
Right.
So, like Fisher Rice, like Ed and I pretty much we sold a couple extra pre-orders that one night we were doing the walkthrough. And then that Sunday, the boys at Helidope, Aaron and Ted, they did kind of like a whole stream just about that wave. And they did sell out that night on Fisher Rice, which then I was like, oh shit, I didn't pre-order mine because I was too busy pre-ordering multiple Undead of Vikenfell. But I still managed to work that out though. I managed to get 2 in the end. So I know a lot of retailers are out of him now.
Yeah, no, it's funny. I'm hearing a lot of rumors here and there as far as I know who's close to another retailer telling me that they were not looking to order that much of the Reign of the Beast because, again, Dragon coming in the not distant future, obviously not January at this point. I think that they were also saying that, that's very well.
Terrence, you're breaking up a little bit for me.
Yeah, you were breaking up a little. I thought it was my connection, actually, but
do I sound better now, or do I still sound breaking up?
you're good, but every once in a while it'll just cut out.
Sorry about that. No, I was just saying that I'm hearing some rumors that some of the retailers are not ordering the way that they had been because in some cases they've been stuck with some product here and there. But in particular, they've been more concerned about not ordering Cosmic, which is unfortunate. I like the Cosmic stuff, but I guess it's not selling. At least from what I'm hearing, it's not selling as well as they'd like it to sell.
I think there might be a couple of reasons for that. Like, we've had a good couple of years of different sci-fi lines overall. And right now, especially, I feel like with the return of Motu, and we're getting a lot of these other barbarian style toy lines coming out, I think the fantasy lines are really kind of in demand.
Right.
And I think that's why sci-fi is not the flavor of the week. And we have Punk with Toys joining us here tonight. Punk, glad you could join us, man. I wasn't sure you were going to make it.
We've been watching. You guys can figure out what I was watching.
I know what you were watching. You were watching some Buffy.
Yes, Buffy and Angel.
Yeah, I knew exactly what you were watching.
I think we watched about 5 episodes. 4 or 5 episodes today.
Nice.
Kind of busy. We went and saw Gladiator 2, and so.
Well, that's a good day. That's a really good day then, spending it with the family. Not many better ways that you can truly spend a New Year's Eve than just having fun with your family, having a good time.
No, again, I mean, she's not always going to want to spend time with me. She's not always going to be around to spend time with me, I mean, got a couple more years, and she's probably going away to college, and she is going away to college.
I was going to say, you know what, though? She might pay for it herself if she can get her card business off the ground.
Yeah.
What up,
Not
Punk?
for the University of Michigan. How's it going?
All right.
Yeah,
Adam.
Not for Michigan, that's for sure.
Right.
It's a lot of cards.
Adam poses the question, is it possible Cosmic Legions just isn't as good as some other stuff? That could be it. I know a lot of people were kind of excited with seeing stuff like from the Ox crew with the big bulky spacesuits. It might just be that they haven't hit that wave that really pushes them over, So who knows?
I think here's the problem with Cosmics, and I'll tell you what my thought is, okay? I love the Cosmic Legion, so this is not coming from area of dislike or anything like that. The people that want astronauts and space things and things like that want them in scale with the rest of their like Marvel Legends, G.I. Joe figures and stuff like that. The Cosmics are just too big for that. So it's like a separate sci-fi line all by itself that can't be mixed in with anything else.
Right. Yeah, and I could see that too for sure.
Because I have the same problem. I would love to have my Cosmic Legions mixed in with my other figures, but they're standalone.
What other like space lines are there?
Well, Space Zombies from Mars is coming out, which is going to scale exactly with like Fresh Monkey Fiction.
Yeah, that's going to be a big one.
Yeah, I never heard of it yet. Well, maybe I haven't. Wasn't paying attention.
Well, I share their stories every time they pop up, so don't you pay attention to my IG? I thought we were friends.
Have you seen the big number that I have on mine? I only
I haven't because I've been paying attention to Ken's 10,000, not your 6.
Yes, I look up.
You always
literally
look up.
always
I was
looking
gonna
up.
say he's always looking up. He's just
Right.
trained that way at this point. I
No, I was
agree
trying
with
to think
Todd
of what-
here. No Man's Sky, definitely.
I mean, I'm trying to think of like what space.
There
like,
isn't
what
any really
actual
other ones that are.
space- Yeah, you look at anything like AWOC and stuff. That's all fantasy.
Well, that's what I'm
And
saying.
there's
They're
some,
kind
I
of like a
guess-
standalone. It's kind of like a standalone part of your collection. So, you don't
Star
have other-
Wars is the closest like pure sci-fi line right now because
Star
we
Wars
haven't
is
really had
Star
much like Star Trek. Yeah,
But
Star Wars is space fantasy, really.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't. Star Wars is, in my opinion, the one line you cannot mix with other things. You can't mix a Star Trek figure with it. You can't mix a GI Joe with it. It's just, it is so iconic and historical for how we grew up. I just, I can't take a Stormtrooper and put it in a GI Joe line. I mean, they'd be short, but that's another story. But like, you can't do that. It just, for me, I can't. That's why, like when I talk to, a couple of the Australians and stuff, on Thursdays, where they said we didn't grow up having Star Wars, so I could play with it with any line and not really think about it. And to me, that's great because, as a kid playing Star Wars, I had to play Star Wars as the movies. It's the only thing that I can think of that played that way.
Yeah. Thanos was mentioning about he thinks there was another sci-fi line that Kickstarted not too long ago, and he was asking what the name was, and that's it, Galactic Valor.
Yes.
Forge Toys. Van, I saw you had your hand up, sir.
Yeah, no, I was hearing a lot of naysaying from a punk with toys, and I just want to say you can't do it. You can't do that, but not with that attitude. So pretty much anything you put your mind to do, you can do it, man. You can play with those toys however you see fit because they're your toys. I enable you to do that, my friend. I believe in you.
Oh, I can't, believe me.
Punk used to imagine that 70 shipwrecks were the entire crew for his flag. All 70 of them.
They all look the exact same. And Star Wars is just the one for me. And again, I think it's that we grew up and it's so iconic and it's such a, like that story is George Lucas's story.
Yes.
And that's why, when I remember Shadows of the Empire came out, and it was such a good book. And it explained so much that I remember thinking and George Lucas actually, he gave it his seal of approval.
He was behind it, right?
Yeah.
He was the one that helped orchestrate it amongst the different medias, book, video game, soundtrack, everything. They even had John Williams come back to do the soundtrack.
Yeah, and Rogue One, it fit perfectly moving into Star Wars, and we all know how it ends. We all know they don't survive.
I actually don't know how it is. Could you tell me?
We all find out that Rey is a Skywalker, but not a Skywalker.
Ray
Charles Mysterio Jr.
Charles.
Yeah.
All the way at the end.
Ray Stance?
All the way at the end. Yeah, no, I don't know. Star Wars has just always been very I'm a huge Star Wars fan, but not a Star Wars collector. But even as a kid.
Are you more of like the next generation, or are you like an OG like Captain Kirk type of dude when it comes to
the next generation?
Yeah.
TNG for sure. But I do like the original. Other than the movies were garbage. Other than
that yells in space, am I right? Yeah.
First
Contact. Yeah, I didn't care for it. No, I'm talking about the original. First Contact is my favorite Star Trek movie. First Contact.
Okay.
Han.
Who doesn't remember their first contact? Am I right?
I see what you're putting down there.
Yeah.
Picking up what you're putting down.
There he goes.
It was very awkward. Oh, what?
Well, I think. I just kind of jumped in here and I heard what you're saying about the Cosmic Legions, and I don't know. There's something about them that I just don't. They don't do it for me looking at them. But I think that maybe that their Mythic Legions have such a they built such a lore into it and their detail with everything. I mean, I don't really care for soft goods on like Space Guys. It doesn't seem to make a lot of sense.
So
but they're
you
known for
prefer your
that.
Space Guys without soft goods?
Yeah, I mean, I just don't see how it would work unless if you actually had an actual space suit.
That's valid. Yeah.
I mean, like when you look at, like Thrace and even their, figure Obscura, a lot of the stuff is known for that, those soft goods. Where unfortunately, again, if you saw some dude in a space outfit with a cape, you'd be like, "That's stupid."
Wait, I would not. I don't judge people. I don't like to yuck their yums, but
I just don't think most people would like that. I don't think it would make much sense.
Now, Star Wars to me will mix because of all the monsters in it, like Wampa. I can put a Wampa next to Beastman and say, that's his buddy, and then Rancor I fit in with everything else. So maybe not the characters themselves, but certainly the creatures and stuff can bridge those lines.
Did Darth Vader have a cape?
Yeah, but he wasn't wearing a spacesuit.
Wasn't he?
No, he needed to breathe. To be honest, his cape was pretty useless.
So Darth Vader needed a cape to show so things that are tight in silhouette are physically dangerous. Like think of a panther. So Darth Vader has the plastic armor, right? Yeah. So that is a tight silhouette. Things that are flowy are dangerous to your soul. That's why the Grim Reaper, the Dementors, they're always ethereal and flowy. Darth Vader had to be both because he had to have the Force, which damages your soul with that weird soul lightning thing. And then, so he had both. So he hits both elements of being dangerous. So he's got a cape. And every 5-year-old in China knows what Darth Vader looks like. I love it.
But was Darth Vader like was he like in Tucson, Arizona? Where did that take place?
They were in space though.
Tunisia.
Okay.
Tunisia. How far away?
Hey, that's TSJ.
Hey, look, somebody made a toy.
Whoa, he's got a tiny head.
That's what Gina. I mean, what?
Yeah. Oh, whoa. He's got multiple heads.
Everybody loves a little extra head.
Trevor. Yeah. Hey, come on, Terrence. You got all the heads over there. Oh, look at that.
Look. Please tell us you're going to make at least one figure with a Hawaiian.
New year, new me.
It's got to have the infamous swig shirt when he makes the figure.
Yes, it's
just saying.
These
all right, we've had
Fraser, by the way.
Ah, very awesome. Very awesome. I know that guy. He's a good guy. He sent me this really sweet that I played a little bit earlier. Did you guys see that sweet new ad?
Yes.
Yeah. Here, wait. I got it right here.
Friends and toy collectors, heed our call. We need your help. The Purple Gang have set a goal to hit 1,000 subscribers by our 1-year anniversary. That's this Saturday, January the 4th at 9 p.m.
For every 25 subscribers we gain, we will unlock another giveaway. That's 12 giveaways in a 2-hour period. That's a giveaway every 10 minutes. And we're not giving away shelf warmers either. You have the chance to win Mythic Legions, Cosmic Legions, Valaverse, and even Mesco. And of course, the top prize is a HasLab Hiss Tank. Will you heed our call and help us hit our goal of 1,000 subscribers by this Saturday for your chance at greatness in one of these amazing prizes? If so, thank you.
That was pretty nifty. I don't know if you guys had seen that.
First time seeing that.
Yeah, it was pretty cool.
Doesn't help.
And we're getting very close to unlocking the next tier of giveaways, which I believe is the Valaverse Swarm Horde PowerCon exclusive.
Wow. Well, now.
At 775 subscribers. I think we were about an hour ago.
Leave me all stupid.
Wholesome Warlock says just 2 more. We need 2 more subscribers.
There we go, folks. Keeping track of everything. You know what I'm not keeping track of? One of my parts to make my little dwarf pugilist just fell. Where did the crap baskets did it fall to?
One more.
Go figure. It'd be the smaller piece.
That means this whole time you were not subscribed.
It's okay. I still haven't subscribed myself.
I'm pretty sure I'm subscribed on all 6 accounts. I mean, what? Nope, I keep bumping my microphone. I'm sorry, guys. I'm going to mute myself real quick while I try to find out where this piece rolled to.
All good.
Van, who's the pupster you got with you?
Oh, Ronies.
Hey, I don't think Clubhouse has had Roni.
Yeah, and Rosie's here with us. Emmett is lurking around the corner upstairs. Emmett, aka Stu Pitt. He hasn't earned his name back. He's probably the dumbest dog I've ever owned, but he's sweet, so we keep him. Yeah.
Very
This
nice.
is Rosie. She's the best girl, though. What's wrong, Rosie? You're shaking, baby. It's okay, Mama.
All right. So I did want to shout out a couple other people before I get myself mute here because I meant to do it earlier and we got sidetracked.
777.
There we go. We got Hyperdelic joining us from work right now. What's going on, Hyperdelic? Good to see you, brother. Thank you for joining us. We've got the Travis, Mr. Wonderful. Happy New Year's to some of my favorite mofos. Happy New Year's to you too, brother. Glad you could join us. And let me see.
Oz, I'll be back in like half an hour. I got to go pick up the kid.
All right, not a problem, Ed. We'll see you soon, brother.
Yep.
Starscream, I highlighted one of their chats earlier. Starscream, thank you for joining us. I think a lot of folks thought Cosmic was their way of getting in on the ground floor of a new Four Horsemen line, but it's just not been the big hit people were hoping for. They're cool, but not mythical. Again, yeah, they like a lot of the fan base is highly fantasy based, and not all the times do they cross over.
But Mythic took a long time to build the following that it had.
It did.
I mean, that wasn't overnight. That wasn't 3 or 4 years.
Right, absolutely. It certainly didn't just start out that way.
And Cosmic is a very young line. I mean, we're in the 2nd year, so
right. Yeah, we got to give it some time. It's going to build. Like I said, I think we'll see a lot more people getting into Ox Crew and moving up from there.
But you also have a lot of people that, they're into fantasy, but they're not into sci-fi. Just like,
a
lot of people, they love G.I. Joe, but, they're like, there's no reason for me to spend that money on a Hasbro Pulse membership because they don't buy anything from, Marvel Legends. And it's like, okay, well, if you only buy G.I. Joe stuff, it might not be worth it. It is because of the free shipping and the exclusives. But all the other stuff that you would get, Star Wars and stuff like that. So, you may never have those people. But the fact that the fact that we struggle to even come up with a sci-fi line other than Star Trek and Star Wars tells you how much
Star Trek's irrelevant. Star Trek has no toys, really.
But I'm saying, other than those big properties, there isn't a toy line that anyone. Nobody's clamoring for that astronaut, that sci-fi. I feel like.
Yeah, and I'm thinking I think once we get some more hype out there, and what I mean by that is, with stuff like Space Zombies from Mars coming out, right? First off, people do love some zombies. And there's people like me who are fans of retro sci-fi, where some of that newer kind of stuff doesn't always resonate with, but like the older school, like cheesy sci-fi, older people like us, I hate to say that term, but I'm thinking as some more of these sci-fi lines hit, like we actually start getting our hands on like more Galactic Valor and other stuff, we'll see where it will help generate more demand as more people are seeing these cool toys come out. We got Die Hard 3.75 in here saying at 1/18th I mix all my sci-fi lines. Scale is key. Scale is key.
I would agree with that.
I would think there's something else to be said though too. We keep talking about movie and TV properties as far as Star Trek, Star Wars, but I mean, there's a lot of things that are sci-fi that are video game based. There's a lot of things that are like, I mean, whether it's Doom, whether it's Dead Space, whether it's Predator, Alien. I mean, there's other things that are not just those two big franchises. NEC has been selling those figures for a long time, but I think it's also a matter of there's typically a human element in those. There's the Space Marines, there's the, which so far I think Cosmic's they have not wanted to do a human-esque type character because they've said, or at least what Jeremy has said on multiple occasions, is he doesn't want to do Mythic Legions in space. So I wonder if that's part of it, is that you don't have that human relatable character that some people might jump on board with as far as to immerse themselves in there somehow. I don't know. It's just a thought.
And yeah, I think that too. And some people would say, like, you can always just pop a head sculpt on a tusk.
You can.
And now you've got a human guy in space. Now, mind you, a head like Atlas may not fit as well on a tusk body, but yeah, there's stuff like that you can do that helps. But I agree. I think that would definitely bring a different element to it.
I think the thing is, though, is a lot of people, I think you need something like right out of the gate that does that. I mean, I think there's a lot of us that have been in the Four Horsemen world or customized action figure world for a while, where where to go to get parts, or maybe you're willing to 3D print them or buy an STL file, whatever it might be. But
it speaks the truth.
For the mainstream audience, I think there's going to be people who just want to buy something right out of the box that they're expecting to look related,
Exactly. If you want a line to succeed, you have to reach new heights, new places. And again, introducing a cosmic line to people who've been collecting fantasy for a number of years, that's not always going to translate over. So you need to hit a different audience. And that different audience may not be familiar with the, fan base of the Four Horsemen and all. So, they're really going to have to be like looking at it and like, I don't know if I want. Now, again, like you said, we've got lines from NECA with Alien and Predator, but even then, they've got their longevity because, like you've seen, they've drastically slowed up. Now, mind you, they're doing a lot of other licenses as well.
Right.
But again, in order for something to truly be successful, it's got to reach new audiences, and it's got to expand.
But other than like aliens or predators fighting each other, they're almost always fighting humans.
I'd like to see them fight children. But guys,
Star Wars did it.
Yeah, absolutely. I just wanted to say Happy New Year to everyone. I got to call it an evening. That's from both of us, Ja. There we are.
All right. Jordan, good to see you, brother. Thank you for shooting that video clip over to me earlier.
Hey, thanks for sharing it. Happy New Year, guys. Love it, each and every one of you.
Happy New Year.
Feel better, Terrence.
Thank you.
Talk to you later,
See you guys
y'all.
Saturday at 9.
Happy New Year. Yeah, we'll be there. Come play with us.
I will. I was going to show up there before we go live here. So
sounds like a plan. Love
All
you guys. Y'all have a good evening.
Buenos nachos.
Bye.
Take care.
Terrence, what's that dragon whose head just popped up and out of there?
So this is a Rathagor. So he's from Toxis Wave.
one of the best figures of the year right there. Giant fucking blue dragon. You know, and
is he still accessible or no?
Yeah.
Able to get him. I mean, Pox is one of the more. It's the most recent mythic wave that was out, so it should be pretty.
Right. Yeah, you should still be able to get him on like BBTS. Actually, Helidope might even still have some of him.
Does that guy come in green?
No, that was Scourge.
So you can get a similar figure, similar size, that's blue. Sorry, that's green. That was a Whiplash tribute in the Cosmic Wave.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just did a Whiplash head too, and I'm looking to do a Whiplash. Right now, I'm leaning towards a Marvel Abomination.
Yeah, Scourge. Scourge was one of my very first Four Horsemen figures new, and he's the one that made me absolutely fall in love with that ogre scale, because he is the ogre scale. He's huge.
Yeah, I'm right here, Oz. I want to see him.
Yeah, there we go. Also, I do want to mention he is available on Helidope Toys right now, Alan.
Yeah, that's why I was testing him out. I was going to say, this guy's still for sale, I think. So this weapon that comes with him, man.
The sad part is when it comes to those ogre scale figures, there's not a lot of variance when it comes to those weapons.
Particularly a jaw on them, too.
Yep. I recommend getting both Rakagor and Scourge. And then not only that, we will also see our third Dragoseer figure being released in March. And that will be the all-black one that is currently up for pre-order on Big Bad Toy Store as a Big Bad Toy Store exclusive.
It's a black version of this?
Yeah. It's BBTS exclusive. You can still pre-order them now.
Yeah.
It was one of their 25th anniversary.
Very cool.
Yeah, 25th anniversary. Okay, so Rakagor is not available on Helidope Toys, but Scourge is.
No,
but if you're pre-ordering your black one, I can't even remember his name yet.
Stavros.
Stavros, thank you. While you're pre-ordering that, you can place your order for a Rakagor, and again, check out the other guy, the orange guy, because I know somebody out there is putting out, because it's again the same body. Somebody printed out a orange and reddish head to put on it that matches the dragon head. I think Cullen was the first one that I saw who had it.
Those are cool.
Man, it's such a beast.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure if you're familiar with Eric Miller, but Eric Miller,
Eric.
He does. It's Eric Miller, right?
Yeah.
He does Disney inspired type characters or customs. He did a version of Figment from Epcot out of the dragon, and it looks really awesome. Got all those purples and pinks and orange, really nice.
We also got Wholesome Warlock Jordan's mentioning, I have the Kragnar test shot. Magical. Kragnar is the four-armed one. Couldn't remember his name before now. And yes, I think that too. Every time I see Kragnar, I think of Ben 10. My son was a big fan. All right. Well, don't everybody talk all at once.
I have something to talk about.
Okay.
We mentioned it very briefly. PowerCon. There's 3 months, right? It's in 3 months.
Yes. Well, PowerCon is going to be held alongside Toylanta. And truthfully, just from some of the last things that I heard directly from Val Staples is he's kind of like stepping back a little bit. And, I think that's part of the reason why he wants to team up with these other conventions. But in a lot of ways, it's also kind of a good thing too, right? And when I say it's kind of a bit of a good thing, he's always said his long-term goals is to make PowerCon bigger. Absolutely bigger. And in order for it to grow, doing something like this could help. I don't know. I mean, it's a little short notice. I had no plans of going to Toylanta, and I'm certainly not going to change plans to go to PowerCon at Toylanta. I'm kind of sticking with Joe Fest and Legions Con next year, and of course, hitting up the local Maryland Toy Expo because it's a one-day show. It's easy to hit.
It's a miracle that I have that weekend free that they announced. So it's possible that I'll make it, but I don't necessarily want to go to PowerCon if it's a shadow of what PowerCon normally is. Is it PowerCon Isle or is it PowerCon?
And
like Toys R Us and Macy's.
What's that, Punk?
Oh, I said like Toys R Us and Macy's.
But that's just toy. I mean, that's just having a toy aisle. How does a PowerCon at Jolanta work? It's a convention where you have booths. That's the same thing as what PowerCon is. If Joe Fest merged with Jolanta, and it was around the same time as it was at the time Jolanta was, and it's where Jolanta is. That means Joe Fest is gone. PowerCon is gone. They can try and say whatever they want, but it's just, hey, now the vendors are now at Jolanta. I mean, am I wrong? I mean, if someone else can explain it differently.
I don't think you're completely wrong. I don't really know the whole story of what's happening with them. Okay, about a year and a half ago, after PowerCon, the last PowerCon, when it started looking like they weren't going to have PowerCon for I had reached out to Valuables or to PowerCon. I don't even know who I was talking to for a while. Talking to the PowerCon Facebook representative, whoever that was. I don't know if that's Val or Jeremy DeWitt or whoever. But I had basically tried to work with them because at that time, they were saying they might not do it. They didn't say they weren't doing it. They said they might not. And I had worked with them on trying to come up with a marketing idea. They said they needed to make more money because they just weren't getting enough money in ticket sales. They told me that a lot of what they were doing was based upon exclusive. I got the impression that from when they lost the backing of Mattel, that it really hurt them. So, I've heard since then, somebody told me that they know people say that they got in way over their head on the cost of that convention center in Columbus, and that I've heard that there's money owed. I don't know if that's true or not, but, I don't know how, other than keeping the PowerCon name relevant by having it attached to something, how this really helps PowerCon. I definitely think, and I think we've seen in the comments that are on all the posting about it, that there's a lot of people who just think this is weak. It's not going to be what it was, I don't think. I don't know how it could be. I know that it's going to be bigger than what Toylanta was last year. I went to Toylanta last year, and it was, the first floor of a hotel. There were two very large sections. And a couple side rooms. I would say it was smaller than Legion's Con in size, but now I understand they're taking it to a convention center this year, so I imagine they have more room. But I don't know if that was only happening or if that's happening, that was going to happen one way or the other, and PowerCon's just, basically hitching their wagon to it. But I don't really know what I think what I've tried to juggle in my head about this from a business standpoint is I can see what's in this for PowerCon, as far as keeping the name out there. I don't know what's in it for Toylanta, because if I was Toylanta, the only reason I could see doing this is if I thought I was going to get more attendees because of it, or if PowerCon were somehow going to give me access to their vendors and the exclusives they may have had, which I don't really know if they had exclusives, because how many companies were willing to give them exclusives after being a no-show last year? You know what I mean? So I'm just curious, and I'll probably never know, because why would they ever divulge that? But I'd be curious to know what the win side of it is for Toylanta.
I just looked at the time. I have to run and go kiss my wife real quick because it's about to be midnight. And I will hop right back on. But there's a chance now I'm going to Toylanta, and I wasn't going to without PowerCon because I'd never really heard of it. But I'm in Texas, so I do think it has a draw. I'm going to leave, but I'll be back on in like 15 minutes. Hey, there's my wife.
So this is why, this is why I feel like it doesn't make any sense, and how I don't think it's going to help at all. If you were talking about PowerCon merging with a place, merging with another con, let's say in Cleveland. Now I know Cleveland is it's kind of far from Columbus. It's still in the same state. You're talking about a 2-hour drive, 3-hour drive. You can probably convince a lot of your vendors, especially if you're going to talk about Mythic Legions, or Four Horsemen, AWOC, stuff like that, to go there. But to try and convince people that may have been going there for a drive, to drive all the way down to Atlanta, that's a hard pull, because it's not a couple-hour drive. Now you've rerouted everyone to different states, and I don't see how it. It keeps PowerCon's name there. I think it's a bigger draw for Toylanta to say, "Hey, look at this. We've acquired PowerCon." That's essentially what they're doing, right?
I guess. There's just so many, from my standpoint, and what does my opinion really matter in the grand scheme of things? But I just think, as someone who goes to a lot of cons every year, I think it was really late in the game to announce anything. I don't think anyone's rearranging their schedule.
I agree with that.
3 months. I was talking to people in November and December saying, hey, because they had put something on Facebook saying more to come, but PowerCon will be back. And I had said to a number of people, including some retailers who normally participate in PowerCon, like, have you heard anything? Like, are you not allowed to talk about it? And they were like, no, we don't know anything. We haven't heard a word. So I don't know. Again, I have a lot of questions, and I'm just curious from a business standpoint. And it's going to just seem like you're just being nosy. But the thing is, I'm curious how long they were in negotiations or talks with Toylanta, and when this came to, because I feel like this thing was probably inked or agreed to like within 10 days before they made the official announcement. I feel like this was not something that was long in planning.
No, because when I spoke to Ed last year before Joe Fest, behind the scenes we talked about it. He said that Val approached him about pretty much wanting to I don't think he wanted to merge Joe Fest. He wanted, from what it kind of sounded like to me, was that Val wanted pretty much Ed to take over PowerCon, but for it to be in Columbus. And he was like, it sounds like he wants me to do most of the work, still have the name, but then have to also travel out there. Part of the reason why it's in Augusta is Ed lives right across in South Carolina. He lives right across the border there.
Right.
So, I don't know. And again, PowerCon was supposed to be in, when is PowerCon supposed to happen? July?
August.
PowerCon is
August.
typically in August.
Yeah. And now you're talking about having it when?
March.
In March? Yeah, so
The month
and
before
again,
Joe.
it's like, well, yeah, that's I mean, how people get mad about Joe Fest and DFW being on the same weekend, and then you have Toylanta, which I think there's Toylanta and then there's Joe Lanta, but I think they're run by the exact same people, right?
Yeah, they're two separate conventions. I'm not sure if it's all the same people, but typically it's a promotions group is who runs these festivals, these cons. Real quick,
I don't.
New Year's for the Central Time Zone, folks. Happy New Year, everybody.
Happy New Year.
New Year.
As one more time zone down. Here we go. Jordan knows because Jordan, these guys do a lot of conventions. So Toylanta and Joe Lanta are both Brett shows.
Okay. So let me ask anyone that's been to either one of these, Joe Lanta or Toylanta, what makes them special compared to a normal Comic-Con in a large city?
Yeah. Well, just one of the things, because I was looking back at the comments that I made shortly after all this was announced. Again, Val has been trying to make PowerCon more. Again, PowerCon started off as the Thunder and Power convention.
Not PowerCon. I'm talking about Toylanta.
Well, I haven't had a chance to talk my thoughts about the PowerCon thing yet, so that'd be cool if I got to. We can wait until Jordan answers in the chat real quick and get back to your answer, because I don't know enough information about that. But again, you've asked for Jordan.
Terrence was there. That's why.
Yeah.
But go on.
So,
yes.
Yeah. But just overall, like the show started as Thunder and Power Convention, and then they kind of moved away from more of the Thundercats aspect of it, and it was just PowerCon. Here we go. Now we got his answer. The Lantas are all toy shows as opposed to Comic-Cons being mixed. It's a true toy show. Toylanta had very independent toy company presence.
Okay, and that's what I was wondering, if they have like toy company presence.
It kind of ties in with what I'm saying. Like, so Val used to host PowerCon out on the West Coast because it was closer to Mattel, and Mattel used to be a part of it. Mattel pulled out. Mattel stopped doing it. Val's, in Ohio, Columbus. So it's super easy for him to have his convention there. And again, he wants to make it more about other toys than just He-Man. He wants it to be a bigger thing. He wants it to start being the level of San Diego Comic-Con. And Mega J will remember quite a bit of this conversation. It was his live stream we were on with Val talking to him. How you doing, Mega J? Happy New Year's, brother.
Happy New Year, everybody.
Good to see you, my friend. Good to see you.
I guaranteed not to crash it this time, so we're all good.
Right? Guaranteed not to do so. We'll see if we're going to be so lucky when Ed gets back.
So I just hopped onto Toylanta's website. They have no information up yet. It's 3 months out.
Yeah, no, that's pretty typical for a show. I mean, like, there's a lot of the locals usually have a pretty good idea as to what's going to happen. So the thing about PowerCon right now, this is a surprise to everybody. I mean, like, I was talking to Val a while back, and he mentioned a couple of things, and one of the things he did, I guess we could talk about a little bit. One of the things he mentioned was that he was going to make a smaller show first. And this has got to be this is what I imagine is going to be the smaller show that he was talking about. It's a good move though, because there was a lot of things going into 2023, and 2024 wasn't possible. So it's just great to have it coming back. And I think that's the biggest thing right now.
don't you guys do your planning like 3 months out for this kind of stuff? If you're going to go or not, like plane tickets and whatnot.
Typically, the more the earlier you can start planning, like almost a year out, the better.
It's a little weird to me too that there's nothing about PowerCon on Toylanta's website.
Yeah, but you know what? Even with PowerCon, I don't know if you guys remember, but they didn't even have a schedule until like 2 weeks before the show. You know what I mean? Like it's always been that kind of
schedule's one thing, but your dates for booking are typically done almost a year in advance, so you can get the hotel room that you want, kind of thing, close to the con. That's why so many of these, again, yearly ones, you often have that information up. Like, these are the dates, so you can book your hotel, you can get your tickets, as well as for vendors who are going to be there, because they've got to plan travel. Some people are flying cross country to go there, so the earlier they get their tickets, the cheaper, as far as booking planes, booking hotel rooms and stuff like that. All that stuff you can do in advance. 3 months notice, very, very short notice with no information posted on the site.
Yeah.
Which typically you would have that.
Yeah, no, I'm hoping to get Brett and Val on a stream sometime, find out what exactly is going on. I mean, Toylanta has always been, a smaller show, but now they're moving into a much bigger venue now, right? So I think that splitting the cost with PowerCon makes a lot of sense. But it's one of these things where we do it's the new year, right? So what's probably going to happen is we're probably going to see something in the next couple of weeks, I would imagine. You know what I mean? Just like you guys are alluding to. But yeah, I think, and again, don't quote me on this, but I think this is the smaller show. This isn't exactly PowerCon. I don't think that's the intention of this. I think that it's a smaller event to see where everybody's at. I think that's actually and to see if this sort of thing works. Again, I'm not speaking for anybody. That's just my level of thinking right now.
But I want to jump on what Alan said. Like, I'm looking at it right now, and you're right. There's nothing there. But I go to Joe Fest, which is until June, and you look at guests and vendors, and yeah, they're subject to change, but there's a huge list of them. It's weird. It looks like I don't know. It seems no different than a local toy show at the local VFW hall.
Yeah, but Laura,
at horror conventions, and they have stuff months in advance.
Yeah, but Lawrence, guys, that's what I was saying. Like it's my understanding that this is supposed to be a smaller show. For Val, you know what I mean? It's like this is going to be getting his feet wet in a different venue, in a different state, right? And just to see what it's like to run in a venue that he's never been to before. So okay. I think, again, I'm not quoting anybody. I don't have any inside information on that. I'm just sort of believing that's probably what's happening right now. This is more of a possible partnership, short term for now, maybe long term later.
I think okay. So at least for me, and I think a lot of other people are thinking the same thing. If this is just a show with vendors, I don't see how you're merging. Like, I don't understand how it's going somewhere. This is like, trying to think of another way to put it. This is like one mall thing. Hey, we're moving all our stores to this other mall. Well, no, technically, all your stores are just in that mall now. It's not two malls, it's one mall. They basically acquired you. PowerCon is just, and correct me if I'm wrong, it's, hey, there's a bunch of vendors and a bunch of shops or whatever. Come here and shop and have a good time. Well, Toylanta is the same thing, isn't it? So aren't they just, I mean, how is anything changing? How is anything changing for Toylanta having PowerCon connected? And you want to say something?
Well, so with PowerCon being in August, I've never been able to go. That's my busiest time of year for going into haunt season. and I had kept my calendar clear when the 2024 date popped up, and it never did, of course. So I ended up going to Mythic Legions. I had a great time because I couldn't go to PowerCon. But my whole goal of going to PowerCon is to put on my Beastman costume and bully people who are dressed like He-Man, just like push them and that kind of stuff. Like that's why I want to go. So I'm hoping they still have costume contest. I'm hoping that they still have that. And I don't know if toy shows normally have that. I don't know what aspects.
So PowerCon's always been a toy con, though. It's not really a Comic-Con, if that's what you're thinking. Now,
No, but they've always had the Pixel Dan always hosts the cosplay contest.
Yeah.
He always
every
does.
year I've watched the
Every
videos
year.
of the costume contest. There's a lot of great costumes there.
Again, yeah, but overall for a convention, Val's goal has always been to elevate PowerCon above that glorified flea market as what you guys are describing for toy vendors and stuff like that. Okay, he's always wanted to hold it to a level where it is more like a San Diego Comic-Con. And from what he said last, in 2023, that was the biggest PowerCon they've ever had. Now, if he's talking about going and doing a smaller show, that's kind of moving backwards on what your end goal is.
I
know part of 2024's reasons that he didn't do it was because he couldn't get the dates that he wanted at the venue he was at that year. I don't know anything about owing anybody any money or anything like that was said. But I do remember him saying on the live stream we had that he couldn't line up the dates. They weren't trying to give him the dates that he wanted. And he wasn't going to do that. So he's going to take the year off and plan for a bigger show. And this, again, we were talking to him at the same time, Jay, in 2025. It would be better all around. Now, if Toylanta is looking to expand and grow, there are a lot of PowerCon diehards that go, no matter it's on the West Coast or on the East Coast. So, Punk, to your question is, how does this improve Toylanta? It's bringing a name that carries a little bit more weight, because PowerCon being a bigger show, that should be your answer right there. Now, like we've all said, though, with the short notice and how little time it is, and some people not willing to. First, you took PowerCon from the West Coast to more central to now the South. Like, again, some people are not going to want to travel that far. But I also think it gives a lot of new people who would never travel up north as high as Columbus, Ohio, a big chance to check out PowerCon.
Yeah.
I just don't know what kind of experience we're going to be looking at.
Okay. Again, I'm not speaking for anybody, but I feel and I will I will let this get out there a little bit. But speaking with Val, he had plans for something new. I'll put it that way. He has plans for something new. Now, I haven't spoken to Brett extensively yet, right? So I don't know the inside of what's happening here. But I think maybe it was a bit premature for Brett to say that PowerCon is coming to Toylanta. I think that what should have happened is that he should have said that PowerCon and Toylanta are working together, because I think the message is misleading. I don't think PowerCon is actually going to Toylanta. I think the PowerCon is cooperating with Toylanta and figuring something out. To what extent, I don't know. There's a lot of things that I talked to Val about, and I can't really talk about that because he didn't say whether he wanted me to talk about it or not. So I know a few things about some stuff, but
what you're saying right there, if they said, "Hey, PowerCon and Toylanta are now working together," that makes more sense. Like, we're merging rather than saying, "Hey, we're coming to PowerCon and we're coming to Toylanta." It just doesn't make sense. That's all that you know what I mean. Like, if you said, "Hey, you know what? We're now working together to give you a better experience," we're going to be bringing this stuff from PowerCon to Toylanta, where they're, that makes more sense than, hey, we're just coming there. Like, what the hell does that mean? You're not a vendor.
I've in speaking with Val over the last couple of years, I was always offering to help him and would like to give some suggestions, because he puts everything on himself. Like one thing about Val, I really feel for the guy, because PowerCon is his baby, and he really wants it to do well, and he wants it to become elevated to the next level, as Oz said. But he really needs to, in my opinion, okay, again, this is just my opinion, he really should open it up to other people to help him and to help him organize, because he, as far as I know, he's the only one doing the scheduling. He's the only one doing the planning and the thing. It's crazy the amount of work that he puts on himself, and I think he really needs to get more advice from other people and help, because my experience in 2023, I was waiting for the panel schedule, and it didn't happen until like 2 weeks before the show, and I was like, okay, but I want to plan to be there on a certain day if I want to see some things. And it was crazy, because by the time I booked everything to go, I found out later that all the major events, all the major all the major companies were actually speaking on the Friday, and I wasn't coming in on the Friday. You know what I mean? Like that was what kind of took me aback. I was like, why is everything happening on Friday, right? When I'm not even there, right? I didn't know that, because I didn't plan for that, because as you guys said, the actual scheduling, the planning actually didn't get posted on the site until much later, right? So I missed out on a lot of those, right? Which was unfortunate, but I got to see the Mondo panel. I got to see a few other things, so that was great. But I think they really need to get their messaging on point, and to everyone's point, they really need to make a clear message as to what is actually happening, because Lawrence, you're right. If it is just them bringing in their vendors and bringing in their crowd just to try and make something happen, and that I don't know if there are any guests, I don't know if there's a cosplay contest, I don't know. We don't know what's going on. And the thing is that in order to make this a big hoopla and really getting people excited, what you want to do usually to market this thing, you really got to get people excited, and the way to do that is to tell them what's happening.
Well, hopefully that's what this big announcement coming on January 3rd will be. Second round of vendor invoices will go out after January 3rd. Tickets go on pre-sale at a discount. Hotel links for both event hotels will be posted after January 3rd. Have a safe and happy New Year. And this was just sent over from Jordan Wholesome Warlock. So he's definitely letting us know that more announcements are going to happen, and then hopefully we're going to get all that info that we are looking for. Because again, it is difficult to plan with only 3 months. You try to plan as far ahead as you can. But yeah, running a convention is expensive. There's a very high break even. You can't comp everyone. You can't offer extensive VIP amenities at the show's expense. Grandpa used to always say, you got a budget, and it's true. And like what Allison was saying here, not that one, this one. PowerCon has money. Toylanta has money. Venues are expensive. This is probably mutually beneficial, so they can both get a venue. And that is definitely something I think we could all see as a benefit to both. Yeah. Because that is another thing that even I said in Toy Network, is that one of the big things I feel is that Val doesn't want to have all the pressure on him. He wants to step back a little bit. Now he can share that responsibility with somebody else. Again, he has wanted to step away from being the Motu convention and make it less brand specific. And by teaming up with a Toylanta, not Joe Lanta, but Toylanta, has no specific brand associated with it. It's just about the toys, right? It's Toylanta. it's easier to start separating yourself from being the He-Man convention. And as Jordan was saying, if it's a lot of these independent guys, well, that's huge, because that was really what we saw the presence of at 2023 was, Mattel's presence is non-existent at that point, being the second year that they've done it. So, you're automatically eliminating any brand specificity. You're going with all these indie brands, which is really, really good.
The original post says team up.
I was going to say, and Gina just sent over this, which this was the original post made where it's actually just shared Toylanta and PowerCon. Oh gosh, you cannot see it at all on here.
And I'm certainly happier it's happening than not happening in some capacity. But if I want to vend at PowerCon, I'd like to know within the next week or so, do I have to sign up for Toylanta, or do I wait? Is PowerCon going to have a page, and then I sign up with PowerCon?
Have you reached out to Toylanta yet?
No, I only learned about Toylanta when the announcement happened.
No, I know, but because of your uncertainty, you really should reach out to Brett and say, "Hey, Brett, you know what? I'm just curious. Because I don't know. This is my first time. I don't know if it's the first time going to Toylanta or not. But just give him heads up that you're considering going, but you want some some assurances or something like that. Because again, there's no harm in reaching out early. It's going to happen in another 3 days anyway. Just to let them know, hey, I'm a possible vendor, but I really would like to understand how this format is working, because I'm really excited for this announcement from PowerCon, but at the same time, I'm uncertain, because it's a huge logistical thing for me to have to make the trek out there. So if you could just give me a heads up as to what we can expect, then that would give me a lot more confidence.
Just while this conversation was happening, I put in my vendor app at Toylanta saying, and I put PowerCon in parentheses. So
yeah, and again, Jordan was mentioning again earlier that and even with the post that he shared with us, it looks like all the vendor information is going through Toylanta, which again makes sense, because as Adam is pointing out, that Toylanta did have the venue announced a while ago. But again, in your case, Alan, you're saying you didn't really know anything about Toylanta. You knew PowerCon, and that's what you were waiting to hear about. And again, this in the last 2 weeks is when we first heard from PowerCon that they were going to be doing this. But the original post from Toylanta and PowerCon says, in March of 2025, Toylanta is getting a power-up. For 2025, PowerCon will be in Georgia and teaming up with Toylanta. If you thought Toylanta was great before, then wait until you see what's next. So again, it does sound like, Toylanta is getting a big boost from being associated with PowerCon. PowerCon always has exclusives. And again, that is really hard to line up. I know they were having issues with it in 2023, and I could see them having some issues getting PowerCon exclusives ready in just 3 months. It's typically something you've got in a pipeline already, like in a production, but we'll see what happens with that. Ray Black saying, Happy New Year's, everyone. Happy New Year, Ray.
Yeah, you know what, Oz, I think it's probably best if you and I and a whole bunch of toy tubers try to get Val and Brett, on a stream. I know that Brett was on a stream.
I'd love to.
A couple days ago. And really sort of find out, what's happening and get some answers. You know what I mean? So I'll reach out to. I'll reach out to Brad. I'll reach out to Val and see if there's any way we can do something.
But
for sure.
Just a few insights. So people were talking about the size of PowerCon years. I can tell you that PowerCon at Columbus was tremendously larger than the last PowerCon show in the West Coast. I was at that show.
It was crazy.
It was one was held in a hotel, and again, I would say it was a third the size of Con in California, whereas Columbus was 3-4 times the size of Legion's Con.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, it was huge. I mean, it was a convention center versus a couple of ballrooms in a hotel. You know, and of course, you can always look at, you know, there's walkthrough video. You can just put in YouTube, you know, PowerCon 2021 or whatever it was, and you'll see how small it was in comparison. So, I mean, it became much bigger. I wasn't at the first one in Columbus. I don't know what the size of, or, you know, how populated that one was, but it sounds like the 23 was much more successful. But from the conversations I had, it wasn't where they needed to be at that point. And I know the stream you guys had with Val, he had talked about, you know, the difficulty with exclusives. He said it almost takes 2 years to get that stuff lined up. And that it's an important part of being able to sell tickets for the show. So I don't know how that'll play into things. I don't know if they'll be able to rely upon or if there were things in play. But I mean, things just like Four Horsemen, as an example, you know, Four Horsemen had PowerCon as a way last Cosmic, you know. So I mean, you know, last year they ended up doing it at IshCon. So as a result, but IshCon even is going to, I think, May. Yeah, May. So they were in July last year, and now they're in May. So, I mean, a bunch of the cons are changing schedules, which is going to really throw things like that off. But Atlanta last year was actually, you know, front and center was AWOC. As you came in the door of Toylanta last year, the first company you saw was AWOC, and Adam and Jason and those guys were all directly across from the front door. So I mean, they had a lot of representation. Four Horsemen was off to the left of the door. So I mean, you did have smaller toy companies there as well.
Yeah, and Steve is mentioning here, and this is Steve from Delta 17, guy running his toy line. He says you need at least 9 months to get an exclusive lined up. So I'm not sure what that's going to say as far as getting any exclusives available in enough time for Toyland or PowerCon necessarily. Now, companies, again, may have already lined up exclusives for Toylanta, but that wouldn't necessarily be a PowerCon exclusive. And typically, PowerCon exclusives tend to be a little bit more Motu themed, again, as a callback to the roots of the convention, which is why I always thought Felonious was going to be a PowerCon exclusive. And that's why I was kind of waiting for a PowerCon date. Felonious is the faker lion from AWOC, for those of you looking a little puzzled.
From my memory, the exclusives they had for Toylanta last year, they had a couple, and they were based upon what tier of ticket you bought. They weren't anything big name, but at least one of them was deemed toward the 12 type. I think this year they
Terrence, you're cutting up again.
Is somebody laundering money? It sounds like one of those things that you run the money through. Am I the only one hearing that?
I hear it as well.
I heard it.
What?
It sounds like somebody has a fan going.
Alan, do you have a fan going?
No, I have a fridge. I have a monster fridge in the room with me. See if this helps.
Yep,
it went away. So it's something going on in the studio.
It sounds like one of those money machines that you see now, like the
money
laundering money. I'm like, who's
that's what it is. Alan's got the money counters going, looking at all the money he made through hunt season.
Yeah,
and that he didn't already spend at a convention yet.
Yeah, no, I was just saying that like the exclusives that Toylanta had last year were tiered based upon what ticket type you bought. But I remember like one of the bigger ones was some kind of 12-inch G.I. Joe-esque type thing. I think this year they had mentioned something about maybe some Space Monkey type thing. Like I think image of like a monkey in a spacesuit, like a chimpanzee.
Did that fix the audio issue, by the way?
It 100% did. I do not hear it anymore.
Okay. I just
it wasn't that bad. I mean,
no, it was just, it was, yeah. It
was
wasn't
just
any issue.
slightly there. We've heard much worse.
Oh God, yeah, we have.
Well, gang, I have to run anyway. It's a little late for me. I got stuff to do over at the house before I get to go to bed. You guys are awesome. It was great to hang out with you. Hope everybody has an amazing and happy new year.
You too, Alan. Same to you, Alan.
Alan,
real quick, does anybody plan on going to Toylanta / PowerCon?
I'm going.
I think I'm
going, yeah.
headed. I think so, but I do want to know more. You know.
Well, stay tuned to January 3rd.
Yeah. Happy New Year, guys.
Happy New Year.
Yeah, Alan, real quick though, highlight of 2024.
You know what? It's honestly was on Clubhouse. As far as the toy world goes, I've got, haunted house stuff, highlights and whatnot. But
Well, it could be anything. It
as far
doesn't have
as-
to just be toys, but if you want to keep it Clubhouse related, I'm not going to complain.
Did I just die for a second?
You did.
Yes, you did.
It was honestly on Clubhouse showing Snake Mountain because I hadn't really shown it to people before at all. So that was cool.
Well, thank you for that, because definitely the show erupted when you showed your Snake Mountain here. And I love the fact that one of the selling points is this room's only got a 9-foot ceiling, so I'm going to have to move it into another room.
Yeah, because the next section of it is the shelving unit that's built for it is another foot higher, and then there's the Snake Mountain topper on top of that. So yeah, but showing that to other people because I hadn't. It's like something I've been working on in my shop, and I hadn't shared it with anybody else who was as passionate about those kind of things as I am.
I gotta say, I think it is the first time we have ever had Punk feel like his aircraft carrier may have been a little inadequate and not measuring up.
Nope, because I'm so small that the aircraft carrier still seems bigger to me.
Until you climb in the Snake Mountain.
Yeah, but I'm never going to make it there, so.
All right, have a good night, guys. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Down.
Punk, you're dreaming of climbing into Evelyn's fun toy room.
If you remember the G.I. Joe aircraft carrier commercial where they're like running.
Oh my God, yeah.
I was able to do that as a kid.
That I can believe. Actually, if it wasn't for the fact that the plastic's that old, I'd say you probably still could.
Yeah, that's every time you're in one of those clips, you're like, is this the time?
I'm gonna say those were the absolute best toy commercials ever from, just back in the 80s, man. Like every single commercial just seemed like whatever they were playing with, it could be the stupidest thing ever.
Yep.
Like a Motu character that turns into a rock. And it'd be like, oh my God, I gotta have it. That's just so cool.
Thunder Punch He-Man.
It's still one of the best. The original ones.
Yeah.
Still one of the best. Yeah, the new one, it's like, oh wow, you gave us back the action feature that should have been on every damn one of these since they came out.
No, that commercial, where he's like throwing
when he hits the cups
Yeah.
and it goes through the cups with the cap, it's awesome.
That's what I use that at the beginning of my review.
Yeah.
Not too much because I didn't want to get a strike or a claim.
Well, you got to be careful with that, Punk.
Yeah, well, at least that one would have been a real one.
Right. That would have been an actual, hey, I deserve that. Okay, my bad. But at least then you could just go back and edit the video and cut it out. The way these other ones were, you can't go back and edit the videos and cut it out because what they're copyright and strike you for isn't even in the fucking video.
I know. What do you want me to remove? Because, wait a minute, I can't remove anything that isn't there.
Uh-oh. I wonder if I'm going to get a copyright strike because I showed off Monster Force on my channel. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I'm going to get a message from what's his fuck?
Is that the $60 one or the...
Yeah, this is the Primal. So, $60 Kilowarg, and it's currently my figure of 2024 because I've just... Like, some people were saying they were having problems getting them to stand. Like, I've set this guy up with no issue.
You know what? I heard someone whining and crying that there's no foot peg. First off, if that thing's going to topple over, a stand is not going to help that big thing. All right, but I have no issue standing it. The biggest issue is the head. That
I didn't even try to take mine off.
Yeah,
I did not try to take it off yet. I could heat it up. I got the heat gun right here, so it's not an issue. It helped me pop all the parts into my various things.
Surprisingly, I switched my
thing,
heads just fine on my Kilowork.
So
Really? Man,
one of the questions Ed asked earlier was about the primal. Ed, you want to make me big real quick?
Sure.
Was asking if it came with the cigar head. It does come with the cigar heads.
Oh, wow.
So he can roar, he can look a little stern, or he can totally just smoke a fat blunt.
I might order one of those just so I can have a complete Operation Monster Force collection.
Yeah,
and then
go for
use like the use the trench coat, and because the gun that I have on him right now is a McFarlane gun, so I'm not even using the big Gatling gun. Then I can just kind of use that, throw those extra pieces on it. I mean, he won't have pants, but I don't really care.
I'm not gonna lie, I just realized when I was holding this guy up with that light, it gets that kind of nighttime eye shine that freaking wolves get.
Yep.
So I don't know if that's intentional with how they painted it or what, but that's badass.
I would say so, just to how everything else is painted with the Operation Monster Force stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, very intentional in like the way they painted this thing. And again, this guy seems to be more of an almost black.
Yeah, I wonder, is he a different color than the other one? I don't think he is. He?
Yeah, from what we were looking at tonight,
He's a little darker.
Okay.
Yeah, he is like a really dark charcoal gray, almost black. And you can see like in the light right here, at least. Now, again, I don't have another one sitting right next to it that I can compare it to. But when Ed holds his up and I hold mine up, they really do look like that one is a lighter gray than mine.
Unless if your camera is just darker. I mean, everything in your room is darker.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering too.
If you look at if you look at the pictures, that Primal is definitely more dark than the regular release.
But yeah, this guy's totally taken my top spot. Well, actually, no. I did say if he had the articulated jaw, he would earn my top spot. I'm having a lot of fun playing with him, but I would have to say for sure that, he beat out about 6 of my top 10 to rank in the top 5. I love this figure.
I didn't even, again, like he didn't even come in. I mean, he was out of the top, and I was waiting for him. Like he didn't even cross my mind for a top 10 to be. I mean, I waited for him to come in, but once I got him, I was like, he's good. But I just have 10 other figures that aren't even classified that I like more.
I think for me, though, being such a big werewolf fan, like people know I like my monsters and stuff, that this resonates with me a lot.
Oh, yeah, and I mean, that makes total sense.
Yeah.
And again, I hate when you say, like, hey, he wouldn't even hit my top 10. It's kind of like when I was talking to Ken, and Ken was like, Roboskull is, by far the toy of the year. And I'm like, to me, it's a Dragonfly. It's not even close. And that makes it sound like you're putting down the Roboskull, and it's like, I'm not, because I think it's absolutely wonderful.
If something's gonna beat it, that's the one. Because the thing that I have to remember is that thing came with 4 figures, all in that same box, all in that same offering. So it's a case of, are we talking about the Roboskull all-in package, or are we talking about just the Roboskull and the stuff?
No, if you take the Dragonfly, the helicopter, the blast effects, only that, and you take the Roboskull, and I have the special edition or the regular one. To me, it's not even close. There is something about that Dragonfly just being up on the stand, the way that it sits, the way that it looks. I think, personally, the Hiss is a better bang for your buck. But there's something about that Dragonfly that is so special in the way that it sits. The way that it's angled, the lights are one thing. I think the Hiss lights are better than the Dragonfly. When you get in the cockpit, they look amazing.
Yeah.
Like you could, like you hit that, turn the lights off, and you have an amazing picture. Doesn't matter what you do.
To each their own. I mean, carry on.
And again, but that's not me putting. I mean, again, we talked about it. It's like when people would say, when you would say that, hey, you know what? During the '80s, Lemieux and Gretzky they were better than Steve Yzerman. You're not saying Steve Yzerman was bad.
Exactly.
He just happened to come up when the greatest player and maybe the second greatest player of all time played.
Except in this case, I think we're talking about Gretzky and Lemieux, who was the better one, and one of us saying Gretzky, one of us saying Lemieux in that era. That's what I think the Dragonfly and RoboSkull are. Right?
Yeah.
It comes down to what you value. Right? Is it the guy who revolutionized all the assists, or is it the sort of like game breaker, do it all guy like Mario? I mean, they called him Super Mario for a reason, right?
No, I'm with you.
Well, we need to stop the presses real quick because first off, what's going on, Mr. 10K? How you feeling?
I'm not the biggest channel in the room, so I feel pretty
Hold on
down right now.
Hold on. All right, how do you feel now?
Somebody get the Hulk Hogan music going.
We got to bring Mega J back on, again. I think you said it best down here, though, because Kenzo's poking a little rib at Punk. Ken talks to us YouTube small numbers that are twice your size. Stay humble. But Mega J sets a standard.
I let humble go a long time ago.
Yeah,
I know your ego doesn't allow for humble. I'm surprised there's enough room for you and your ego in that room, but
There's
what?
not.
Yeah,
there's not. I just cram it in here. Right?
Okay.
Do you at least spit on it first?
I still want Punk's Monday live stream numbers. Those are good numbers. I still want that kind of interaction when I go live one day.
Well, gotta get that TKO back on.
I know. Right now, I get the Thursday with the friend kind of numbers, which is nothing to sniff at, nothing to sneeze at as well. But I know he's got an A show.
Let me explain something. We've all talked about consistency, right? And I say it all the time. Consistency, that's what works. The only channel that I can think of that can go on live at any time and get 100 plus people is Toy Habits.
Oh, okay. I thought you were going to say Full Force.
Yeah,
I wouldn't say you can't really argue that either.
Yeah.
I mean, he's pulling like 70, 80 to 100, but that just goes out to all the, and that's just joking. Like Toy Habits, like I don't know what time they go on, but anytime I see them, when it's them, because I've noticed Michael's been doing a comic show, on Mondays, I think, and he's not getting, he doesn't get a lot of views, so it is.
Mm-hmm. But when they do their news recaps, you're right. They can go on anytime and get big numbers, right?
Like generally because
come back and boom,
right?
You're going, what the fuck?
Like
they're
even
breaking the story a lot of times though too when it's the
that's
news.
true. Yeah. See, Jay, his big numbers usually come in that Friday time slot, right? Well, / after midnight Saturday, depending where you live. Like that's where his usual numbers come from, right? Your big numbers come on the Monday, Punk, and then you and you get more mediocre numbers for Thursday with a friend.
Oh yeah,
right. But again, I don't sneeze at that because that's what I get. Right.
And Thursday is more. It depends on who I have on.
Yeah.
If I have someone that is in my chat a lot, it'll do 40 to 50.
Yeah.
When I had Toy Habits on, there's two of the lower rated ones. And you would think because of how big the channel is, but people don't want to tune in. The people that are watching me mostly, they're not interested. It's weird, and again, I'm not going to change it because I still want to have people on that. Okay, so you're Motu-centric. It's not about the toys. It's about the person. It's about finding out, them. And hey, if you don't want to sit around and watch it, that's on you. I don't care. I mean, but like
you're going to do what you're going to do.
Yeah, same time toys, Woody, like people want to see them. and it's awesome. But other ones where you think it's going to be bigger, and you're like,
well, like when you had me on, and we only had 4 people watching that night.
Well, that but I mean, those you have to understand. If you can only pull 20 viewers with 10 people, you and I can only pull about 4. I mean,
well, I was going to say, yeah. I mean, realistically, we pulled 4 people to view. We had 5 people on screen with us, so
it's
a terrible metric.
I would have to say that
my war cry for 2025.
Yeah, I've talked to Tony about it. I think this year, as later on, maybe the middle of the year, I'm gonna try and do like 3 new people and then bring back someone who was on earlier on.
Yeah. I don't know what kind of numbers we had for Thursday with a friend, Punk, because you had me on for a pre-record, so it was just you and me.
Pre-record. So the only 2 pre-records that did really good were the Lenny's.
Yeah.
I know, obviously, Lenny from Hasbro made total sense. Though Frostbite kind of shocked me how good his numbers did. Better than most of my regular ones that were live.
Mm-hmm.
Yours, in all honesty, such a horrible time. I mean, it worked out for us, but everyone was on their way to Joe Fest.
Oh yeah, no, I wasn't expecting anything there. That was because you premiered that while we were all driving to Joe Fest, and all your regulars were going to be there. I didn't. I think I was at the airport with Jay or something like that, and I just quickly texted into the chat.
See,
yeah.
And I always want, I've always wanted Thursday with a friend. Sorry to make this about me, but actually I'm not. So I like doing.
When isn't it always about you when you're on fucking screen?
Why the fuck do you think I'm in the middle?
Because you're the pivot man.
Okay, exactly.
It's like Camila likes to be in the middle.
The maid, Alice.
But Thursday with a friend, I always wanted to be where it's going to be there forever. So if someone wants to find out who Ken is, or Ed, or Cobb, like they can go check it out and find, go say, oh wow,
mine had to be low. I can't believe you even had me on so early. Like I think I only been on Oz's like live a couple times. You invited me on there. I was like, oh crap, I gotta go live with somebody.
But you know what? Again, to all the people that don't know who I am or don't watch my channel or anything like that are watching right now, the way that I always saw Thursday with a friend was when I'm in, when I used to be in Geek Dad Life or Toy Habits or Mega J's or whatever, and you see these people posting, I always want to know what's their story like. And I knew you from Toy Habits and Geek Dad Life.
I've been there for a long time on Geek Dad Life.
Yeah, so I would always see you there, and then I would see you here. So to me, you're someone who I wanted to talk to, someone that I found that was interesting, someone who was supporting me. That's the biggest thing. I want someone that is supporting me, whether it be on Instagram, Facebook, obviously YouTube. That's why I've never gone after people that I don't associate with. And I don't know if they don't that I don't associate with, that I don't, that we
You're
just don't cross paths.
Thursday with a friend.
Exactly. So, and there are people that I haven't got around to asking yet,
Yeah.
Because I know there's some people that I think feel like kind of like shunned, and it's like there's only 4 to 5 Thursdays every month, and like the last thing it really sucked after Joe Fest because I realized I'm like I don't want to have all these people on that I just met at Joe Fest. I still need to have it broken up. But a lot of the people, when they have people on, they want to find, someone big. They want to have a big guest on. Some people constantly bring the same people on over and over and over. It's not what I wanted. So
I've always been around, supported so many people, and man, I just looking at the screen, and I'm like between like Oz, yourself, Lawrence, and Jay down here. You guys helped me get where I'm at on YouTube. Really being just the shout outs and sending people over and stuff. I'm like, man, I wouldn't even be where it was if it wasn't for this group of people right here. Toy Habits too, they have.
But Cobb, this is what I gotta say about you. When you do all Motu stuff, you've done a lot in other than you don't do live streams. you've done it a lot the same way that I did. You just continue to review the Motu stuff, where eventually you get in that algorithm.
Yeah,
because
if I go off subject, man, it's I notice the difference.
because I remember talking to you and you're like, yeah, I got 2,000 views on this, and I'm like, and again, I'm not jealous or anything, but it's like I have a bigger channel than you. I do that same thing, and it's not like I didn't talk Motu. I was talking Motu all the time. Did I get like 200, maybe 300 views on it? And you're like, yeah, I got like 1,500 views on that. And you got in the algorithm because people are like, this guy is a Motu guy. Somehow I never became a Motu guy because it's like, I don't know, I guess only doing like 50 reviews wasn't enough. But I think you did it the same way that I did it with the Joes, which is hard work. I mean, you're putting that time in. There's some things that, some people don't want to, some people don't have the time to do it. But
yeah, no, to further that point from Lawrence, if you're going to niche down, you're going to niche down, right? If you're going to concentrate on one subject, like that's a very smart thing to do, right? Unfortunately, I think what happened with Lawrence is that he was posting a lot of Motu stuff when Motu wasn't, the kick hadn't happened yet, and then when the kick happened, I think that Lawrence's channel was noticed for more Joe stuff, and I think that's where that parallel starts to divide, unfortunately, right? My channel is different too in that sense because I cover everything, but I still have a heavy focus on Motu, and you'll notice that my Motu stuff will always do much better than everything than all the other news bites. But a lot of people are cross collectors, so I'm fortunate enough there's enough cross collector traffic that I still get decent numbers overall. But at the end of the day, just like you guys keep talking about it, it's not about it's all about consistency and hard work. You know what I mean? Like, but what it really connects with audiences, I find, is just passion. As long as you guys really love what you're doing and really want to connect with your audiences, that's to me that's what it really boils down to. And time. The real problem with YouTube is time. Ken, I think Ken's a really good example of that. Like hard work, persistence, and just continuing to get those videos out there and make the right videos that people want to watch. Mm-hmm. And eventually it'll hit you, like somehow, some way the algorithm will find you, and all of a sudden it'll connect you with the right people.
Sacrifices end up getting made though, because exactly like you said. But what happened with me was I really love doing my Sunday live streams, and if I got too deep on another project, I couldn't do those Sunday live streams anymore. Right. And eventually I just had to choose. I'm like, I can either make really hard to do history videos, or I could do like 8-minute videos and then live streams every week. And I just said, let's try it the other way for a while. And it worked out, sure. But do I miss that immediate engagement and that immediate gratification of seeing a live chat every week? Of course I do. Big time. Right?
Yeah, but you have to, as you said, you have to make that clear-cut decision, right? Because live doesn't work for everybody.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Live is not necessarily how you're going to move the needle on your channel. As a matter of fact, there was an old, I don't know if it's still prevalent, but there a lot of YouTubers are still subscribing to the fact that you should not do live on your main channel. You should actually have a separate live entirely.
Yep, I've heard that.
I don't believe that. I don't believe that at all.
I think that goes with the same people that say you shouldn't do shorts. Yeah. I disagree. If you're doing short, like if I'm doing a whole bunch of shorts that's about my dog Roman, then yeah, you get people that are like, oh, I thought this was a dog channel. Rather than do one or two, because obviously he's part of the show. I've heard people say, but it's like, no, if I'm doing G.I. Joe or any type of toy stuff, then it makes sense. Same with the live streams. If you're doing stuff that has to do with it, I believe that helps.
Mm-hmm. Well, we're getting ready for New Year's on, I guess, Mountain Time now. Soon.
Mountain Time.
Yep. Did we do the second? Did we do the second giveaway yet, or should we do that after?
RC's been given away. Did RC.
Who'd that go to?
Wrecker.
No, Wrecker. I remember
Wrecker was the first one.
D. Griff.
RC was
It was D. Griff, wasn't it? You stole it from Amanda.
Okay. How do I get a hold of D?
I've got it up on the separate web browser back in the bedroom.
That's fine. I just got him. I just don't know how to get a hold of D. Griff.
We told him to contact you through IG, Ken.
Okay, perfect. Let me just make sure that happened.
Yeah. I don't have his socials, otherwise I'd reach out specifically.
Okay, sounds good. And we can do another one when there's some time gap after we Happy New Year, everyone out in time.
I wanted to ask earlier when you guys were talking about cosmic legions. Is this the closest they came to like a humanoid then? I don't know much about
So
cosmic
far,
legions.
that and Fisher Rice are probably.
Oh, that's that dude. you
Well,
guys keep talking
even
about.
Fisher Rice is really that blue color. He's got like the most human attributes with like actual skin tone. They've had human-esque looking people, but they're always painted up in different colorways.
Yeah.
Also, the next hashtag is going to be hashtag fixed.
Oh yeah,
as was set by Amanda, because it lingered on Amanda's name for a while before it switched over. It was kind of like, oh,
is that Wheel of Fortune flick? Like,
So Mega J, what more have you like? What have you heard about people that say about not doing lives on your normal channel?
No, I think it's a myth, because okay, so the initial, and I heard it from so many coaches, but the initial thinking was that if you do lives, it'll hurt your channel, right? That it'll like your regular viewership will start to drop. I've never seen that happen. Like
You do both. Lawrence does both.
Yeah, I've never seen that happen. And,
No, I'm sorry.
Yeah, one last point. The way, I think the important thing about lives is you treat them like regular videos. You make a good thumbnail, you make a good title, and you make a good description. If you don't do those things, don't expect them to perform. Half the guys who complained about lives are literally, they just had this placeholder thumbnail and a crappy description. And I was like, well, of course you're not converting. You're not converting because you're treating this as if it's a live. You're not treating this as if it's a video. And I think that really is the difference.
Well, I also say too, presentability is part of that. As I say this from being outside in the dark smoking a cigarette on my own show. But your presentation and how you do it live, it's people tend to tune in a lot more if you have a more professional look and setup than necessarily just going live from a dark corner somewhere in a basement somewhere, kind of thing.
You know what? I'm gonna argue with you on that one, Oz. I'm not saying that you're not incorrect. I mean, like you're not onto something, but I think the running consensus is video is less important than audio. That's actually like 9 times out of 10, video is less important than audio. You can have just like that's why podcasts do so well, right? You can be in the dark. You can have a place. You can go live like this. You can go live like this and still have a great time with your audience. You know what I mean? But
oh yeah.
But what it really boils down to is like have you set up your stream properly? I think a lot of people just ignore that. I think that's something that you have to really be conscious about, right? Every time I go live, I have a really good thumbnail, I have a really good description, and I make sure that I'm on point on the topic. That's all it really boils down to. And you know what? I
Total on topic.
Yeah. And
right, Ed?
What?
My live stream is totally on topic the whole time.
On topic
for the entire 3 hours and 15 minutes or whatever.
Tangent.
Left, right, center.
It's not even a tangent at this point, Jay.
No, and I totally agree with you on the audio having to be superior to the visual, and that's part of that professionalism portion that I meant is because there are so many people that'll just tune in to a clubhouse and they listen. They're not necessarily watching what we're doing, and we're all opening toys and showing off toys throughout. But the majority of people are listening to what
Hell,
we're
a third
doing.
of our
not
audience takes a
necessarily-
shower when the show's on.
I was going to say, we got people taking
Double
baths
bathroom.
and taking showers when they watch the Clubhouse. It's incredible.
I agree with the whole premise of the audio needing to be good, but Oz, I also agree with you. Like, look at Ken's background, right? You look at what Cobb has. Look what Terrence has in the back. Like when you see figures in the back, and if that's what you're talking about, it does make people stop and stay and go, okay, this person obviously knows. Here's one is, and I don't watch these people, but Laser Pants. He has these huge detals with everything's lit up, and you see like he is a toy collector. So if you're looking for someone that's collecting toys, it's going to draw you in. Same with, I would assume, like if you were looking, let's say, for a baseball channel, and all of a sudden you're flipping through and you find some live stream and you see a bunch of bats and baseballs in the background, you're gonna be like, this guy must be really into like sports and baseball and shit like that.
Right.
But
And
yeah, I
again,
totally agree
even
with
just
that.
looking at where like Mega J normally streams from right in front of his collection. Again, the majority of us, we are all posting in front of toys. Ed's the exception, but he's got the stoic old man in a chair. I'm watching over these young pups, and if they get out of line, I'm gonna tell them to get the fuck off my
chair's
lawn.
more famous than I am.
Equivalent of like hanging your degree on the wall, huh?
So, but you know what I'm saying? Like, if Jay broke in that he's going to teach us how to make an omelet, I'd be like, all right, it totally makes sense.
Right?
'Cause
Actually, I
he's-
want to learn how to make a Mega J omelet. Right?
I'm wondering why Jay has so many pots and pans. To be honest, looks like you have two different boxes of pots and pans up there. Or is that just one in a blender? Is that a blender?
This is my mom's house.
All right.
So Jay's mom knows how to make a mean omelet.
My mom, I come here to eat on
Yeah, I was gonna say,
that's how it
like,
works.
came by to visit us.
You know,
It's
I know
mom's
I've
cooking.
talked about this and we've discussed this a long time. You know, I truly do believe that doing pre-recorded videos, whether it be my reviews or what Ken's doing, that is what gets you subscribers, because people will subscribe. Lives, there are very few people that grow from lives. Mega J, I think you're actually one of them. Geek Dead Life is one that's grown that way.
Yeah.
But the lives are what create the community.
Yeah.
And I know some people think that's a bad word to say, but with your interaction and when you're talking to people and you're highlighting it, and when you do have people come on, that is when people start to know who you are. And then they they feel like they know you, that you're actually their friend. And I don't want to say I'm not friends with these people, but pre-recorded stuff, yeah, you can comment and reply to their comments, and obviously you try, but again, when you get to a point where you have so many comments on stuff, you cannot. You miss a day and you're lost, right? You know, it's like
I have noticed that primarily live channels, like I know you and Mega J are technically live a lot, but you both do enough pre-record. Like Jay, when he sees a cool custom, he makes a video. You know, Punk, when you see it, when you get a review sample, and whether it's classified or Street Fighter or whatever, you do it. So you still pump that pre-record. Channels that are primarily live, I've noticed that after the pandemic and people are home less, they haven't been able to grow as much. They still do it every week because their hardcore audience is there. They get the super chats, they get the views. But I've noticed that a lot of my friends who are primarily live, they've stunted. Like I was just talking to Toy Sorcerer. She's like, we've completely stunted on our growth. And I'm like, yeah, but hold on a second. You still do it because your community is always there. That community hasn't been snowballing, but you were in a good place before the pandemic ended. You just keep doing what you're doing. And your in their case, they have the website for the primary, is basically their primary thing anyway. So their YouTube channel has always been a nice to have. So the fact they're sitting at 9.6 or 9.7K, that's pretty good given they got the website.
So there's a, like, if you watch a lot of what are they called? YouTube help channels. If you watch a lot of YouTube help channels, there's going to be a lot of people who say that subscribers are just a vanity badge, right?
And yes, there is a component to the fact that it's just for ego, right? And I'm not gonna lie, that does help. But I've always, and I whenever somebody and I understand, I get it. But whenever somebody welcomes me to a stream and they're like, oh, he's the biggest channel here. I'm like, I tend to shake my head. I'm like, that's not what's important. What's important is to connect with your audience. Lawrence is 100% correct. It's all about connecting with people, right?
Yep.
The number that's shown on your screen is nice. It really is. But the reality is that what that number should represent for anyone who's actually trying to get higher in subscriber count is that number should allow you to connect with opportunities. Okay, so and it's ironic I should say this because I'm gonna have to explain myself. But basically, if you want to connect with a company, let's say you want to be a TMNT reviewer, you want to connect with NECA, you want to be a Master Universe reviewer, you want to connect with Mattel, you want to be a Transformer reviewer, you want to connect with Hasbro or GI Joe or any of these, right? Well, every now and then you're going to see these guys who get this gigantic freaking package. It's a promo package from Hasbro or from Mattel or from and you sometimes you scratch your head. You're like, why did he get one, or why did she get one, right? And this other guy didn't, right? Who's got twice as many followers, or 3 times as many followers. But the reality is, at the end of the day, it's who you know, not what you know, right? So if you've been able to connect with a marketing manager or somebody that you met at a convention or whatever, and they remember you, right? That's the connection, and that's what's important. As Lawrence says, the connections are what's important, not the numbers. Okay, that's the big difference. You can make and you can grow a channel to a certain degree and still be very successful. And I look at Toy Habits and like these guys, Michael and Toy Socials, they're doing it right because they use their audience and their audience is incredibly loyal, right?
Yep.
And they don't need to show it on their subscriptions. Why? Because you already said it. Lawrence said multiple times. And again, it's all about Lawrence anyway, right? So the numbers are always there whenever they go live because every time they go live, they their audience is tuned in, they're zoned in, they want to be there, right? And that's the success that you want, right?
Yes.
Everything else the accolades and everything like that, that's all good, right? But if you don't have the audience's attention and you don't have people like super fans, I'm going to call them, right? If you don't have that, then there are people who just come and go or just watch casually and you never subscribe. That's always going to happen. But as long as you're connecting with your audience, I find that that's more important than anything else.
So Lawrence also has the gift of freaking out that people enjoy. So a lot of his viewers watch for that reason too. They're just waiting for that bottle to pop.
I don't know. People aren't happy. There's some people that think I overreacted today on my review, but we'll see.
Yeah.
They also didn't say how much I fought with that figure too.
You know what? People like there's so many there's so many content creators who are and I didn't realize this. Like whenever somebody meets me in public, a lot of times they're like, "Oh, you're exactly the same way you are in real life than you are on the camera." I'm like, what does that mean? You know what I mean? When I met Lawrence, he's the exact same guy as he is right now, right? But I think people have this preconceived notion that everyone's hamming it up for the camera, right? And I think that one day when they finally realize, no, that's just passion, right? That, like what Lawrence is doing is passionate. And he's just really passionate about this, and he's pissed off about this, right? But I think that when people start to really get to know you, again, it's all about creating a community.
I think that perception though is historical because people are used to the way things used to be, where news anchors and movie stars aren't exactly who we put them in our heads, and people see the YouTubers and they associate that same thing with the YouTubers, even though most of us, especially in this toy space, are just normal dudes just being passionate about something we love.
We are normal guys that were just willing to go live and put ourselves on camera. That's the only difference between you, me, and anyone else that doesn't do this. We're just willing to step in front and say, hey, you know what, we're going to talk. And sometimes it's insecurities that people have, and sometimes they just don't want to. You know, it doesn't make me any bigger, any better or worse than you. I mean, but yeah. But I love what Jay was saying about the connection. And I think most people know this, and I'm gonna pat myself on the back. I wonder if
Not
people-
again.
I wonder if people are gonna
Son
start
of a
doing this
bitch.
now. At the end of my Mondays, I started everyone that said bye as I was playing the exit. I started highlighting everyone that says bye. Right. I didn't really think too much of it, and then all of a sudden, I had 3 or 4 people go, "Oh my god, I love when you do that," and it got to about 3 or 4 people, and I went, "You guys are really noticing?" And they're like, "Yeah, dude, we love when you do that." So it's like I sit here for for a minute and a half or whatever, highlighting all the people that say goodbye, because now I realize, because you can still see the numbers, and when they're still up there in the 50 and 60s, and you're like, why are people sitting around for this long? They just want to see their name say
People
goodbye.
want to be noticed.
And I didn't think too much of it till a few people said it to me, and I'm like, all right, well, that's something I clearly have to continue to do.
Yeah, no, 100%.
That's
Always
always
a
what
lot
I'd
of
like to
people
do.
like the smaller chats too, and they'll be following YouTubers, and when their chat starts getting too big, they don't stick around as much. They're like, oh, I liked it when it was smaller.
I like to say that I've always done the goodbye post, Punk, to my 5 subscribers.
It's a quick run through, but we appreciate it, Ed. Thank you.
I think every channel ends up with little things and niches that are theirs.
Yes.
And other YouTubers might copy them or whatever, but a lot of what Mega J was saying holds true even on my other channel. It's about people, it's about connections. But because my other channel was DIY, lives were not as DIY, and it hurt me. But also I was time of year specific. So I would gain subscribers in August, September, and October. Then I would do a live in November, remind them about the channel, and they think it's the wrong time for it, and they unsubscribe.
That's awful.
Yeah.
Terrence.
I understand. I was like,
hold on a sec here. Hold on a sec. Terrence, you had your hand up. I saw that.
I had a bit of an emergency. So I had Chinese food earlier.
It's supposed to be good luck on New Year's.
And so I
Did you just shit yourself?
No. No, but so I waited my fortune cookie until just now. And when I broke it open, I have no fortune.
Oh shit.
So I don't know.
That is an emergency.
I don't know if
That's because you spent your fortune on toys.
Well, that's true, but I mean, I felt like this might be a foreshadowing of the year to come or something like that. That I don't know if that means I have no future, no fortune. I don't know. It's.
I think it's because you're spending your fortune on your toys.
Well, that's what.
No, you don't have to worry about it, Terrence. That's a sign that your future is open.
Can I just say that Terrence totally stuck his hand up to be called for? Tell us he didn't have a
It was for band, so I figured I'd try it out.
It did work for Frenz. He did it earlier.
If I see it, I'll call it out. Punk, please resume.
Anyway, so you know what Alan was saying about you see other YouTubers take stuff, and I tell everyone, I'm like, don't steal anyone's stuff, but if you see something that you like, make it
yours.
Modify it to make it yours. I've seen. I remember finding some guy, and I sent it over to Matthew. I have no idea who this guy is, and I go, "Who is this?" And he watched it, and he goes, and he's like, That's Toy Galaxy. I'm like, yeah, it is. It wasn't Toy Galaxy, but this guy, he talked like him. He did the same type of content. He sat in a chair the exact same way. He had his cadence. I'm like, you just completely copied everything that Dan Larson does.
You're not talking about me, are you? Sit in front of a bookcase, gel the hair.
No,
talk.
no, it was not you. The guy was not.
You have punctuation. Dan Larson talks a lot like zero punctuation in a lot of his videos.
Oh, like one continue. Try slowing him down to 90%. It actually helps a lot.
But Alan, I want to. You said something about your DUI doesn't do that well, and
DUIs never do that well, Lawrence.
If he's DUI, he might not be here right now.
Whatever. So I talked to Tony because they do the Terradrome, like him and KJ, and they'll have people on. And I go, you guys need a moderator that isn't customizing, that can tell you what the chat is saying.
Yes.
They can read it to you. I've noticed the exact same thing with Radnom. Like he's busy doing stuff, so it's hard for him to read the chat. If you have somebody that isn't doing customizing, they're able to read it. So they're able to read the stuff to them. Or sometimes the moderator can just kind of answer some of these questions because they're busy doing stuff. I think it would help out. And I told Tony, I'm like, I'm not asking to be that person, but I don't, but that might help out a lot.
Yeah, I answer a lot of Radnom's questions in the chat.
Yeah, but you're not on screen. That's the whole thing. If you were
Right.
on screen, I think it would help.
And
I agree. When I jump
on my
with
Wednesday
Megan,
night lives, on
Go
my
ahead,
Wednesday
Alan.
night live channel,
Yeah.
I have someone, and their
Okay.
only job is to read comments. That's all that they do.
So they're on screen with you?
sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes. We have multiple camera setups.
Okay. And like I said, I think, and again, I don't know if that would help with what you're doing but I mean, for customizing, I think, if someone's customizing this figure and they want to know what they're painting and what, it's too hard because when we did it, when I had them on the Streamathon, it was hard. Like, I'm not reading the chat because I'm painting and everything like that. I should have been letting them do stuff and me kind of not narrating, but moderating, talking to them, saying, hey, they want to know what you're doing here. Or I can kind of be, answer some of the questions. If you're building I don't see why it wouldn't work with what you've talked about, but
I think it's got to be more of that setup where you can interact as you do it. Because a lot of people, well, especially with the DIY, where they might pause the video and try to work on it and then continue from that point. But I know even with Mega J, there's been lives where I pretty much just sit with Mega J and I'm kind of running the chat, kind of thing for Mega J. Sometimes having that partner helps. I know Ed helps me a lot here, even with this small number, because we got 20 people watching and 10 of us are on screen. It really does help when Ed is able to help highlight, a minute ago, he highlighted Gina's chat.
I'm thinking one of those 20 people needs to win the Warrior because I see Andrew Davis and Frankie Rivera in the chat and both of them want Warrior.
Is it time for a giveaway, Ken? Is that what
I
you're
think
saying?
it might be time for a giveaway. Can you pull up that giveaway tool?
Okay, so you just have to do the same hashtag that I'm going to put in.
We've hashtag fixed. We already said the next giveaway would be hashtag fixed.
Yeah.
Okay.
We promised Amanda that earlier.
Totally
I
going
will
to do
keep-
hashtag punkish short, but anyway, we'll do hashtag.
We've still got 2 more giveaways for Punkish Short.
We'd only do that if you were giving away Bret Hart, Ken.
Steve says we should do hashtag.
What's Steve going to do with a Warrior figure? He doesn't even watch wrestling.
He's gonna have the hailstorm. See if the Warrior can lift
Always
it.
a heavy game. Oh, Kenzo too.
Well, guys, hang on just a sec. It's got to wait until we punch it in to collect it. And Ed, if you're having trouble, I can finish up the
I
segment.
don't know where that is because I've never done the giveaway.
Okay, bring up a new tab on Google Chrome and type in the StreamYard giveaway tool, and then click on the very first thing that pops up.
Did the Chinese finally get to Terrence? Is that what happened there? Because
I think it did. He
went
disappeared.
MIA. He went
He went to
MIA.
go write an email.
There he is. You say his name and he appears.
He's writing the email right now. Very angry at Chinese generic fortune cookie company.
All right, I got to get going, guys. But I did want to, because I told Terrence I'd help out a little bit. So, speaking of giveaways, I think Terrence, what is the purple gang? Is that
Purple Gang?
Yeah, the Purple Gang's giving away some really cool prizes on the 7th. Is it the 7th, Terrence?
No, this weekend, the 4th.
This weekend, 4th. Okay, so yeah, guys, check out the Purple Gang. Give them a subscribe, like and subscribe to the channel, because if they reach 1,000 subscribers, which is I think 300 subscribers away, they're going to give away a Hiss tank, which I think is nuts.
Right?
that is crazy. But you know what? They're great ambassadors for the community, and they're doing this for the fans. They're paying it forward. So guys, you can win some great prizes if you go and subscribe to the Purple Gang. And Terrence has all the details, so I'm pretty sure you guys head over to Terrence, and anybody just ask him, and he'll point you in the right direction.
There you go. Well, thank you, Mega J, for being here. And what was your highlight of 2024 before you go?
My highlight of 2024, honestly, it was seeing all you guys again. As many of you guys in person. Lawrence and Ken and you, Oz. Chris, and Terrence. I mean, Terrence, I saw him and his watch was walking down. He's like, damn, like there he is. There's Terrence.
Ed was at Joe Fest too.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's right. Everybody, I could. Everybody's like, some people are blanked out and everything. But that was my highlight. Being able to see all good friends and everybody. I think that's the biggest thing. Like I said, it's all about the community, right?
And Flip War.
You know what? Flip War is fun. It is, but Flip War's been a headache in terms of getting the damn thing done. So, in terms of that, it definitely is a highlight, but it's not the highlight. The highlight is definitely meeting all you guys again in person and reconnecting and making those friendships last, man. Like, I think that's the biggest thing for all of us. And we're talking about Toy Atlanta again. We're talking about PowerCon, for crying out loud. Holy crap! And I hope to see all you guys, as many as possible, at the shows again this year. So, guys, I want to wish everybody a happy New Year. Please subscribe to everybody that's on the screen, guys. These guys do great content, and they all deserve the likes, the follows. And even though I said that it can be vanity, the reality is it still helps a lot to get noticed, because no matter what, subscribers get people noticed, and it helps to push channels in the algorithm. So, I mean, there is an aspect to it, but at the end of the day, it's all about hard work, persistence, and passion, right? And as Lawrence always says, it's about the community. It's about making those connections and getting to know people out there. That's the way it is. It's all about Lawrence anyway. So we'll just leave it there.
Thank you. I like that.
Thanks for everything, guys. And everybody, take it easy, and happy New Year.
Take care, Jay. Take care, Jay.
Appreciate you, Jay.
Thank you.
If you guys don't realize, 2025 is the year of Lawrence. This is going to be a motto all year.
Here we go. There we go. The year of the Lawrence.
The year of Lawrence. Till 2026 comes, and then it'll still be the same. It'll be the
It's
year.
going to be the year of the Lawrence, except it's going to be Bud.
See, now,
Yeah, so-
before was the year of in my world, it was Swig.
Now, somebody was just trying to jump in. It may look like there was only 9 participants, but technically Brick is still hanging along with us here. He has been off camera setting up some stuff. But yes, if you were trying to jump in, now is the time. So whoever that was trying to jump in with the link, do it.
Do we want to run this with just 4 entries?
Oh, no. Come on, people. Put in hashtag fixed. It's ready. Ed's got it up.
Why don't we get Tony on here, because we know it's fixed when he's on.
That's because Tony hates diversity. So.
I was just take the words of my mouth.
Hashtag fixed, folks. Drop that in the chat. Let's see it. Get your chance to win the Ultimate Warrior.
Jim.
All right, we definitely need somebody to shoot Tony that.
He wants that one, so I'll shoot it over to Tony.
Thank you.
And since he's here. Did they end the strike with the Canadian Post at this point?
They did, but it's fine.
Suspended.
I would have shipped it using our USPS shipping partner anyway.
Okay, I only asked because I have somebody I'm supposed to be shipping a Legion's Con exclusive 2-pack to.
Oh, you won't be able to get stuff out of the country for a little while, so you have to use UPS or FedEx.
Okay.
Yeah, like coming this way, they've still got it suspended.
Okay. Yeah, I've run into a problem the last couple of weeks, so I didn't know if they had been finalized yet or not.
And Adam has been trying to win your Thundercats Ultimates collection all night, Ken. All night.
There's like 2 figures there. I mean,
And he wants them both.
We won't even go to bed till we do the draw for that.
I saw he tried to win the whole collection earlier.
He did. He put in hashtag Ken's whole collection, which, like we said, that's enough for a museum right there. You curate quite the collection, brother.
First off, Steve, we need to sell more figures. I need a new house with a basement to put the entire collection properly, flag displayed, Boulder Hill displayed, and everything. Where am I going to put the hind as it is? There you are, Frankie.
You're going to put it on top of an aircraft carrier.
Yeah, I guess next to a Tomahawk and a Sky Striker.
Hashtag
And we asked for it, and he is here. Tony's Fizz.
What is happening? Happy New Year!
Happy New Year to you.
I knew Steve was going to say that.
Tony.
Move to the prairies. You mean where I actually have to do things for myself? Where I can't just call a handyman when I need,
So
I need a
Tony,
tire change.
I just want to say earlier when I was watching Legend Series Tony's stream, I appreciated you that you were calling out to me when everybody was talking about how Mythic Legion's figures breaks.
Yes, sir. That shit was funny.
They're all like talking about how they have broken figures this and broken figures
Dude, they were
that.
talking some shit.
They were. And
like, you hearing this shit?
I honestly thought about just chiming in. I'm like, wow, that must suck for you guys because I've got a shit ton of Mythic Legions figures and not a damn one's ever broke.
No, I guess they got a bad batch or something because they were bagging on them.
Wait,
who
was saying they broke?
Gaines,
Jerk.
Jerk, Gaines, and Figure Fight Club. I don't know.
Kanan too. I think they had some bad.
Zakanan was
bad
saying
figs.
like he's had one, but the rest of his were good because he actually kind of likes them. But no, everybody was just ragging on Legions, talking about how they were all breaking. And I'm like, that's funny because I've never had one break. I had one pop a stitch. I've never had one break. Now,
I've had an accessory break, but that's it. Right?
Ed, I know
bad
he's
at
had
all.
one break.
Except for Larry. When
Actually, it wasn't even a mythic. It was the
one.
Right, but they were just they were really ragging on some Mythic Legions, and then Robert's Infinite Realms, like, yeah, I'll never, he was talking about not buying too many.
You got a bunch of guys with gorilla mitts that are used to playing with Valaverse toys, and then they try bending them.
Who's that, Oz? Robert what?
Infinite Realms.
Oh my god. There's an inside joke there. I'm not going to say shit.
Oh, you guys will have to tell me later.
Hashtag
fix.
Oh,
Though,
Larry
guys.
will.
Hashtag
Larry will tell you later.
I appreciate that, Larry.
Yeah, Thanos and I had the same one, the first gray alien that came out.
And it was at the
Scorpion.
same part too, if I remember
wrist.
correctly.
Yep, the wrist broke.
But again, all I gotta say is they've put out the numbers. Like they very openly talked about what their QC numbers are, and apparently, like the industry standard is like 2%, and they're at a 0.0 something percent, if I remember correctly from Jeremy's stream. So even that small amount of people who are getting QC issues, it's well underneath the industry standard. So
I mean,
just to give you a personal story, Thrace, which actually there was a known issue with Thrace with one of her legs. Gina recently did a custom of using Thrace for a custom of the Wicked Witch from Wicked. And in wanting to show it side by side, because I had multiples, she accidentally broke the leg on Thrace, and it was one that I had gotten at Joe Fest, last year or much earlier this year. She wrote an email to Four Horsemen. We had a new replacement leg within 2 weeks. So I mean, it's that easy. They're a great company. I don't know why people.
Hey, I had a Recondo fall off the shelf on the carpet and still broke his arm off. So I mean,
Yeah. I mean, and my sister had a similar issue with Thrace, if I remember correctly, but not quite. I don't know. Like, again, any company is going to have some QC issues, but it's like, how do you go about rectifying that issue? Are you just going to complain about it? Or, I don't know, maybe write the company you bought it from and see if they'll replace it. Sometimes, if it's through a third-party retailer, depending on who that third-party retailer is, they might tell you to go back to that retailer, like in the case of Big Bad Toy Store. But honestly, though, anytime I've had anybody who's had an issue with a Mythic Legions figure, if they reach out to the Four Horsemen, they're the ones that take care of it. Like Bud recently had the broken ankle issue with his Frankenstein's creature. He got it as a gift from the rest of us. Brick was the one that ordered it. And Bud reached out and said, hey, I had this issue. They got his address information because they asked if the order or the address it was shipped to is where they need to send the part to. He confirmed the address and they shipped him the new part, and boom. Now, this is a result because Adam has had some issues. He tried to get some help, and because he was in Canada, they weren't going to ship it to him. Wow. And that is a shame.
But now, obviously this is a fact, but I mean, because he attends so many shows that Four Horsemen are at, like, if he were to tell them that, would they possibly bring it to a show to him?
Probably, but I mean, again,
it's not like or Mattel where literally the team at the Four Horsemen is so small that Diego might be at the show. You know what I mean? Like,
but well, and that's the other thing though too is that not every customer though, and Adam's kind of speaking on behalf of all of Canada. Not a whole lot of Canadians are going to be coming down to the States to go to shows necessarily.
But I gotta say, if they will ship to another country and they have a QC issue, they should ship a replacement part or figure. I mean,
makes sense. Yeah.
I mean, I'm sorry. I know someone will probably disagree, but you're never going to get me off that. Like, it's your product. You chose to be willing to ship to another country, and if the shipping's too much, that's on you because you made a product. You're telling your customer, fuck you. That's Super 7 shit right there.
Oh, Tony hopped off. He said he'll be in the chat. Well, sorry, Tony. We didn't mean to scare you away.
I'm here, fool.
He's still there at the bottom.
Oh, there you go. He's not saying
at the
he'll
bottom
be in the chat. He's just saying to all in the chat. I'm sorry. You guys realize I'm looking on a screen that's like.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
It's also right. Because he's at the bottom, and when you pull up a comment, it covers him. So.
Bye.
Any last minute entries? Hashtag fixed. We're going to
hashtag fixed. Ray.
What are you guys winning? What are you guys drawing for?
Ultimate Warrior figure from me.
I need an Ultimate Warrior to fight my Hawk Hogan that I just recently got.
Hawk Hogan?
Your what? Hawk Hogan?
Hawk Hogan?
Hawk Tua.
Hawk Hogan.
It sounds like Larry's saying Hawk Hogan.
Well, he also says Wolf, so it's okay. We forgive him. He's from Michigan.
Blade Runner Hulk Hogan.
Nice try, Steve.
Hashtag Manitoba for Ken.
Did anyone see my commercial on Legend series? Did he play it at all?
I didn't see it. I didn't even see mine.
I didn't see it. I didn't see mine because it was at a period where I couldn't watch at the moment. And I did rewind to see if he had played it, and I did catch it. It was nice to see the recognition there. Everybody's trying.
Wraith Mace saw yours, Oz.
There you go. Wraith Mace saw it. Thank you, brother.
Wow.
Make sure you get that hashtag fixed in so that you can get this sweet, sweet prize.
Good thing we didn't actually.
Worse, you could fight Hawk Hogan.
Steve, you just got to put in hashtag fixed, nothing else.
He put in #fix, but then he says he'll give it to Ken if he wins.
Yeah.
No, what the hell?
Free shipping to Ken's house.
That's right.
He goes next door.
Well, not because he's not in Manitoba yet. So.
Well, good thing we didn't run out of 4 people, like I said earlier.
Yeah.
All right, we're gonna run this bitch.
All right.
See. Who's it gonna linger on and fuck over this time?
Oh.
If it lands on fucking Tony, I'm gonna kick his ass.
All right, congratulations.
So this is best 2 out of 3, right?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So roll it twice more. All right.
All right, now we gotta.
And he wins the damn thing.
Now we gotta see some stop motion. Larry fixed.
Congrats to Larry.
Yes, congrats.
I think Larry and Tony have a little thing going on with the StreamYard giveaway tool. Every time they're on screen together, if one of them motherfuckers wins, something's fishy.
Fixed.
Give away something
Give away.
on Legend Series. Give away a unopened Guile, Jada Toys.
Jada Toys, nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yep, that's it. That's it, Ken.
I guess I could have just asked you on screen. I literally sent him his address from an older message and said, "Is this the address?" And yeah.
Whoa, you gonna dox him like Vala?
You guys gonna dox?
All right, Alan. Well, look, thanks for jumping on again,
Yeah,
brother.
thanks, Alan.
He just
Happy
can't
New
get
Year
enough
again.
of us.
So, Frankie, I know you wanted the Warrior. I have more than one. Just not 100% sure I just want to give the other one away.
Frankie, no.
Wait a minute.
Gotta message him and arrange it.
Oh, don't even start because you had some guy make a fucking tank for Tony about wait a minute.
What's the Warrior look like?
I see.
Rigging
First
up
off-
the damn games.
First off, the Wolverine is not a tank, all right?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Nor is the Hiss. We got to talk about that. You guys keep calling the Hiss tank. The Hiss is not a tank. So are you really giving something away? They're like ninjas. They don't really exist.
That's right. This is true.
The septic tank exists
I'll check
in the
Mattel
90s.
store for you, Frankie.
Yeah, see,
So
even
where else I
Robert
go
does.
to, everything's
Hey,
usually
you got one of these anyway,
60% off.
What's that?
You got one of these. So
I got
stop
one of those,
complaining.
yeah.
Exactly.
I need to still get one of them.
Very nice. Plastic, fantastic.
How is it not a tank? Which one are we talking about here? And
Any
then
of
go
them.
watch Chad's video on what a tank isn't, and then tell me how a Resvani is. Aside from the fact that they themselves call it one.
They call the Resvani a tank?
The Resvani
The
company.
fucking
Resvani.
soccer mom mobile.
Resvani calls it a tank.
Yeah. No, the actual name of that Rizvani is Rizvani tank. I believe.
Yeah.
Caliber
All right,
seems to
Steve.
call his a tank.
I never heard him utter it. No.
No, his is just he just calls his the Rizvani.
Yeah.
Back in the 80s, I had an aunt that owned a gremlin. We called that a tank.
Oh, my dad had a couple gremlins. I said I wouldn't call that a tank.
No,
I call
no.
a station wagon a tank, maybe.
I was going to say a Grand Marquis is a tank.
I had a 77 Grand Prix. That was a tank.
Right.
All right.
Exactly, Thanos. How is it not a tank?
I had an 83 Riviera with a V8, and it was front wheel drive, and we used to smash through snow piles because it might as well have been a 4-wheel drive.
I was going to
Since
say,
you have a
did it have
V8 dropped in, and it's
treads?
a front wheel drive.
If it had treads, I'd be okay calling that a tank. Just wrap those chains around both wheels. Good enough. Close enough.
Pretty much.
Dodge Coronet green tanks. Yeah, that's about right too.
I had a set or a 1980 Cordoba. That was a tank.
Right. Terrence has opened up so many toys, he's dropping them.
Sweet. I can't wait to see my Ultimate Warrior.
How many of them broke, Terrence? How many of them broke?
None of them. None of them.
Wow, impressive. See, I'm just saying.
Wait, what Ultimate Warrior is this, Ken?
It's the Legends.
It's the one right before he died. When he showed up in the suit
now I
on
gotta
Monday
get a
Night Raw.
casket to go with that one. God damn it!
That's your problem.
Let's go get a casket of cruelty.
I just apply the warrior.
Yep, super action stuff.
No, no, I gotta get the casket of cruelty.
Actually, go to that place that
We don't like to talk about, but
Frankie
I plugged
does pictures for. What the hell is that place called?
Oh,
They have an
yeah.
actual casket.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you got to reach out to.
Yeah, Realm of Toys,
man.
89. Frankie.
What is the name of that website? Because he's always plugging it in his videos, but
Let's see
they
if
got
I can find
great
it. Hold on.
stuff. Yeah.
It's on the way yet, Larry? Your Xandar?
He's on his way.
Oh,
He's gonna
we
be
got
on his
Tony
way from about
flexing?
18 different places too soon to me.
Look at that damn Xander. Ooh. I like
He
it.
seems like the sleeper of the wave. Nobody was really talking
Right?
about it when they showed off, but everything that I'm
Badass.
seeing,
They look badass together.
and
Yeah,
also
they do.
people that say they're twins, they're not twins.
No, they were not.
They're just brother and sister.
Just brother and
Right.
sister.
Same was Zartan himself. They
Older
were all
brothers,
brother
right,
and sister. Right. Damn, they look good together. I'm waiting for them to do the color shift on these two as like a con exclusive. Like they did with the Zartan.
Yeah, I don't see them doing the color changing again.
I would only recommend it as a con exclusive, not a mainstream release.
No, well, yeah, no, but I just don't see them doing it.
Yeah.
Especially, there's too many figures. This line is so deep now, and they have
Oh
to
my
get to
God,
so
yeah.
many different characters.
I'm proud of them though. Like Origins, like they are digging deep to hit characters in the vintage line I didn't think they would touch.
That's what makes, to me, that's what is still making Origins great, even though I'm not anymore. The fact that they are finding characters that were never made,
Yeah.
and producing them.
But doing deep cuts like the sketchbook stuff where we're getting, concepts of the figures before the final production, like that Horde 2-pack that's coming out from the sketchbook.
Yeah.
Like
That's what
we're getting.
But that's what you need, like
yes.
And the fact that they mesh, with the original figures.
Here you go.
Yeah. Yeah, I love that it just fleshes out the line that much better.
It's Figures
And-
Toy Company. They have
There you
ladders,
go.
tables, referee, security.
And they got a casket.
Well, that's what I made. That's what I
Cage.
made the biker gains from.
They got a casket right here.
Oh shit!
Yeah, and that's that big Yokozuna style casket, isn't it? Oh no,
They're
no,
not
it's a
that
little bit
much money.
smaller.
I mean, $40 for the black one.
There you go.
16 if you want an Undertaker casket.
He's an Ultimate Warrior. He doesn't need a good one. He was an asshole.
Yeah, $16.99 for a basic.
I ain't
one.
gonna lie though, I popped for him.
Look at this, Oz. I got a glow in the dark one.
When he showed up, I popped, and then I got real sad the very next
Oh,
day. I
Larry,
was
that
like, well, I guess
glow-in-the-dark
that was a one and done. Oh, they got glow in the dark caskets, Larry. Oh shit.
Whole set.
Oz sounds intensify.
$8 for a 3-pack of glow in the dark tombstones, Oz.
Oh,
I have
yeah.
lots
Yeah.
of tombstones.
You know what? You know what, Ed? Yeah, Ed knows me way too well.
No, Ed, you
man.
gotta have just as many tombstones as I do.
I make my own.
I got a bunch of tombstones from Ed.
But I'm just saying, if you
But
have
do they glow?
Operation Monster Force, you have so many tombstones.
Oh yeah, I got lots of tombstones from them.
Well, see, that was going to be the thing. I was going to dry brush like some glow in the dark like paint over top of them so that you can't see it. But then when I hit the UV light, it's going to look like a teenager's bedroom. Oh, come on. Y'all can laugh at that. That shit was kind of funny. Look at that. Fei Long a beast. Did he come with that shirt? Or did you just
No,
get that?
this is,
Okay.
the shirt, the pants, and the top that Bruce Lee wore. It's from
Mhm.
5K Toys.
Mm.
Like $12.
Yeah, I
for
like that.
Yeah, it looks good. Probably the
I mean,
best posable rendition of Bruce Lee there is for the figures that are out there.
Yeah, Jada Toys is once again killing it this year. Solid releases all year long.
That's dope.
Hulk Hogan's #1 fan, DJ.
There you go.
Yeah, DJ could probably whip his ass.
DJ.
Whoa,
Yeah, I can
whoa,
do that,
whoa,
Thanos.
whoa,
Hold on.
whoa! Don't talk shit like that. DJ's not even a real person.
Is he a ninja?
Pretty much.
Where is Madsen tonight? What's
No,
going
he just
on?
not a 75-year-old wrestler.
Him and Pop were live.
Okay. Well, that makes sense. If they were live, that's why they're not here.
I don't know if they still are.
Oh, if they made the yellow jumpsuit.
No,
Todd
there's no
C.
way.
Oh yeah, I'm all over that.
There you go, Thanos. That's the link for that place.
Yeah,
They're
I
on
appreciate you
Amazon.
dropping that, Ed. Good stuff.
Yeah, you can find them on Amazon. They have a shitload of stuff. Just type in wrestling, like wrestling referee on Amazon, and you'll start finding a whole shitload.
Yeah.
Bring this up.
Yeah,
I'm very late to the party. I know Lawrence has already reviewed all the kits and everything, but with the Canada Post shipping strike, I just got this in the mail the other day. Like
Nice.
you got the roll cage in the back with the rear gunner platform. I just left the original turret because I don't know where I would put it if I got a different turret, and I got the driver's side platform and the side gunner. And I do have the doors and the roof that go over the top and the brush guard in the front and the net. I just haven't had a chance to put them on yet. So
Nice.
this is probably going to be a video I do where I show the phase 1 to 5 upgrades. And Tony knows I freaked out because I thought I was missing some pieces. And I'm like, the Gridiron misshipped this. I waited so long. What the hell? And of course, I turned over a piece of bubble wrap and there it was stuck to it. So I'm messaging Mark saying, I know it's New Year's, but I'm missing something in this order and I want you to fix it. Then 30 seconds later, I'm sending him a photo saying, I'm a jackass. I found it. It was on the other side of the bubble wrap. Right? I own my mistake. Bugging the guy on New Year's over something that probably could have waited. So, yeah.
I'm just happy to see you play with your toys, Ken.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if it's worth the views or not, but I will probably do a phase 1 to 5 review of this thing to show like how it all kind of comes together and like a before and after shot of it.
Yeah.
I feel like Gridiron's quality has hugely. They see Tony's got it as well, right? He's got a different set of upgrades, but I feel like their quality is hugely improved. Like I feel the plastic that they're using. I don't know if it's PLA or filament or whatever it is, or resin, but whatever they're using is better than when they did the jump platform a couple of years back.
A lot of the stuff is now resin.
If not, or it is resin.
A lot of it is resin, but
I
you'll
see.
see a lot of the stuff that's not. I think the majority of the vamp upgrades are really top notch.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they're
Some
so
of the-
durable. Like they're
some of
not.
the
They don't
other
feel
stuff-
that different. Yeah.
There's some issues with that whole mech suit.
Oh
that-
really?
Oh yeah, I pointed out, and I think with the
This thing?
yeah.
The tops.
Well, no, even on that,
Oh.
look at the side pieces that have the red on it, and you'll see like holes in it. You don't have them on there right now. Their printer is isn't
those things.
Yeah. So look at them, and you'll probably see that.
Oh,
it's not
oh
solid.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you're right. There's two of them. One of them is not solid. One of them is very close. But yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
you're right. One of them is good though.
But
Well, most of them.
there have been a few things that I've been disappointed in.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Oh, what Shira you got? Oh.
What Shira is that? That's cool.
My Shira.
The old school Shira, badass.
Oh, it's a mix of cartoon collection with
That's what I was gonna say.
what other stuff
Yeah.
you got on there?
Filmation?
Well, it's a filmation base, but he's got some stuff on there that looks
My
almost
secret
Golden
recipe.
Girl. Oh, okay. Not going to reveal. What is
Yeah,
it?
I tell you if you told
You got a little Dragonor tour.
Okay, Dragonor stuff. I got you. Yeah, that looks good, man. I dig it.
I mean, I don't know. I have some other pictures before that are more Thanos-y type that I was talking about earlier in the chat. This is a little more tame version of it.
Okay.
What do you mean
okay.
Thanos inspired pictures? I don't know what you're talking about, Cobb.
With like
Wait for tomorrow or later today. It's Wednesday
stuff
already.
like this.
Like what?
Oh. With figures like these ones. I got a bunch of those
Yes.
too.
I don't think we'll get shut down if you show a toy. We'll just say it's a statue.
Yeah.
I just don't have the nerve to put them on IG.
It's the articulated statues that Todd McFarlane's afraid of.
Yeah.
All right.
If we can have unarticulated action figures, we can have articulated statues.
These girls.
And again, I'm not really gonna knock on Todd McFlanders, as I saw in a video recently.
That was awesome.
Damn.
Todd McFlanders. Now I just picture Todd with his accent trying to go, "Hey, diddly yo, neighbor."
Yeah.
Look at that boy in blue.
That looks good, man.
Yeah, it
That
does.
was that's
Wow.
that's the new Secret Wars cap.
Secret
Yeah.
Wars cap. You can-
He doesn't have a stoic head, so I painted the 20th anniversary's head to match.
Match.
this blue.
Yeah,
All I
I like
used
that.
was that.
Okay, and that's like a direct color match. Wow.
Yeah, really, it's really close as I could get it.
Well, I mean, honestly, with the lighting, it looks
Yeah,
dead
you
on.
can't tell the
I
difference.
can't tell.
So now this one's got the stoic head to go along with the smiley head and the grimacing face. So
The only thing I was going to say now is actually like paint the shield, the blue on the shield, because that's
Yeah.
so dark compared to the rest.
yeah, the shield I just gave him the Toy Biz.
Yeah, yeah. Well,
Right size. I like the
because
size of this. His other shields
Yeah.
run so small. You know.
Mhm. Yeah, cap shield's supposed to be huge, man.
Yeah.
Unless you got the pointy shield.
Yeah. The World War II shield.
Yeah, that's the small shield. Tony, that looks good as shit, though. I like it. Tony always doing good work. That's why if you're not subscribed to Tony's Figs, honestly, I don't know if there's anybody here who's not subscribed to Tony's Figs. Go subscribe to that channel.
Thank you.
Yeah, I don't got that skill, but that Stranger Things He-Man freaking looks awesome on Vicor too.
Oh, yeah.
That's dope.
Okay, yeah.
Colors
That
match
looks
up freaking perfect.
I gotta tell you, the that
vice
Stranger
versa.
Things He-Man is
It's awesome.
Oh man, that looks good.
Vice versa with them.
Really
It's
good.
just the head
Oh,
swap.
you just swapped?
Oh, the
Just one
Vicor.
Head swap.
It is Vicor, isn't it?
Yeah,
Oh, no,
Do anything
Vicron.
with the
Vicron.
heads?
Vicron or
Vicron,
Vicron, yeah.
just a head swap on them, but man, this freaking
Solid.
looks cool. I'm liking this.
Yeah, people are gonna hate me for this, but I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna just say it. I'm actually gonna be shipping all of my Masterverse to K-Roll.
You are?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, because I haven't been actively
would've never
collecting
known.
it. I'm not actively collecting it, and I'm just gonna package it all up and ship all of the Masterverse to her because I gotta make room for more Mythic Legions.
Dragon.
Yeah, I got a dragon coming. Space is at a premium.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to see if she's got doubles after that. If anything, she may not want.
Oh, she will, because I've got doubles. Madsen, Happy New Year to you, brother. And yes, we are still on. What do you think? This was going to be like any different from a normal clubhouse? We got 3 minutes till New Year's on the West Coast.
That's right. We got 3 minutes to the West Coast.
I'm keeping myself occupied.
What else we got to give away, Ken?
Yeah, Ken.
We can do the classified Lady J and Flint pair next, and then we can close it off with Delta 17. I was
Right,
either going to
correct.
close off with Delta 17 or the Warrior, but the Warrior had so much popularity that we just did a third. So we'll do the pair of Lady J and Flint.
All right,
Lady
we'll do that
J
right
and
after
Flint.
New Year's.
Hashtag lovebirds.
Hashtag
There we go.
lovebirds.
Hashtag
Okay.
lovebirds.
That's a good
Hashtag
one.
honey dips.
Hashtag lovebirds. I dig it. That'll be what we set that one up as.
And then for the get the Delta 17, what do we do? Hashtag 2025 or hashtag
Fuck
O-Ring?
yeah.
Or
No, hashtag Hailstrom.
We're going to do hashtag 10,000.
Okay, let's do that
Yeah.
one for Delta 17. Hashtag 10,000. Let's do it.
There we go. That's it. Ed's
Let's do
got
it.
it.
Let's do
Ed's
it.
got it. I like it.
Yep.
Apparently, Matthew's doing noir streams on Tuesdays now. I didn't know they were black and white and deep in shadow. Just busting the balls, man. You know we love you here, brother. Oh,
Trying to
look,
get into some of that Decker popularity.
Decker Northcutt. Yeah, man. And Bobby's already announced he's keeping it going strong in 2025. You know, he feels a little, you know, he wants the algorithm to push him more. And you know, it's tough with what he's doing because it is a very niche thing, but I love the fact that he's going to keep doing it and he's going to keep giving us stories. Because even at niche, man, I get excited every time he puts out a new story. I
There's so
enjoy
many people out there too doing that kind of thing. Maybe not
Right,
his
nobody
exact-
else is,
Not
like,
maybe
really
not his
good.
exact type of novel, but like all the reading and all that stuff. Telling
Yeah, yeah, and I absolutely love Decker Northcutt. I love the universe. It's got werewolves, vampires, like all the paranormal shit in a very noir-esque setting, and it just pushes it over the top. Oh, that's that Howling Wolf.
That's that American Werewolf in London action.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah. That's American Werewolf. Actually, I really want that Syndicate Collectibles Howling Wolf because
Weird and shit.
that was one of those. Oh man, yeah, but it's great though. I kind of want to get one of those to go with my new Primal Kill Award.
Had to get that guy. I mean, it's old, but since I got Jack and
You got
David.
the 2-pack, yeah.
Yeah.
And are those the ones that come with all the extra parts where they're all bloodied and messed up?
Yeah, Jack does, and then David comes with that little crazy, ugly face when he's in the woods on the bed. The nurse.
Right, yeah. And yes, we have hit New Year's on the West Coast.
Wow.
The tradition remains strong. Somehow all of us old fogies can hang out until 3 a.m. Middle of the week. Most of us are off tomorrow.
All right, I got it all set up, so it's going to be hashtag lovebirds.
All right, guys. I'm going to pop inside real quick while we get this going. Hashtag lovebirds, people. Get it in the chat.
Lady J and Flint, huh? Nice. Lovebirds.
Hashtag lovebirds.
You guys like this system, the 5 giveaway system?
It's fun to have a couple that go throughout the night.
Okay, good to know. Good to know. Because a lot of people will do
spread
the
out
one
keeps
big one.
people more active because then they're not just where a lot of times when you do giveaways, they just pop in for the giveaway, then take off after it's over.
That's true.
Is Lawrence doing a giveaway? Hashtag fuck the cabal. Lawrence? Frankie says you're the man, Ken.
I try.
So why was he trying to go in the girls' bathroom?
Which almost happened again the other night. I think I
To
sent
prove
the
how much of a
video-
man he
the video
is.
to the chat.
What?
Yeah. I literally, I was at a steakhouse, one of those fancy ones my sister wanted to go to because she was in town. I go down the spiral staircase and I start walking down the hallway and I hear behind me one of the servants go, "Sir, men's bathroom's over here." Guess which door I was walking to? You can't make this up. At this point, like, how can I know? It's a dim hallway. How can I know?
You also didn't have to tell us. You could have just left that it only happened once.
Yeah, we're going on like
it's
6
running,
times
yeah.
now.
It's
Can
a
we-
running.
Starting
If
not to
we-
be an accident.
If we snip this portion of the live stream, will everyone also forget, or does it not work like that?
We won't
It's
let
in
you
the-
live it down.
Oh, okay. So there's
It's
no
out
point
there
then.
now.
So there's no point.
It's never going away.
Dude,
There's no point.
you still have to deal with your grease fingers.
Yeah. Grease thumb?
Grease thumb. That's what it was. It was grease thumb. Who was it? Emerald Knight that said that?
No, I think it was Tony. I think it was Tony who made it up.
Oh yeah, the grease thumb, the greasy pizza ass thumb. Go fast.
Ken's going, I'm not drunk at all. And I look at Emerald Knight and he's like, grease thumb.
That greasy thumb. Ken's greasy thumb.
That was on the Friday too. I don't know how I got to the booth before Steve on the
You
Saturday.
realize Joe Fest is only 6 months away.
Not even.
I know,
now.
I was just
A little
thinking
bit
about
less,
that
actually,
today.
yeah.
So there you guys go.
Hey,
Count it
happy
down,
year.
right? Count it down. 6 months till Joe Fest. How
Hey,
great does that
Ed,
feel?
Do you have a link to look
Yes.
up your confirmation code?
Yeah.
Because I deleted that email. I have the confirmation, but I can't. I mean, I can't look up my email, or I can't look it up. So, could you send me the link that you use?
Yeah, send me a reminder in IG and I'll send it over to you.
Okay.
So I got to dig it out of my email. I got it in my. I actually put it in my folder that I keep all my pre-orders in. So
Yeah, I must have deleted it. So I still have my confirmation, but I'm actually looking at it now. I'm like, because once again, I can't seem to find it to do the reserve or whatever.
yeah,
But if I get a suite like we had at that Travis had, that has 2
Yeah.
bedrooms, it's about $1,000. And I guess if I went in with somebody and split it, it's actually gonna be cheaper than doing a 1 bedroom.
Hell yeah.
So
yeah. The 1 bedroom's what, $735 or something that came out.
yeah. But
4 nights or what?
So if you do the suite pump,
beds.
if you're doing the suite, that would be what, 100 each
Yeah.
Yeah.
for the
And
full
technically-
weekend or
Damn.
per night?
That's for the
Oh,
full
it's-
weekend.
For the
Full
for
weekend?
four
Thursday
nights.
through Monday.
And there is a couch that has a pull out bed. I just let
Yeah.
them couch.
Yeah,
If
that's
you're
what I
gonna-
did. That's what I did on the suite. I gave Mega J the bedroom and I just pulled the couch out.
If you're gonna look at doing something like that, me and Ziggy might hit you up about splitting it.
Larry didn't even pull the hide bed out. Stuff on the couch.
I sleep on the couch
Yeah.
too. Fuck it.
I mean, I like the idea of just having my own bedroom, or not having my
Right.
own my own room. But for $750,
That's $250 you can blow doing other things like drinking, not the drinking, but eating and stuff.
yeah,
Right, getting a couple extra figures and stuff. That's why, we were gonna try to split an Airbnb. Haynes, Ed, myself, Ziggy, and
yeah, that's what you talked about last year.
yeah, we were looking at doing that, and then of course that kind of fell through. But we were still getting a hotel and everything. But
And I think the schedule worked better for you this year, Oz, because if you had to do if PowerCon was still in August and you had Legions Con in November, they're only 3 months apart. With Joe Fest, you get almost half a year in between.
yeah, it's almost 6 and 6. Which
And
is
there's a few people you
really
can
good.
say I'll see you in the fall, and then when you in the fall you say I'll see you in the early summer. So you do get that. That's the nice thing with the schedule you're going to end up having. I mean, it won't be the same. It won't be all the same people, but it'll be a few of the same people.
Well, yeah, I already talked with Ziggy, and we already decided we're just going to drop PowerCon because, we had talked about it previously. Like, they haven't said anything yet. We need to set and confirm plans for Joe Fest, and we'd already decided we were doing Legions Con again. And I was like, we'll figure out PowerCon if they have one, but we also weren't figuring on driving down to Atlanta in 3 months. So
yeah. So at this point, but driving to Augusta in 5 months or whatever.
in 6 months is not an issue. Like
Yeah.
that we can make plans for, because I know starting off the new year, I get 3 checks in the first month.
Nice.
So that just kind of automatically sets
same
everything
here.
in stone.
I will say that you know, the Airbnb sounds like such a great idea at first, but now
Right.
after going to Joe Fest and experience it, I wouldn't want to be anywhere other than at that hotel.
The Marriott, yeah.
And
There's just-
yeah,
Airbnb will be a little far.
Yeah,
Well,
there's just too much going on, and
I mean, Hans Chow was able to stay at a hotel that was like a 3-minute walk away. That would be like the backup plan because at least
Wow,
you can
yeah.
stumble back,
I
right?
yeah,
want-
that's
you don't want to. You just don't want to leave.
No,
just
you
wanna
don't.
No,
walk-
you don't. You don't.
I stayed 10 minutes away, and it was
So nice to
Fuck.
just go back up to your room.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
Nap
having an Airbnb with like 5 or 6 people, if you were going to a show where you didn't know, I don't think we realized how many people we were going to know.
Yeah.
Mhm.
You know,
Well, and that's definitely the way I felt at Legion's Con. Like, okay, so we didn't have a 20-minute ride like we did to PowerCon from the hotel. We only had a 10-minute ride. Yeah, sure, it's a short drive. But with Ziggy being the driver and us having Christina, like, I'm sitting there in the lobby wanting to talk and hang out with people and everything like that. And like, they're falling asleep.
Yeah.
You know, like
Whereas-
they're tired at the end of the day and they want to sleep.
Whereas they
If
could
we-
just walk back to the hotel. Right?
Exactly. Yeah.
Right.
If we were in the hotel, that wouldn't be an issue. They just go up to the room and I can still hang down in the lobby with everybody else.
If anything happens and you can't get the Marriott, at least get one that you can walk to because Hans Chow walked back every single night.
Yeah.
And that would be the plan. Yeah.
That'd be the
But I
backup
think,
plan, yeah. But see if you can
if-
get the Marriott, even better.
well, again,
All right.
if Larry's interested in splitting, then that'll probably be the way to go.
last call for hashtag lovebirds. Then we're going to
Hashtag
run this like Ken
lovebirds.
run into the women's restroom.
Yeah, looking for his Lady J.
well, like I said, you know, right now, right now I have a 1-bedroom rent. You know, not rented out, but reserved.
Do you have two beds in your room, Punk?
I don't think so. I think it was just a queen. I think queen or a king. Why? What do you have?
I don't know either. That's why I was wondering.
I think all the
I'm in the tower. I know that.
yeah that was in the tower. But I think all the ones that had the discount were just I think a king size bed.
Single.
Yeah.
All right.
Which, I mean, you could still have someone sleep on the couch or.
Oh,
bring
yeah.
out.
That was one thing I noticed with, yeah, let's go ahead and do the giveaway and then we'll keep talking.
Yeah, let's run the giveaway. Are we ready?
Let's do it.
Here we go. Go.
Big M. All right.
All right, Big
Yeah,
M.
Big M.
It lingered on a couple there.
Yeah.
At first thought it was going to Allison. And
Me too.
yeah, I really did. Then it switched
But
over,
Allison-
and then it switched over again. That was pretty badass. Yeah. Frankie Rivera almost had this one.
I don't know, Ken. You want to just drop your email again for Big M to contact you, or however?
I'll
you
go.
wanna handle it?
I'll roll up. Hold on. Let me scroll back up to it. And at some point in time, although Brick was backstage for the longest time, he had left for the evening. So
Let me see if Big M follows me anywhere. There's a Big M Prime. That might be him.
Might be him because
I
it's
think it is.
definitely got Optimus Prime on there. Transformers, anyway.
Is that you? Is that Big _M _Prime? Big M? I don't want to give this guy a set of classifieds if it's not you.
That's
a
him.
bunch
He
of-
says.
okay.
That's him? Okay,
That's
good.
him.
Then I'm going to stop scrolling up for it because I was going to say there's going to be 100 people sending emails to Ken saying I'm Big M. It'll be a whole Spartacus situation. Can't be having that nonsense.
Awesome.
Larry, you look like you are about to pass out. Typical fare. Yeah.
It's been a long day.
But you didn't sleep enough through those Buffy episodes?
How was the movie?
The movie wasn't bad.
Matthew.
The movie was not bad. I don't think it should have been called Gladiator 2, although it ties into the first one.
I do.
What?
I do, because it does tie in the first one big time.
I wish it would have been called something else where it's like it's part of the universe, just so people weren't comparing it to Gladiator. This is what I found out, though.
Okay.
All right, and this is not a spoiler. Denzel Washington is a shitty actor.
What?
Really? I
Wrong.
don't know. I always liked that.
Denzel Washington he's one of the main characters. He does not. He doesn't try and change his voice or nothing. He just talks like you're in a different timepiece.
So he just plays Denzel Washington. You're saying
plays Denzel Washington
plays
his
Denzel
accent or
Washington.
And it's like, come on, dude. Like, you can tell me you don't have the acting chops that you can't do something. You sound like you were pulled straight out of,
You know, he plays Othello in a play too, and he doesn't change his.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And
maybe-
with you saying that, then I can feel that. Yeah. Like you should change it up, especially if it's period.
Brad Pitt tried to change it up a little bit, shitty as it was for Troy.
But it's not like everybody else in the film wasn't talking like him either.
Everybody.
So
yeah.
right, like it
Everyone
worked
else-
because everybody did it. Now, if you've got everybody else doing it and one person isn't,
Yeah. So it wasn't like The Hunt for Red October where Sean Connery's like, "Fuck you."
Sean Connery didn't say "fuck you." He was like, "What do you mean? This is my Russian accent."
But it was an accent, so like we didn't fucking like. He at least had an accent, like
Pedro didn't either.
Thor Casey. Were you not entertained?
Yeah, no,
Pascal didn't.
But seriously, I'm listening to Denzel Washington. I'm like, this is fucking Training Day. Like he sounds like he's in fucking Training Day right now.
Right. So,
and I'm not saying I don't like Denzel Washington in certain things, but like I'm like,
Well, he has a certain part that he should play, right? Like
yes,
Training Day and Man on Fire and all those.
It was
things.
odd seeing him in
man,
this kind of whatever, but whatever.
he was great in Equalizer as well. Like
didn't
converting
really
that
hate him
from
at
a
all, but I
series to a
understand what
movie,
Larry's
he
talking
did it awesome.
but I didn't. I thought Gladiator was good. It was not the first one. I thought it tied in nicely to the end, it tied in nicely to the first one. If you can't figure, it's not the Sixth Sense where you're like, holy shit, I didn't see that coming. You're like, all right, well, they foreshadowed that, But there were some interesting things. There were some really interesting.
I don't agree with Matthew. It was a crap movie. I thought it was all right.
Well, this is Matthew. Come on.
I know Matthew thinks
doesn't like
everything's
anything. Punk just told him that on Monday.
Yeah. I know.
So with my joke about Sean Connery's accent being his Russian accent or any accent, I think that's just Scottish people in general. Because Gerard Butler does the same damn fucking
thing.
I think he tries to do an American accent that it's weird.
Well, that's the thing. Gerard Butler has had language coaches try to help him break it for different roles.
Dude, Christian Bale, oh my god.
And he just can't. Like, I think it's the Scottish accent is so thick and ingrained with people that they have, unless you catch them at a really young age, they cannot break that accent.
Yeah.
Colin Farrell breaks his
Irish.
Yeah.
That Irish
Oh,
accent.
yeah.
But like I said, I think with Gladiator, I think it would have been really cool if it was called something else.
Well, they could even done something like they did with the 300 movies, right? Like the first one was 300, and the next one was like 300, whatever.
Blood and Sand. Yeah.
But I just think it would have been cool if it was called something else, and then you are surprised, like you find out that it's part of the same universe.
Well,
we'll see.
Hollywood isn't known for their creativity nowadays.
Yeah.
So.
But all in all, I mean, it was a decent movie. I mean,
cool.
Even Olivia liked
All right.
it.
I liked it.
So Thanos suggests Gladiator also. I say you don't even have to change the title. You just have to change the spelling.
Too. Well, as Olivia said, it's not Gladiator, it's Gladiator because it has the two I's for two.
Well, yeah, right? Like they didn't have regular numerals. Jeez.
Yeah, so it's
Roman.
Gladiator.
Speaking of Olivia, you make sure she knows that my birthday's January 31st, and I expect the damn birthday card, and I'm not
Did
paying.
you send
for it.
$5? Oh, okay. He said he's not paying. I was gonna say, did you send her a damn $5?
I'll let her know.
She's trying to pitch it on Tony's stream earlier today. It was hilarious.
She wanted to come in and do it when I first got on here. No, with
I bet you she did.
I think she came out and she wanted to do it when I first got on with Ken earlier.
Yeah, on Ken's stream. That's right.
Yeah, she has no shame.
Oh, really? I wonder where she gets that from.
No idea. I'm as modest as they come.
Right. You and all 6 feet of your ego.
You know how hard it is to cram a 6-foot ego into a 5'4" body.
About as big as an aircraft carrier, isn't it?
No, I'm sorry, a 7.5 foot.
Seven and a half foot
7.5
ego.
into a 5'4" body.
I'd love to tell you that it lessens when they get mature, Punk, but it just gets worse.
I will. But you know what? I wouldn't change how she is at all, man. Like that's.
No, she's great. She's hilarious every time she comes. Like, again, her just kind of taking over Monday Night Toy Ramblings was probably one of my favorite parts of a Monday Night Toy Ramblings.
Dude, I could probably just let her start and let her go for like a half hour, and I bet people would be.
You should cut a whole new intro. Cut a whole new intro. And then, like, she starts pitching whatever side business she's going to run this week. And then you go, no, we're not doing that shit.
So here's a funny story. When she was little, like, she would take the money. Like, she was that person. She'd take the money and she'd convince you to buy the stuff, right? So we're at Christmas, and she would never give my dad a kiss, right? She would never give my dad a kiss. So he'd always have to bribe her. And my dad had this long table, and he was sitting all the way at the back. And there wasn't a lot of room. You kind of had to squeeze your way. But she was, I don't know, maybe 4 or 5.
Right.
And he's like, I'll give you 20 for a kiss. And we're all sitting there. And she walked over, and he handed it, and she bolted without giving him a kiss. And you could hear her giggling all the way down the hall and down the stairs. And Susan goes, next time you need to get that kiss first. But hearing her like run away giggling and then going down the steps like into like my stepbrother and sister's game room because they're much younger than me was hilarious. I'm like, wow, like that girl.
She knows what's up. She understood. And I'm picturing that with that. You guys have seen it. Everybody's probably seen it. That little infant that's got the phone, and then you hear the mom yell, "Do you got my phone?" And then the infant's like, "No." And then it's like, "Give me that phone," and tears down the hallway giggling. That is one of my favorite videos to watch, man, because I miss when Connor used to just giggle like that. Because any parent knows we've had that.
There are so many things, and I would tell people like that, when they first have kids and their babies, I'm like, enjoy this, because 2 years is going to go by and you're going to see a friend of yours that has an infant or a 6-month-old, and you're going to go, oh my God, I remember they used to do that. They do things, they learn things so quickly, and they stop doing it.
Yeah.
Like watching them crawl is so cute, but the moment they learn how to walk, they never crawl again.
Yeah, it's dumb.
Then you can't stop them.
Nope. Then they're getting into everything. They're climbing up onto 4.5-foot entertainment stands. And you're just like, oh my God. And you take a picture of it because it's cute. And like, how the hell did he manage to get up there?
Mm-hmm.
And
yeah.
We have a picture of Andrew when he was it was the crib, but it had the little not the dresser connected to it, right? So the dresser would come off and then go into a bigger bed, when it drops down. And Susan has a picture. She came out of the shower and he was sitting on top of that dresser now, which was part of it, like this, in this little Detroit Pistons outfit. And the moment they do that, you're like, well, I guess it's time to bring down the gate because you don't want them falling over it, because now we know they can climb over it.
Yeah. Like and Connor, he was a climber, man.
Mm-hmm. It all changes so fast. Like Brandon used to freak out if you'd leave the room. So in order to do chores, I'd have to kind of carry him in one arm, kind of like this, like he kind of lay right here, and I'd put laundry away or something, or I'd be grabbing stuff for dinner later on, and it used to be fine. And then it gets to a point where I'll be putting something away, I'll be grabbing something off a shelf, and he'll try to reach for it, and he'll like try to jump out of my arm to grab it. So then next thing you know, you have to like keep him further away while you do it, and like tuck him in a way that he's not going to try to jump. Next thing you know, he's crawling after you while you're doing that, and then he's walking after you, and then he's climbing up to get whatever it is. It's just, yeah, and that all happens over a span of like 2 years, maybe.
Yeah, it's so quick.
Yeah.
The other thing I used to like to tell people that they were having their first
Way
kid,
too fast.
And
it's
you
a
watch
bummer.
them. Yeah, they tell you stuff that's on the registry, and you go, "Don't get that." Well, why? Because they're going to use it for 3 weeks. Ask for something that they're going to use more of.
Diapers.
My
sister just sent me
Yeah.
a little memory reel earlier of my son. He's 20 now, but man, it was just from him. All the pictures she's had from him as a baby till like his 18th birthday and everything. I was on the stream here and I was kind of wiping my eye. I was start tearing up. I was like, man, just seeing him as a little baby again. I miss those days.
Yeah, I hate it.
So to put some things in scale with this photo, this is a 75-inch TV. This entertainment stand sits at about 4 feet tall. And we used to barricade like his toys all around him kind of thing. Like there's also like a big space over here that goes down a hallway and all, but give him plenty of room to be able to move around, play with his toys all over the place and stuff like that. And he decided he wanted to get my controller sitting up on the top of the entertainment stand here. And man, I don't know which part of this that he climbed up, but it happened in like 2 seconds. And he was up there. But the best part of the picture is look at the facial expression of the man in the yellow hat.
Yeah, right.
Because even he is concerned.
Curious George guy.
Yeah, curious. What are you doing, George?
Yeah, it is. This is Curious George. He's
And
like, how did this little monkey make it all the way up here? And again, that's a testament also to how big Connor was, even as a baby. A huge kid.
I loved Curious George, man. My son watched that.
Oh yeah, I used to. Yeah, I had that series on all the time.
That movie too. I love that movie that came out at that time.
I think that's one of the things you end up missing the most. Even though sometimes the shows that kids watch are annoying as fuck, when they don't watch them anymore and you see it on like something, you're like, oh man, I remember when they used to sit for hours and watch that.
But how many times, as your kids started to get older, they were watching a show on Nickelodeon or Disney, and then here you are watching it, and you realize your kid left the room 45 minutes ago.
Oh yeah.
Now, when
at the
Connor
same
was
time,
a baby,
I gotta finish it because I didn't know what happened.
Yeah.
there was a lot of stuff like Peppa Pig and all like that was going on at the time, and honestly, I couldn't stand Peppa Pig. I couldn't understand most of that stuff. I didn't mind Handy Manny. That was pretty good. Mostly because I just kept picturing Fez.
I know. You just get that voice.
Terrence has his hand up.
Oh,
I could say Caillou.
So I got to go soon, but I do want to say there was one show when Liam was small that was the worst, and I don't know if all the rest of you experienced this or not, but have you ever experienced Caillou?
That's what I just said, Caillou. I hate fucking Caillou, dude.
But
I said that
Caillou,
right when you started saying it, yeah.
Oof.
Hate that little kid. Oh my god, that
And
cartoon was driving me nuts. Whiny
I
little.
was not a big fan of Dora the Explorer either. So you know what I started doing? And probably the reason Connor figured out how to do this, I started playing like episodes of Rugrats. And things, mind you, it's still like kind of old for Connor's age, but like I was like, if I'm gonna be stuck watching these cartoons all day, I'm gonna at least watch stuff that I will be entertained by.
Yeah, I got my oldest daughter into Scooby-Doo because of that.
Yeah,
watch some old
Scooby-Doo was another
episodes of
big one.
Scooby-Doo because we're not watching this shit.
I even watched the newer Scooby-Doo stuff with Connor because like that Mystery Inc. that was on Netflix, that was really good.
I remember watching not Blues Clues. What was the fucking with the four guys
theme song?
What?
The Wiggles.
The Wiggles.
The Wiggles.
Oh,
And
God.
where's Jeff? Is he sleep outside? I'm like, Jeff's a fucking narcoleptic, man. Why the fuck do you guys let him leave? He's sleeping in the fucking car. He's sleeping. What the fuck? Like, why do you let your friend leave? You know he's a narcoleptic.
Right?
Captain
Hey,
Feathersword.
man. I'm not gonna lie. I actually enjoyed the Wiggles as well.
The Wiggles were at least watchable.
Hot potato.
Yeah,
Hot
hot
potato,
potato,
hot
hot
potato.
potato, mashed banana,
The Mickey Mouse and Friends Club.
Oh
Hot
god.
dog, hot
Oh yeah,
dog,
Mickey
hot
Mouse
dig-
Clubhouse. Yeah.
Hot dog, hot diggity dog. Come inside. It's time.
But
This is gonna go down in history as one of the weirdest clubhouses ever.
talked
But
about-
that's all.
You talked about the Bubble Guppies.
Yeah.
Sid the
Bubble-
Science.
I remember them.
Sid the Science Kid.
Sid the
Andrew
Science
was
Kid was
Sid the-
good.
Yeah, and then
Daniel Tiger.
Oh yeah. You know, I actually really got on board with Daniel Tiger just because it was a continuation of Mr. Rogers, right?
Yeah.
Like, you know, and mind you, some of these shows we're talking about is not from when I had Connor, because Connor's only 9. Like, you know, he's going to be 10 in 2 months. But these are from my friends who had kids, and I would go hang out with them at their house. And this is like the stuff we'd end up watching because, you know, they had their little kids.
did any of you watch Super Y?
Yeah.
No.
That sounds.
Super Y was another
Oh.
one.
Andrew was
I
Super
gotta
Y
look.
1 year for Christmas. Or after
Yeah, East Coast. Man.
I'm looking it up.
Me too.
Because I know it name sounds. Oh yeah, the green.
Super Y
Okay.
was
Yes.
I've sent Steve the link,
Yeah.
by the way.
Totally remember that.
My youngest
And then-
one, Paw Patrol.
Oh yeah,
every-
for sure. I know I sent it to Matthew.
Paw Patrol
And
was
you know
at,
what?
I don't
Hot Blender
remember. I think that was
That's
after,
2007. Okay.
Yeah, after the
Paw Patrol was my younger son. Yeah.
or maybe
Marissa, Jen's Connor's mom, Jen, her daughter liked Paw Patrol, and Connor kind of liked it too. You know, but not as much.
My son's older now. He still collects Paw Patrol stuff. He's 16, but he still collects little.
I'm not gonna lie,
figurines.
some of those toys are kind of cool.
It was his favorite thing when he was a kid.
PJ Mask. That was another big
Oh, yeah.
one. It was like the
What
superhero
was that?
thing.
PJ Masks.
PJ Mask.
It reminded me of Super Y.
So
Yeah.
it might have been a
Is it
bit too old for your too new for your kids, Punk. Yeah, PJ Mask. It's like the kids wear the pajamas and they get like superpowers at night, kind of thing. And I mean, how many of us would like, you know, like if you had the like, well, maybe not all the Ben Cooper costumes back then, but you had like the costume or whatever, you know, like, you know, you had a Spider-Man pajamas or something like that, and you played around like you were Spider-Man or Superman. Or
Okay.
The costumes are
The best
easy.
part about PJ Masks
Yeah,
was the
just
villains. The villains were always great.
Yeah, Night Ninja, whatever. Like, is a ninja with like Twilight stars all over him. I was like, that is cool.
On you, Greg, Amaya, Luna Girl.
Night Ninja. Why are we lying to kids so early on in life? Ninjas aren't real.
Santa Claus, motherfucker.
Yeah, the Tooth Fairy.
What was the Disney one where they go on the rocket ship?
Little Einstein.
Little Einstein.
Einstein.
Oh man, I like that one too. That's a catchy tune.
Catchy
Yeah,
ass.
there's another good theme song.
Little Einstein. Oh, damn. Now I'm gonna go back and watch.
I
a bunch
could
of
watch
these
that one. It was
after
called
all.
the Aquanauts, I think. Was that?
Yeah,
Oh,
Aquanauts. I remember
Aquanauts
that one.
or Octonauts?
Octonauts.
Octonauts. That's the one.
I had the Octonaut
Yeah.
song stuck in my head. Like I would be humming it, and my wife's like, "Man, we gotta get him to stop watching that show." You're like,
That's how it was when my 25-year-old daughter used to watch Barney constantly. And I would
You
hum the
ever
Barney
start watching
song.
Octonauts? You watch Octonauts and be like, you know, I'm just waiting for C Lab 2020 to pop up in here.
My daughter watched SpongeBob.
I could never do SpongeBob.
Elmo's
I
World.
could never get into it.
What was
Nah.
that?
My daughter loved Dora and SpongeBob.
What was the guy on his name on Elmo's World? The actual live action dude, Mr.
Yeah, the guy with
there was two of them.
Hang on, yeah, Mr.
There was two
Wait, we
of
were
them.
just talking about that. The Elmo guy,
He's
Mr.
such
What?
a fucking pervert treat.
Mr. Noodle.
Yeah, Mr.
Noodle,
Noodle. And
Yeah.
because
My
Mr. Noodle
sister
was
hated
one of the
him.
guys in Jurassic Park 3, one of the mercenary dudes that got killed.
Yeah.
Yeah,
The
what-
second
he was in,
Mr. Noodle, because
the
there was
second
two of
one.
them.
Yeah.
He was also, you guys ever seen Fisher King with that transvestite that's singing in a high pitched tone? That's Mr. Noodle. I had it.
That does not surprise me with how creepy he was in that show.
Yeah. Well, okay, here's a factoid for you. You know the guy who does Elmo, he's been busted twice for for stuff.
Yep.
The original Elmo dude, yeah.
Well, there's
'Cause
another
they've
one?
had other. Well, they had to get other people to do the voice after he got busted.
I mean,
Yeah, and then they brought him back.
Michael B. Elmo.
Before,
Noodle was so
before Kevin Clash or him?
That's
Yeah.
Kev. I can't remember his name now, but damn.
Guys, I'm gonna head off though. Thanks for having me.
All right,
Happy
Terrence.
New
Hope
Year.
you feel better,
Thank
brother.
you for being
Happy
here.
New Year.
Take care, man.
Feel
All right,
better,
Terrence.
my friend.
Happy New Year, bro.
I know that, when we went to Disney World, like watching them see these characters, that clearly they're not real, but it's exciting to watch how excited they were as little kids.
Can I just laugh at the fact that I think every single one of us who knows Caillou has all
Yeah.
said the same thing? What a little bitch.
I have only heard
He was
about Caillou, and I'm glad.
What a little bitch. Yeah, he was. He was just the whiniest little fucking kid.
Whiny little fucking shit.
Well, there's a handful of child psychologists that have come out and warned against the show. This show will turn your child into a monster. Do not expose
Caillou?
your child to the show. Yeah, Caillou. Yeah.
Oh my god.
I believe it.
That doesn't surprise me.
I think there's an SNL skit about him.
Oh, yeah, there was.
Yeah,
Not-
right?
It's just, yeah, there was nothing about that show I couldn't even get it. And it's funny because he's got like an older sister. So you'd think like I might kind of parallel that, that paradigm because of my older sister. But no, I was never that fucking
I'm gonna
one.
slap that kid.
Well, and that's the thing too, because
I'm
there's
thinking that
definitely
kid
a lot of
was-
like you'd start whining about shit and then like you get your way or
Little
whatever
bald
it
kid?
was. Like, yeah,
Yeah.
taught kids
The
like,
Long Beach
all
Valley
you
Brown motherfucker.
yeah. Like if you just cry about shit, you'll get what you want.
I rarely see Cobb this passionate, so more of that, Cobb.
It's a disaster.
Guys.
So.
Cobb's confused because we just told him to shut up on Saturday night because he talked too much.
It's a whole new year.
Yeah, it's
And yeah, we did not forget Peppa Pig. I totally brought up Peppa Pig. I could not stand that fucking. First off, why do they live on so many fucking hills? Like every time I look at them, they're running down some steep ass hill somewhere.
You seen that
Thirdly,
picture of Peppa Pig where it says front view of Peppa Pig?
well, they all look like fucking. They called them. What was that alien in Men in Black 2? They called it a Balchinian. Every fucking time I see the damn Peppa Pigs, they look like a fucking penis, especially Daddy Pig, because he's got like the 3 or 4 pubes hanging off his chin. It just looked like,
A couple of curlies.
Yeah, I couldn't get down with watching that show. I hated it. I absolutely hated it. I hear this Bluey thing, like a lot of kids talking Bluey, the little Aussie dog. I'm hearing a lot of great things about that. It's almost made me want to like watch it because I want to see like why is everybody like all about this show?
I know I've seen like little seconds here and there. My nephew watches it all the time here because we're always babysitting him. And my sister just loves it. She just got freaking Bluey pajamas for herself, and she's 57 years old.
Yeah, I have a girl that I know, and she has a kid that's like 3 or 4 who watches that, and she bought pajamas and a sweatshirt with that on it for herself. I'm like, but your son watches that. She's like, yeah,
No.
but I like it too. Okay.
Big advocate for it is Jay from Geek Dad Life. I've heard him talk about it a bunch of times. How much he loves Bluey.
Well, yeah, even Lone Dragon saying here he likes Bluey. He was sending me Bluey clips earlier this week, and I'm watching it, and I'm like, is it funny? Like, because I don't know. Like, I'm just kind of watching it, and somebody had brought up, what was the other one that I was thinking? Okay, yeah. Nolan mentioned Franklin is another one he couldn't stand. I never watched any or a whole lot of Franklin, but somebody brought up Arthur, I think, earlier, and I used to like watching Arthur too. Arthur and Wishbone, like I watched those.
What's the other one I
And
couldn't
Masha the bear, Masha and the bear, like that's
Masha's
kind of
a
creepy.
little-
The Masha,
Man, Bear in the Big Blue House.
little communist.
Bear in the Big Blue House. Luke loved
Shoot.
that show.
Yeah.
You guys ever seen Flapjack or Chowder?
Yeah.
Sounds familiar.
Okay, Flapjack is hands down the best cartoon ever made. That one's just amazing.
You know what show my son used to watch, and I freaking loved it. It only had 2 seasons, and I could watch every episode. It's hilarious. It's called Crash and Bernstein. Did you ever see that?
Yep, that was a good one.
Crash and Bernstein. Oh my god, my son loved that, and I got him because that puppet from the Muppet movie. They use like the same puppet because they never made any Crash and Bernstein toys, but I got that Muppet from the Muppet movie, and man, I put it in a box and rang the doorbell one Christmas, and my son opened it and he thought he really had Crash. It was freaking so cute.
Yeah, nice.
And
Bob the Builder.
Bob the Builder.
Bob the
Why
Builder.
did we build
My
it?
stepdaughter got so mad when I would say she loves Bob the Builder, to the point Susan was like, "He's just joking with you." Like she would get.
Well, that's because she hated Bob the Builder because Handy Manny was way better.
And I'm trying to think if Handy Manny had even started then.
Not yet. Bob the Builder
No, Bob
was
Builder
like decades.
Yeah.
Well, I don't want to say decades, but at
Bob
least
the
a
Builder
decade.
kind of led into Handy Mandy because Handy Mandy came on shortly after
Yeah.
Bob the Builder went off.
Yeah.
I'm like, I'm scrolling through 2000 Disney shows right now. The
Yeah, they were
2000
still replaying a lot of Bob the Builder when Handy Manny was a new show.
Bob the Builder was on for a long time.
Yeah, it was. It was.
and a catchy song.
Yeah,
catchy song. So it's like key. Eric Perryman says,
"I bring a Mexican in to do the job."
Huh?
I mean,
they had to bring a Mexican in to do the job.
Tony wouldn't. He hates diversity.
Hey, I tell you, once Dora got popular, everybody was making shows with Latin kids.
Well, here's the thing, though. Bob the Builder was more of a UK thing because they actually call them builders over there.
Yeah.
Like, a construction worker is a builder. So Eric Perryman's bringing up Dr. McStuffins.
Doc McStuffins.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
My sister
Olivia
loved
loved
that.
that.
And how much of us, like, we actually kind of respect something like that, right? Because she was going around, like, fixing up toys and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I say. Yeah. She paved the road for people like Toy Ploy. Just saying. Dr. McStuffins paved that road.
Did I ever tell you guys a story of what Andrew's name was supposed to be?
No.
No, I don't think you have.
McLovin?
You get real drunk
Just
about
McLovin.
Superbad and be like, my kid's name is McLovin.
So,
Doc
we,
McStuffins.
we found out what we were having, and no, we hadn't found what we were having yet. We had come up with 2 different names, and we were watching the first Ultimate Fighter, and I think it was maybe it was the second one with Diego Sanchez, and we really liked him. We
No,
liked
that's
the
the
name
first one.
Diego.
That's the first one. That's the first one. Diego won the middleweight division on that one. So
Okay.
That's
So it was either Ava if it was a girl, and it was gonna be Diego if it was a boy. And we were over at Susan's brother's house, and her sister-in-law says, "Hey, have you guys decided on a name?" And we told her that Ava if it's a girl, Diego if it's a boy, and she goes, "No." And I love Beth. That's my sister-in-law. I love her, but I'm like, "Fuck you!" And she's like, "You're not naming him Diego." And I'm like, "Why?" And she's like, "Dora has a cousin named Diego. Go, Diego, go!" And we went, "Nope, we're not naming him that."
You were talking about telling people like what not to buy and stuff like that when they have kids. After my second child, I tell people that we're going to have that found out they were pregnant. I was like, whatever you do, don't tell anybody the names you're going to pick out for your kids, because someone will have somebody they don't like or something the reason that you don't want to name them that.
Yeah, but I got to agree with Punk. Like, you don't want to pick that name that you know your kid's just going to get picked on for.
Yeah, run
But how
Forrest,
many
run.
kids are named Diego because of that now?
Yeah, probably a lot.
Name him Forrest.
I don't know. Honestly, I hated, and I'll let the government name go. Most of you guys probably got me on Facebook anyway, but my name's Christopher. All right, Chris. And oh my God, there are just too many fucking Chris's out there.
Ludicrous.
I said
Yeah.
in elementary school, there was at least 9 of us all in the same grade. We may not have always been in the same class, but there was like I went through my entire school and I don't think I ever had a single class where there was not one other Chris in the class. Mind you, it may not have been a Christopher, but there was always another Chris in the class. And sometimes it could have been a girl. Because again, Christina or Crystal, they'd call him Chris for short. And
You got to do a purge, man.
So I was
Are you
just like,
Christopher
nah.
Oz or just Chris?
I am Christopher. I'm named after the actor Christopher Lee, because that's my first and middle name. And that's
Dooku, right?
don't get me wrong, that's a badass name and an awesome dude to be named after. But I only changed my name because I was just tired of like people would say Chris and like 6 people are turning their heads. You know how many times people are turning their heads when they say Oz? Me.
But yeah, so close to naming my son. I don't know, kind of like halfway joking. I ended up switching later, but I was talking my kid's mom into my last name is Weber. One name, first name Luke, and middle name Sky. Be Luke Sky Weber. He was freaking pretty much on board.
She caught on.
No, she was on board with it. I was like, no, I can't. I was like, it just
yeah. Yeah. Honestly, though, like even that, I don't know. Again, it says right here, Frankie says kids can be so mean, and they do, right?
So when we got pregnant with Olivia, we were thinking of names again, and if it was a boy, she wanted Sean, Sean. So I'm like, okay, that's fine. I'm like, well, we already have a girl's name, Ava, and she goes, no, that was his name. I go, what? She said, if Andrew was a girl, he was going to be named Ava. And I'm like, yes, but he wasn't a girl. And no, that was going to be his name. I'm like, you know what? I don't give a shit. I'm like, you know what?
Right.
I'm not even going to try and.
He's a boy, so Ava's still on the table.
That's right.
Right. Right. Like that's how our brains work.
That's how, yeah. But that was going to be Andrew's name. So God forbid if we had a third kid, there was no way Sean could have been one of the boys' name because that was going to be Olivia's name if she was a boy.
I don't know.
I'm like,
Susan, I'm going back to the lazy Susan, not productive Susan. That was
gotta get back to the lazy Susan. Too productive.
No. That Ava stuff is whack.
Hey.
Oh, dude, I was just like.
My ex-wife was the same way. We had names picked out for each of the kids, and they couldn't be a carryover from the last kid.
Really?
Wow. Because that makes how much sense.
Yep.
It's a female.
You know what though? Jen and I, we didn't start thinking names until we knew the sex of the baby. Once we knew the sex of the baby, that's when we decided we're going to start thinking of names. So there wasn't picking a girl's name and picking a boy's name in case. It was literally just we're going to go ahead and we're going to pick it once we know the sex. And as soon as we found out the sex, we went to go get cupcakes at a bakery. And like the whole way there, we're just tossing different names. And she goes, well, what if we named him Christopher Lee? I was like, he's not going to be a junior. Like I was just complaining about how there are too many Chris's. I was not going to name my kid.
The worst part is when you're sitting there and you're going over names and you start thinking about what the kids are going to call him, like if you wanted to go like Chuck. And you're like, oh, if you call him Chuck, he's going to be Chuck Fuck and all this other stuff because that's what the other kids are going to do.
Yeah. So we had ended up like we jokingly just said John Connor. And it was, because we're both fans of the Terminator. And we jokingly just said like John Connor. And I was like, I don't know about that John part, but I actually kind of like Connor. And then we just threw my middle name into it, He's Connor Lee, so which it rolls off the tongue. I like it.
You know, I'm named after my dad, but I have a middle name, so I'm not a junior or a second. And I've never wanted to name a kid after me. But when I found out that we were having a boy, I still didn't want to name him after me, but that was the first time in my life I went, I can see why people want to name their kid after themselves. It was the only time. I mean, I didn't want to do it, but I was like, I can see exactly why someone would want to do it.
I'm a third, and I didn't want to name my son after me.
You didn't want Ed 4?
Nope.
Yeah, see, we have my grandfather.
I was
Pete.
almost a third.
Yeah, we have Pete 2, Pete 3, Pete 4.
But Luke was named after Luke Skywalker, and he was almost Aragorn, so I guess Luke was better.
Yeah. See, Luke
was better.
I was almost
Okay.
Luke too.
On my dad's side, his father, so my grandpa, was Abraham. His dad was Isaac. His dad was Abraham. His dad was Isaac. His dad was Abraham. His dad was Isaac. And the brothers were always, if the dad was Isaac, or if the guy was Isaac, the brother was Abraham. So it would flip the whole way back. Abraham begat Isaac, begat Abraham, begat Isaac. It's like, holy shit, guys.
How the fuck
They didn't just go with Cain and Abel, or they worry that one would kill the other if they did?
No Cains. They didn't want to start another Canaanite village, right?
I don't remember Steve in the Bible though. So
Stephen got stoned.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Yeah. It's Adam and Eve, not Adam and Steve.
Hey.
That's
true. Yeah, no.
Yeah,
Stephen
but that's
got
because
stoned.
Steve rolled up on Adam and stole Eve.
That's right, man.
Larry, you ever tell us your middle name?
Joseph.
Joseph, that's right.
Are you filling out his security, whatever, social
Yes.
security form?
He's gonna dox him.
Yeah.
Tony doesn't have a social
Charlie.
security number, so he's trying to get one.
Right.
I was almost a Charlie. That would have been a junior.
That's what happens when you're an illegal alien.
Well, you know,
Filling out another
again,
welfare check.
Diversity.
I was almost a third, but fortunately, my dad was like, "No, I'm not going to name him Carl Leonard Geist III because, like, you get that title, the third, and people just start attaching money to it, and we're broke." So, like, I mean, I don't know. Maybe if I get maybe if he had named me the third, my credit score would have jumped up as an infant, and I'd be all doing all right by now. But I don't know how that works.
Well, Tony, isn't Bobby Bayar from Toy Kind of Mood? Isn't he the second?
I think so.
Do you know Lawrence? Pretty sure he's the second, right?
Oh,
So
I-
Bobby Bayar. I don't know.
Let me see. It might say on his Facebook.
It might be.
I mean,
Yeah.
right here, I like this. You know, Allison says, my ex said if we had a boy, he wanted to name the kid after him. And I totally thought this was going to be, I'm not bringing a Carl into this world.
That's
but
what I
no,
thought,
instead
too.
it was, I said, we're not naming a kid asshole. Can you imagine how badly he'd get teased? That would have been a prolapse in judgment.
Nice.
Lone Dragon's over here naming new Mythic Legions figures. Zeslana? Is that how that pronounced? I got no idea. Like,
I definitely say Zeslana. Yeah.
Zeslana? Okay, we're in agreement. That's Zeslana. If it's not right. Yeah, I totally get it now.
Oh, ouch.
Had to come down a comment there to get that.
Oh yeah.
All right. Ain't that the truth? A whole lot of them. Dead Sea Scrolls, Book of Enoch. There's a lot.
Enoch was good. Historically, it holds up.
Yeah,
It's
Bobby is
very-
the second.
Yeah, it's just Bobby spells his last name Bex.
Yeah, Robert Bexar the second.
So yeah, the first time I met him on camera, I actually called him Sir Robert Bexar III, and it made him sound so. And he kind of went like this, but he's too nice to correct me. And of course, Travis said, "Yeah, she said the last name is Bayar," and I didn't listen. Until Bobby told me later that's really how it's said. I don't listen to Travis, right? But I like Sir.
Why are
Robert
people
Bexar
using
III better.
X's in their names if it's always silent? Like BEUX, Bo.
I like Bexar. It sounds knightly, kingly. It sounds.
It sounds like he's going to go animate a whole bunch of toys and make a really heart wrenching movie about them.
Yep.
Yeah,
Have a
Travis
horse.
is not one, he's not one to correct people when he kept saying Krusty Crow, and then I had to interrupt him in front of everyone and say, dude, it's Krusty Old Crow. You wouldn't even call him like Old Crow, Krusty Crow. I'm like, dude.
He just likes the alliteration. He probably gets really fascinated by Bruce Banner and Peter Parker and
You call him by his abbreviation.
Moody. We'll see what 2025 holds for
fucking Moody.
Yeah, I know.
Travis fucking Moody.
Fuck sakes, Moody. Isn't that how Ryan always says it? Fuck sakes, Moody.
look, man, I just hope he's getting that investment back on hitting that promotion button. That's all I'm gonna say.
Thanks, Rudy. That is Ryan. That is fucking Dreadnought Ryan. For fuck's sakes, Rudy. Moody.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Well, we got 6 minutes till the next New Year's. Is there anybody in that timeline?
Do we got anybody
Alaska, right?
watching from Alaska?
Is Alaska
between, Alaska and then Hawaii. So
Yeah,
And then we'll do that. And then we'll do that final giveaway.
Last, I'm like, oh, the last one. But, yeah.
And then we'll do that final giveaway because it makes sense with Steve here, right?
Well, I was going to
4
say,
o'clock
now
now.
that we got both of the Delta 17 guys here, we got to do, of course, it's going to be 10K as the hashtag. It's been
right,
decided.
hashtag 10K.
10,000. Again, Ken, that I spoke earlier when we started the stream about how it's been a year of milestones.
Yep, I heard that part.
And
I tuned into
and that goes for everybody here. Hell, friggin' Tony started his channel and blew past people this year. Friggin' Cobb over there did the same thing. Punk, what did you start the year off at? What was your subs count towards the beginning of the year?
Oh,
2 something?
no, I think
No.
3,500.
Yeah, you blew past 3 before last year.
Yeah, that's right. It was like December or something like that last year. You were
I think it was
getting
like
up over.
3,500.
Yeah. And now you're well over 6K.
Yeah.
And friggin' Ken, just the amount that you've grown this year has been
I looked
insane.
it up. I went from 4,800 to 10,000.
Yeah.
So,
Wow.
That's phenomenal. And again, I had a pretty big
That worked,
milestone. I
man.
hit that 500, and I want to thank everybody who helped with that. And Ken, thank you for, tonight, because that actually helped kick me up some. And Ed, you're going to be the next one. We're going to get Action Figs up over that 500 mark. But again, like what I've said when we started doing this format, is like we all try to carry each other. We all try to promote one another, and not just promote, but like, elevate each other through this. And everybody's seen sizable growth throughout this year, and it's been phenomenal. I am honored that I can be surrounded by so many talented people, as of my lack of talent clearly shows. But just having you guys around all the time, like I could not see a better way to spend my Saturday nights right now. Like you guys are the best.
It's really nice to come on here on a Saturday because I'll spend the whole week doing other things, editing, work, whatever it is, and just be kind of in a vacuum. And then I come here and I get to socialize. It's really great.
With people who understand you, right?
Yes, that's very key.
Trying to socialize with normies and being like, yeah, I collect toys. They just really don't get it. And be like, yeah, you don't get it. And that's why you don't have a badass werewolf right now. And that's your problem, not mine. Because I got mine.
Friends that I hang out with.
Who do we know that makes music? Because we need someone to do a parody of breaking the law for buying the subs.
I'll speak with Jeremy DeWitt. I'll see what he can do. I might have to pay him something for it. But
Buying the subs.
You know what, though?
Man.
Yeah. Oh man, that would be good. I'll have to speak with Jeremy about it, but that'd be fun. And then we could all play it on our channels. Because I don't care if I got 20 people watching and 10 people on screen with me. I ain't hitting promote shit.
Yeah, I think.
Well, if you had a better community, you wouldn't have to worry about that.
I gauge my own fucking metrics.
I do think that there is a I think there is a place for the promotion tab, but I just don't think that there's a place for what we do.
Not this. No, I'm not promoting this like some kind of TV show. Like
It's just like
I
you
mean,
said
it
the
could
other
be
day, Punk. What's his name doing the TV show thing that he's trying to promote, right?
Jay Bartlett.
Yeah,
Jay
that's
Bartlett.
perfectly like that I can see.
I get it. Yeah.
Right.
Totally. He's doing that whole Nintendo Quest and everything like that. Like it makes sense.
He just finished N64 Quest with Rob McCallum. He
Yes.
celebrated a milestone today.
Yeah,
And
50,000. He hit over 50K. And you know what? Again, like you said, Rob McCallum, that's a producer, kind of thing. Like
he co-produced Powers of Grayskull.
Right? Yeah.
So
exactly my point. Like again, we're talking about somebody who is establishing a show. I would never say that Clubhouse would be something that would go on TV, right? Like even in the heyday of talk shows, this would not be it. The closest I'd be is to like an AM radio show or something like that. Where
You need more puppets. You need more puppets, right?
That's true.
I can arrange that.
We get puppets.
A couple of puppets come up.
But if you're reviewing electronics, phones, something that everyone uses, and you need to get in that market, it makes sense. But again, there's only so many people so many adults that are collecting toys, and those adults, if they want to find YouTube channels to watch, they will. I'm not promoting to anyone that all of a sudden sees a G.I. Joe review come up and they're like, wow, I really wanted to get into toys, and G.I. Joe at that, I should watch this channel. Like, all those subs that you get, those views, there are people that don't give two shits. But electronics, like that would be completely different.
It's different because it's a high value consumer market item.
Exactly.
You want that to be promoted to as many people because that's the only way you're going to break into that industry. Otherwise, you're going to be swallowed by everybody else who's already got a bigger following.
There is nobody that's going to be buying Delta 17 that is just like not a toy collector, and they just come across like, wow, what is this? I should really start buying these figures. Like,
right? No parents walking down.
I've been looking at getting into a hobby that costs way too much, and I have very little income. Toys, that works.
Right.
Yeah,
right.
Some guys
End up here.
searching for lug nuts and decides to buy a toy, right?
Exactly. Right.
Yeah. We're not walking past anything that we buy on the impulse aisle out of Walmart and being like, oh, you know what? I'm glad I saw this sitting here while I came in to get my laundry detergent.
Yeah.
Like this, it's just not how the collector market works ever. Todd C says this could be a podcast. Yeah,
it basically is. It
really is.
Right.
But again, it's still something that I'm not like. I'm never going to seek the promote button because it doesn't make sense for me to dump that. First off, I'm barely breaking even with the Patreon as it is, as far as getting the money to pay for the channel, right? It would not make sense for me to dump additional money to promote this because it's just going to show it to a couple more people that probably are not going to subscribe to sit here and watch 10 assholes stream for 6 hours. Ozholes. Hey, if they're Ozholes, that means they're paying because then they're part of my Patreon. So that's a different story. If they were the Ozholes,
I'm paying, so
you are paying, sir. And you know what, Ken? It's funny. I did not realize how long I'd subbed to you until tonight when Tony hit his and then I hit mine, and it's like 24 months. I was like, damn. So it's been literally 2 years. And I'm not complaining about that. That was great. And yes, Lone Dragon, I do know of Sam the Newsman.
Mm-hmm. All right, we want to fire up that Delta giveaway?
I think we should because we are past New Year.
This looks like a video game.
10K Ken. I like it.
Tekken.
Tekken. Actually, it looks a little bit more like Token.
One more time.
And guys, honestly, out of everything that we've given away tonight, I feel like this one and the last one, we definitely saved the 2 doubles for the last year.
Ken, you want to say what the giveaway is again, real quick?
It's the Delta 17 Red Okami and the comic for our issue number 1.
I'm
I
entering that
guarantee
one.
those red okamis are going to go quick.
Well, we've had a huge uptick in sales. Like I just checked our Shopify, Steve, and I'm like, what is going on here? Like
Dan, Pixel Dan?
It's going hard.
Pixel Dan, like we run the promotion, so that's one thing. But after Pixel Dance, it was yet another big spike.
Yeah.
What did Pixel Dan do?
He made a video about O-rings, and in the last like
video
6 or
about
7
that.
minutes, he spotlighted Delta 17. Then he made a post about it today. So
he finally jumped on the bandwagon the rest of us have been talking about all year about the O-ring
Finally.
revolution. He finally got to it.
So let me ask: did you see a bigger spike after he talked about it, or after Bobby Vela said, "Wow, I really like this. I've never heard of these people before."
Oh wow!
You know that answer.
Yeah, you know that answer, but both spiked. You know,
There was a spike. There definitely was a BV spike. It wasn't near as huge. Like right now, we have a combination of 3 things. You know, we got the sale going on. It's wrapping up. So there's that FOMO. And then we are buying Facebook ads. We decided to buy targeted ads. And then we've got the Pixel Dan video. So there's 3 things happening at the same time.
Yes.
Just for the record, we're extending the sale 1 extra week because, you know, the Pixel Dan video is really giving us some good coverage. We might as well, you know, add some gravy to what we're serving here, right?
Right.
So
I'm down for that. You know, I might have to grab a couple extra figures when I get paid on Friday then.
Yep.
Yeah. Well,
What I want to know is how bad did Delta 17 sales drop after Lawrence talked about them?
Well, we don't
They
talk about, we
tanked,
don't.
but it was only by like 4,800 people because that's all he had sub to him at the time.
yeah. No, it was a visible, noticeable, like, you know, what happened? Ken phoned me and I was like, I don't know. So we searched the web and it's like, oh shit, Lawrence, come on.
And then we said, okay, be nice to him next time you go on Clubhouse and let's just not bring it up. And Steve's like, got it.
Yeah.
We don't talk about Fight Club.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. We just bury it deep inside ourselves and let it fester.
Yes.
That first video was 1 year and 3 days ago.
Wow.
Yeah. I was gonna say it wasn't.
It dropped on my birthday.
Yep. I know because I definitely opened up those first couple of figures right before Christmas. I do remember that.
That's right. I
I'm
think it's
tapping out,
Jaguar.
guys. I'm the crash.
All right, Tony.
Tony,
All right.
thank you for being here, brother. What's your
Tony, happy New Year,
highlight,
brother?
What's your highlight 2024?
2024 highlight. Man, it's been kind of a fucked up year, to tell you the truth, you know, just regarding, you know, my sister's health and all that stuff. But highlight, man, just the channel. You know, I was like, should I do it? Should I not do it? And like you guys said, it gained ground. It gained ground big time, like really quick. And I'm like, really did it? And then Ken's been a big one. Said, yeah, dude, you hit 1,000 pretty fast. You know.
Oh yeah.
And I'm like, wow, that's awesome. You know, so
I think you and
I'm
Colin
grateful
hit it the fastest, I think.
yeah, I'm grateful for all the people that follow, subscribe, and everything. And it's doing something cool that they want to see, and I'll keep doing it. You know, but you know, I've been laying off a little bit because what stuff's going on right now with the fam. But I'm getting back in the swing of things pretty soon, and content will be coming up. But Happy New Year to all you guys, man! It's been awesome.
Happy New Year to you too, Tony. Thank you for being here on the Clubhouse with us for New Year's and throughout this whole year. So that's a huge highlight.
More to come. Yep.
Tony, one quick question. What's your sister's name? I want to put in some time praying for her, man.
Oh, Amy Patino, Patino.
All I need is Amy. That's good enough.
Amy.
Thanks, man.
All right, brother. Thank you so much.
Take care, man.
All right, peace, Tony.
Take care, Tony.
Bye, brother.
All right, last chance. Hashtag 10K Ken.
I just want to say that Allison let the cat out of the bag. This was my first video on Osley fans. Was me just pouring gravy on myself.
Yeah.
Oh, I was wondering what I was watching earlier. I was really turning me on.
I appreciate you, Ed. Those tips were nice.
That turkey leg I was chowing at the time didn't help.
All right. There you go. Great job, Tony. And one day you won't hate diversity anymore. But he's gone now, so maybe not. All right.
He's
Well,
like,
look.
Tony was like, I've been on with an Asian way too long. I need to get off here.
That's right.
Yep. So we got 30 people watching and only 17 entries. Ooh, man. You know, hey, at least this time it's more than half. I'll give it that. It's more than half this time.
Anyone else?
So you got what you saying? You got 13 hate watchers.
10 seconds.
Hey, that's all right. They can hate it all they like.
Big money, no whammies, and stop. I used to love Pressure Luck. That was one of my favorite games.
No. I do that. That was that one show that you just wanted to see the whammy.
Right.
It was always like there was only so many of them. It wasn't like there was like a new one all the time.
Yeah, no.
All
I
right,
definitely
we're
just
spinning to
wanted
win
to
it.
watch people get in.
Spin it.
Thanos is probably more accurate. They probably all fell asleep earlier when we were talking about getting old.
Oh.
Who's it going to be?
Thor KC.
Thor KC. All right, brother.
Ooh.
Ken, you want to drop your email in the chat, or do you already know who Thor KC is? And it said Rob Zamora. Did I miss El Spooky Zorro in my chat? I sure the heck did. Here he is, Rob Zamora, brother. I would have shouted you out a lot earlier. You know, I didn't get a chance to speak with Rob much while we were at Legion's Con, but definitely getting to see him the very next week. It was like on news with Brick. That was a great time, man. He's a great dude. And apparently, I didn't get one of the shirts, and I wish I had the softest shirts at Legion's Con. Just saying.
Damn, Allison's grubbing right now. I might find the shirts there.
So, 3 Star says, I lost a last man standing raffle for a racer yesterday. Down to me and one other dude I lost. Same thing happened about 6 months ago on a hiss. What? So 3 Star, you know, we've talked about it a couple of times tonight, but if you're missing out on a hiss and you really want one,
He has a couple.
He's got a couple, but who says he doesn't want one more? Look, I'm going to play this ad one more time just because it's on somebody else's channel and not mine.
Friends and toy collectors. We need your help. The Purple Gang have set a goal to hit 1,000 subscribers by our 1-year anniversary. That's this Saturday, January the 4th at 9 p.m. For every 25 subscribers we gain, we will unlock another giveaway. That's 12 giveaways in a 2-hour period. That's a giveaway every 10 minutes. And we're not giving away shelf warmers either. You have the chance to win Mythic Legions, Cosmic Legions, Valaverse, and even Mesco. And of course, the top prize is a HasLab Hiss Tank. Will you heed our call and help us hit our goal of 1,000 subscribers by this Saturday for your chance at greatness and one of these amazing prizes? If so, thank you.
They're at 784 right now.
Good. I'm hoping tonight really helped out some. I know they've been working hard trying to get again. There you go ahead.
Oh, I think it would be great that if they hit 1,000 and then they say, sorry, we're not giving away a hiss tank because it's not a tank and it does not exist.
It was like John Cena, you can't see me.
It's going to pull one of those. I will say, though, I mean, I'm not going to lie. I'm kind of excited. They got, was that the Hiya Toys alien in there? The Xenomorph? I'm going to have to throw my name in for that because we all know how I like the Xenomorph.
You know what else you can't see that doesn't exist is ninjas.
I couldn't see them if they did exist.
That's true.
According to legend, I shouldn't be able to see them regardless.
That's right. This is awesome. Thor's new to the channel and he won. That is awesome.
Well, good. Good.
He's trying to find me on IG. I keep trying to
right
drop my
place.
address. Okay,
Here, hold on,
there
Kat.
it is.
I'll just tag.
Okay.
I'll
It's fine.
link
Apparently,
you.
I got a message request from him.
There you go.
Gotcha.
I I fear meeting Matthew at a con now because he's gonna fucking sidekick us.
I know.
Like we probably want to. He'll just fucking blindside us. Just fucking.
He'll show up like at Joe Fest when we're hanging out down in the lobby or something, and just like kick us in the side of the head or something without even knowing that he's there.
Blast us from behind,
like a ninja.
Yeah, like a ninja.
Hey, we don't have to worry about him chucking throwing stars at us because those aren't real either.
That's right.
Shurikens.
And as long as he's on the left side, we know we can't cut the sword out that easily because he's on the right hand side.
3-star draw with them ninjas. Gonna get you the ninja kicks with the Judy chops.
Oh my gosh.
What bullshit? It totally exists. I'm holding it. All right. Isn't a ninja that motorcycle that Vanilla Ice was driving in Cool as Ice?
That movie.
Oh yeah.
Grab that zero and get with the hero.
Kid on IG.
That was the prequel to Torque.
Thor, I just dropped Toy Connections IG on the chat, so make sure you got the right one. But
Thanks,
I'm sure you
thanks
did.
for doing that because I tried 3 times to have my email address in, and for some reason StreamYard's zapping it or YouTube's zapping it.
Yeah.
All right. Check those requests there because he says he is.
It might be in your hidden request.
I look at where it says hidden request. There's nothing there. So.
Well, he's got the right one now. So
Thor, how did you find the channel? I'm just interested how you found the channel.
Yeah, Thor. Spill the tea, Thor.
Yeah, New Year's Eve. You're at home. You're like, there's got to be bigger losers than me. Oh, hey, look. There's a bunch of men.
Look, there's a whole collection of them.
I found 10 of them in one spot.
I don't feel so pathetic now. That's why he subscribed, because he wants to feel better about himself by watching all of us.
Hey, man, I hope so. Either way, if this is it's your first time on, your first time catching the show, stick around because this show just gets shittier. True
all of us do.
It came
Don't
up as
oversell it there, Oz.
as live. I prefer watching stuff live, and I do collect a few toys, so here I am.
Nice.
Well, I tell you what, Thor, we're here every Saturday night pretty much doing the same bullshit. Typically, well, I don't know, sometimes this late, sometimes later. It really depends. It's anywhere between 4.5 to 6 hours generally. I know tonight we were going to try to stay up a little extra late because Adam was in Hawaii.
Devil's Advocate, Ken, is Thor's IG name.
Oh, but there's a TH. It's a Devil's TH Advocate.
Yeah.
Unless that was a mistype in here. You got him?
Hey. Okay, I got it.
We're good. All right.
Okay. now you can message me back.
Thor seems like good people, unlike Lawrence.
I can't argue that one. I mean, New Year's, same asshole. I mean,
ain't that the truth?
I don't see any of you guys getting false copyright strikes like I am, so I must be doing something wrong or right or
right. You've pissed off somebody enough that they want to get you shut down. So, Alex is saying, I didn't enter because I barely have space for the figures I already have. But that's the beautiful part about 1/18th scale, Alex. You could totally just have your other toys hold them.
You know, have someone else.
Now, either way, I think it's great. First time watching the channel, won a prize.
And a Delta 17.
Delta 17 at that, which again, I don't know if Ken or Steve was here earlier when I said another huge thing, a highlight this year, is that not only was Ken able to hit 10K subscribers, but Ken and Steve launching Delta 17 this year, even though, like we said, a couple of us managed to get some figures last year right before the new year, but having those out and being, selling them, man, like that was a huge moment for me because I've heard talk about it. I'd seen stuff, but to actually, get these toys in hand, to get playing with them, it was a thing of beauty. And
well, thanks, man.
That
no,
first
thank you
weekend,
guys for what you do.
That first weekend was surreal, Steve. And then came like the in-person Joe Fest high that came from that. To me, that was an even bigger adrenaline rush, just because we saw all the people there, right? I think I met Ed in the lineup. Standing across the table, and I'm just like, "You're Ed," and we're trying to converse, but the lineup has to keep moving. I'm trying to walk with him in the lineup. It's going. I'm like, "I'll catch you in the lounge," So, yeah,
that was crazy. That was a crazy weekend.
Like I said, you guys are probably one of probably the top hit, if not a close second, at Joe Fest as far as everybody I talked to.
I got to be completely honest. I don't remember hearing much about anybody else other than Delta 17. The second closest to that was AWOC.
AWOC did well.
And
I was going to say, and Monster Force.
Yeah, those are
but the thing about Monster Force is they haven't debuted anything yet other than the Joe Fest exclusives.
Yeah. Right.
So I think they're going to have a big year this year.
Oh yeah,
I think this is
without
their
a
big year.
doubt. Now that they got some product out, for sure.
Because they basically just had the Dracula and the Yeah.
Well, they'll also be showing off a whole bunch of new stuff. They'll probably have the Santa Clauses with them. They'll have some of this new Soldiers of Fortune to preview.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Yeah, I mean, you had Fresh Monkey Fiction. They had a boatload of stuff to show. Well, to not show. Well, a lot of stuff was on hand. But Skeletron,
the booth was the nicest. The setup was the nicest. They didn't have their Robo Skull yet, so they were limited to the two different wolves, the Skeledrones, and the O-Ring. So they've only had 4 items, but their light up display was nuts.
Yeah.
They brought Bob.
Their display was.
They did well, but their selection is 1/3 or 1/4 of what it's going to be. Right.
But that's what I said about you guys. You guys had product.
Yeah.
Well,
that was the other thing about the BBTS booth, right? They were doing the Fresh Monkey Fiction exclusives and showing off the Operation Monster Force, but they were also doing giveaways, which also draws people.
Yeah.
To the booth.
Always. Look at how many people were standing in line for McFarlane stuff at PowerCon.
Right. Yeah.
And then just, they wanted the free stuff, and then they just left it all over the hall.
Yeah. Well, they kept the figures and shit and got rid of the bullshit that was given away.
I mean, Super 7, they had stuff, but they didn't have very much that you couldn't just find anywhere.
Yeah.
And everyone knows about their stuff. Where
right,
you go to looking for these independent companies, and Fresh Monkey Fiction has 2 exclusive figures, but they're just translucent figures.
Yes.
So there's nothing great to them other than the glow in the dark one. But and they had their stuff, but their stuff had been out for a while.
Yeah.
Yep.
You guys had just a mass amount of stuff.
Right.
And, it was always people, and I think you guys were placed at a perfect spot.
Yeah, but the other thing is the bright orange or whatever color you want to call it of the Delta 17 was just so eye-catching. It was
this guy stewed over the color scheme for what, 2 years?
You mean that guy, not Lawrence.
That guy.
What? You pointed to the wrong direction.
I didn't give you guys any color tips. Otherwise, this shit would have been green and purple.
No, I mean the
Ken's still pointing at Lawrence.
Am I dyslexic?
No, your camera's backwards.
Now
my camera's backwards.
Yeah.
Am I pointing at Steve now?
What I did.
Yeah.
Now you are.
What I did.
What?
Yeah,
You totally gave Lawrence credit for picking out the Delta 17 colors. Good job, Ken.
On my screen, I'm pointing to Lawrence.
Yeah, your camera's flipped. It's a setting in StreamYard.
Oh, okay.
All right. And we have Stu, the Universal Toy Collector, in the house saying, "Hey, gentlemen, wishing you all a happy new year. You as well, brother. I know you hit it about, 5 hours before we did. So thank you for swinging in. I know he's probably just, it's about 9 a.m. where he's at. He's getting up and getting some coffee.
And he's got a 24-hour stream coming in the spring.
Yes, he does, which I will be a part of.
All right. So now am I pointing to Steve now?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
I had to uncheck the mirror your camera because I got a new computer this week and
Yeah.
I didn't actually. I guess it was reset there. Okay.
So I did want to bring up this comment from Thor saying, "Oh no, I was already at risk. A good friend of mine is a G.I. Joe cosplay club, and I've been dabbling in 1/6 scale dioramas."
That's big.
Are you making hot toy dioramas?
Did you mean 1/6 or 1/12?
No, he's talking 1/6 scale.
Or is he talking like?
Well, I mean, at least that's what he's typed.
That's
Yeah.
my house.
Yeah, pretty much for you. Yeah, that is your house. I mean, a 1/6 scale dio. Are you talking like DTOF size dio with like 1-2 figures in there, or are you talking like? Do you have a banquet table that you're putting that on? I mean, I'm interested to know now.
My 1/6 scale tomb diorama is about 2 foot by 2.5 by 3 feet. So
yeah, that's what I expect for a 1/6 scale. It's got to be that massive.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's gonna be a Barbie dream house size shit.
It is. It's fucking huge.
Right?
It takes up a quarter of my kitchen.
Right, Mondo, baby. Right.
Mondo's on fire right now. They're doing amazing stuff, and that's mostly due to Tommy Hodges. He's just
man,
putting out incredible work. Him and his team.
Yeah. Tommy's an all-star.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so Thor says, I started making a home arcade a couple years ago, encountered New Wave Toys that makes 1/6 scale functional arcade machines. Now I'm trying to stick with Barbie and not buy Hot Toys. That I can understand. Barbies are a hell of a lot cheaper.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could get like those Power Team Elite 12-inch military figures for like they're like $25.
Yeah. There's damn toys, but they're like $200 each.
Yeah,
I've got
damn toys.
Yeah, that's the thing. When most 1/6 scale stuff is going to be 150 or over minimum.
Yeah.
Thor, check out Cotswold Collectibles. They have a whole bunch of different 1/6 scale stuff.
Oh, Greg Brown. Yeah.
Yeah, and they have their own line of 1/6 scale male figures that you
There's
can buy.
my Hot Toys Avengers set.
They're like $20.
It's a good set. Good set, Ken.
Yeah.
I'll put the link in the chat for you real quick. Hold on.
Yeah. Let's definitely do that, and then
call it.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think we probably call it at this point because I don't think Adam or Amanda's still up to bring in the new year in Hawaii.
No, they said they weren't going to be.
I was going to say, I know they mentioned that they would probably be asleep, but he's the one that proposed it in the first damn place.
Yeah.
Check out that link, Thor. They have a whole bunch of different things, and Greg Brown and his team over there at Cotswold is amazing. They're very, very good at what they do. Been around for a long time.
There was my Hall of Armor.
Oh yeah, that's sweet.
Nice, very nice.
So Mark, Mark 4, 5, 7, and War Machine Mark 2.
Nice.
And Tony Stark.
All right, friends. Well, I gotta say, it has been a blast bringing in the new year, 3rd year in a row. We did not get shut down this year by Mega J. Luckily, thankfully, that will never not be one of the funniest moments in Clubhouse history. It wasn't even Clubhouse yet. But thank you all for being here. Thank you for joining us for another New Year's. And we'll see you all Saturday. Saturday is the birthday bash. We got a lot of January birthdays. Specifically on Saturday, it will be my birthday. So we're going to have a birthday party, folks. We will see you all then, the usual time-ish, and we'll have another